Chapter 1081. Purple Qi came from the east. A figure surrounded by 81 rays of purple light came from the distance. He looked like a celestial emperor patrolling the sky. The person who came was the emperor. He didn't try to hide himself. He walked step by step in the void, crossing hundreds of miles with each step. In just a few steps, the emperor arrived in the void of the ancient ruins. The purple Qi was vast and mighty. The entire area was illuminated in purple. The emperor was too ostentatious. It was hard not to be discovered. After the Xianming sect, one of the three great powers of the eastern land, was destroyed, the Golden Spirit Ape clan didn't care about the affairs of the world. The primordial emperor Xian had become the sole ruler of the eastern land. The power of the primordial emperor Xian was like the sun in the sky. In the eastern land, the Violet Emperor indeed had the ability to run amok because his father was a semi-saint. The emperor stood high in the sky and looked down at the ancient ruins. His eyes flickered with purple light. He saw the ancient teleportation array. Very quickly, he retracted his gaze and scanned his surroundings. A cruel and cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Humph. Although I didn't catch up with those people, this trip was not in vain. The emperor sneered and disappeared. Pfft. Suddenly, a cloud of blood mist burst out from the void. A silhouette suddenly fell out of the void and fell from the sky. Zi Huang immediately appeared in the void. An emperor assassin was killed by the emperor in an instant. Oh no. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this scene from afar. He knew that the emperor had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique. This technique was mysterious. When cultivated to a high level, one could fuse with the void around them and become one with the world. Not only could they hide, but they could also use the power of heaven and earth for their own use. This secret technique detailed the mysteries of the void. It seemed that the emperor had already discovered the whereabouts of the assassins of the Xianming sect. Clang! With a sword cry, a cold light suddenly appeared above the emperor's head. It pierced the top of the emperor's head, trying to kill the emperor with one strike. Cold sword qi and killing intent filled the air. Zi Huang calmly extended his right hand and used his index and middle fingers to clamp onto the killing sword. He then exerted force. Bang! With a snap, the killer's sword was broken. The hand holding the broken sword quickly slashed through the void, and a streak of blood immediately appeared. A head flew up, and a headless corpse fell from the sky. Another assassin emperor had fallen. Emperor Zi had displayed terrifying battle prowess, and had easily killed 2 assassin emperors of the Celestial Being Realm. It should be known that the Celestial Being Realm imperial killers of the Xianming sect had all become imperial killers by killing. Every imperial killer was a terrifying imperial killer. The Amethyst Sovereign was able to kill 2 imperial killers so easily. Could it be that his cultivation had already broken through to the Almighty Emperor realm? The mysterious underworld Holy Lady's trap had been seen through by the Violet Sovereign. Of the 12 exterminating monarchs, 2 fell instantly. The remaining 10 exterminating monarchs did not retreat. They were dressed in black, and they moved quickly through the void like ghosts. They were terrifying killing gods, and each of them had the strength of a celestial being realm expert. Normally, any one of these 10 exterminating monarchs could easily take the head of a sect leader. However, right now, they felt great pressure and danger. Are you assassins of the Xianming sect? The Amethyst Sovereign's body was surrounded by 81 purple rainbows as he coldly scanned the 10 assassins who were approaching him. No one said anything, as the 10 assassins silently approached the Amethyst Sovereign at high speed. Whoosh! A black light suddenly pierced through the void, heading straight for the Amethyst Sovereign's head. One of the assassins had made a move. He wanted to pierce through the Amethyst Sovereign's head and destroy his primordial spirit, causing his soul to scatter. The Z Emperor didn't dodge. Instead, 2 beams of purple divine light shot out from his eyes. 2 purple divine swords appeared in the void and slashed at the black light that was piercing towards him. Clang! The two purple swords from the Amethyst Sovereign's eyes slashed at the black light. Unexpectedly, there was the sound of metal colliding. The two divine swords had great power. They directly destroyed the black light, and in an instant, the assassin's body was cut into 4 pieces. Bang! The head of the decapitated assassin suddenly exploded. A divine light wrapped around a small figure that shot into the sky. It was the assassin's primordial spirit. Celestial being realm experts were very difficult to kill. As long as their primordial spirits were not destroyed, they would not truly die. Even if they lost their physical body, they could condense a new one. For the cultivators of the celestial way, the physical body was a boat that could allow cultivators to reach the other shore. The boat would be destroyed by the waves, but the people on the boat would not necessarily be buried in the sea. The physical body as a boat, carrying the primordial spirit to cross the sea of bitterness and reach the other shore. This was the goal of the cultivators of the celestial way. Even the exterminating monarch of the Xianming sect was no exception. You still want to escape in front of me? The Z Emperor sneered. He opened his mouth and a heaven-devouring force came out from his mouth. It actually sucked the primordial spirit back and swallowed it. Ha! What pure extreme Een soul force! After the Amethyst Sovereign swallowed the primordial spirit, he seemed to be enjoying it. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This guy dared to swallow the primordial spirit of a cultivator? Apart from Gu Fei, everyone else was sweating. Another exterminating monarch had fallen. Even his primordial spirit had not been able to escape. The Amethyst Sovereign had swallowed it, and his soul had been destroyed. Next, the Amethyst Sovereign displayed his undefeatable strength. Although the remaining 9 exterminating monarchs used all their killing techniques, they were still killed by the Amethyst Sovereign one by one. The Amethyst Sovereign had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the Celestial Way, the anti-emptiness secret technique. It was the bane of the assassins of the Xianming sect. None of the exterminating monarchs could harm the Amethyst Sovereign. The 9 exterminating monarchs' killing techniques had all failed. When facing the Amethyst Sovereign, these exterminating monarchs were no longer the hunters, but the hunted. However, no one retreated, and no one tried to escape. Without any suspense, the 12 exterminating monarchs were all killed by the Amethyst Sovereign. At the moment when the Amethyst Sovereign killed the last exterminating monarch, the entire sky suddenly fell into darkness. A huge will descended from the sky, emitting an endless amount of moon power. In an instant, it sealed the sky and the Amethyst Sovereign, trapping him inside. The Amethyst Sovereign's body trembled. He could not resist the powerful force descending from the sky. He was suppressed from the sky. At this moment, the Xianming Saintess finally made her move. Rumble, the heavens and the earth trembled. The gigantic pitch black will enveloped the entire area. The power of Een that poured down from the wheel formed a terrifying destructive force that destroyed everything in the surroundings. 9 Underworld's World Destruction Wheel. The Amethyst Sovereign screamed. This was a divine tool, a flawless divine tool. There was a saint-level seal on it. If he could completely awaken the power of this divine tool, it would be able to display the terrifying power of a saint-level attack. Primordial soul transformation of the Way Sword. The Amethyst Sovereign shouted. His eyes immediately shot out resplendent purple divine light. In his eyes, there seemed to be divine markings of the great Tao interweaving, and a wave of Tao rhymes flowed. Clang! The crisp sound of swords rang out in the void. 2 purple Tao swords emitted a wave of soul energy. They seemed to be alive as they rushed out of the Amethyst Sovereign's eyes. This was a manifestation of Tao power. The 2 Tao swords had Tao markings interweaving, emitting a trace of the aura of the great Tao. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. The immortal Tao divine technique that the Amethyst Sovereign used shocked him. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial soul transformation of the Way Sword. This secret technique could cut through the void and destroy everything. Once the Tao swords were unleashed, they would be invincible. This was the supreme killing technique of the immortal Tao, but now it was being used by the Amethyst Sovereign. Could it be that the Amethyst Sovereign had obtained the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? How was that possible? Even the divine race of the Hell Path did not have the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Even Gu Fei had only grasped 3 of the secret techniques of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. I definitely can't let this fellow go. Gu Fei had already made up his mind. As long as he could capture the Amethyst Sovereign and use the divine seizing secret technique to read the Amethyst Sovereign's memories, he would be able to obtain the Amethyst Sovereign's 3 secret techniques. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were indeed heaven-defying secret techniques. 2 purple Tao swords shot out of the Amethyst Sovereign's eyes and slashed at the 9 hell exterminating wheel. The Tao swords attracted the power of the great Tao and displayed a terrifying divine might. They actually caused the 9 hell exterminating wheel to tremble, making it difficult for it to descend. The moment the Tao sword slashed at the 9 hell exterminating wheel, the Xianming Saintess, who was hidden in the darkness, swayed and almost fell to the ground. A trace of blood seeped out of the space between her eyebrows. Her primordial spirit had suffered an attack, and the strand of divine sense she had attached to the 9 hell exterminating wheel was almost destroyed by the Tao swords. The Tao swords formed by the Amethyst Sovereign's primordial spirit specialized in attacking primordial spirits. The Xianming Saintess was heavily injured, and the power of the 9 hell exterminating wheel was greatly reduced. Ha ha! The 9 hell exterminating wheel is mine. The Amethyst Sovereign laughed loudly. He realized that the power of the primordial spirit of the person controlling the 9 hell exterminating wheel was not as strong as his own. Furthermore, he had a heaven-defying secret technique like the primordial spirit's sword of the way, which could sever the connection between the person controlling the 9 hell exterminating wheel and the 9 hell exterminating wheel. The 9 hell exterminating wheel was a sacred weapon refined by an ancient saint. Furthermore, it was a flawless sacred weapon. Even the primordial Emperor Xian would be envious of it, let alone the Amethyst Sovereign. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 Tao swords soared into the sky, slicing through the void and slashing at the pitch-black wool floating in the sky. The power of the primordial spirit caused the mountain-like wool to tremble continuously. In the darkness, scarlet blood flowed from the Xianming Saintess' forehead. The strand of divine sense she had attached to the 9 hell exterminating wheel was about to be completely destroyed by the Tao swords. Just as the Xianming Saintess was about to collapse, a figure appeared silently behind the Amethyst Sovereign and threw a punch. Bam! That person's punch landed on the Amethyst Sovereign's back. The ferocious power caused the void to shatter. The Amethyst Sovereign's body was smashed into pieces by that person's punch. Chapter 1082. The Violet Emperor was using all his strength to resist the 9 underworld extermination wheel. He wanted to take this flawless ancient sacred weapon. However, just as he was about to succeed, something unexpected happened. A person silently appeared behind the Violet Emperor. With a single punch, the Violet Emperor's body was smashed into pieces. Roar! The Violet Emperor's head let out a furious roar as it soared into the sky. Purple divine light wrapped around the head as it stopped in the sky. He had no intention of retreating. It's you. When the Violet Emperor saw the face of the person who suddenly attacked him, he couldn't help but be enraged. He almost went crazy because he recognized that person. This person was Gu Fei. Only Gu Fei could sneak up behind the Violet Emperor without anyone noticing. Only Gu Fei could destroy the Violet Emperor's celestial body with a single punch. You can die now. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He didn't hide his killing intent towards the Violet Emperor. There was no way he could be friendly with the Violet Emperor. Bam! Gu Fei took a step forward and threw a punch at a head that was wrapped in a boundless purple aura in the sky. The terrifying fist force shook the entire world. This wasn't a divine technique of the immortal path, nor was it a divine technique. This was the purest manifestation of power. Damn it! The Violet Emperor roared. Purple divine light shot out of his eyes, and a trace of the Grand Tao's aura was emitted from his eyes. Clang! The sound of swords resonated as Grand Tao lines intertwined in the Violet Emperor's eyes. The Tao swords that had disappeared rushed out of the Violet Emperor's eyes once again. The Wei swords formed from the power of the primordial spirit were like a second purple emperor. The power of the primordial spirit was vast and mighty. The two Wei swords cut through the void, pierced through the void, and shot towards Gu Fei in an instant. Swish! The two Dao swords pierced through Gu Fei's body. A scream came from the nearby darkness. The Xianming holy maiden couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. As the Dao swords pierced through, Gu Fei's figure instantly became blurry and dimmed. Then, he disappeared into the void. Gu Fei has been killed? The shock of the mysterious underworld saintess was no small matter. The two swords that had materialized from the eyes of the Z Emperor were too frightening. This was a kind of Dao power. Swish! The pitch-black disk in the sky rapidly shrank and flew back to the Xianming holy maiden. Gu Fei had been killed. If she didn't escape now, she wouldn't have the chance to do so. The terrifying aura from the 9 underworld extermination will quickly dissipated. The holy maiden recalled the 9 underworld wheel. She knew that she wasn't the Violet Emperor's match. However, just as the Xianming holy maiden was about to retreat, the Violet Emperor's angry and panicked roar came from the distant sky. The Xianming holy maiden couldn't help but stop. She looked up and saw a figure fighting with the Violet Emperor. That person was Gu Fei, who had just been killed by the primordial spirit Dao swords. How? The Xianming holy maiden was completely stunned. She found this unbelievable. Gu Fei didn't seem to be injured at all. He was still fighting with the Violet Emperor. Boom! There was a pitch-black iron sword in Gu Fei's hand. He waved the iron sword in his hand and swept away the 2 primordial spirit Dao swords. Then, he headed straight for the Violet Emperor. How could you? The Violet Emperor was shocked and angry. His opponent had been killed by his own primordial spirit Dao swords. His body and soul should have been destroyed on the spot. How could he still be alive? Void reversal. At this moment, there was no time for the Z Emperor to think any further. With a low roar, his remaining head immediately became blurry before soundlessly disappearing from Gu Fei's sight. At the same time, the purple mist that filled the sky also disappeared completely. Humph. Becoming one with the heavenly Dao? Gu Fei sneered. Although the Violet Emperor had cultivated the void reversal technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, his cultivation had not reached the level of becoming one with the heavenly Dao. Swoosh! A purple light rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. He opened his martial path heavenly eye and scanned the surroundings. Using the martial path heavenly eye, he found traces of the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor had become one with the void. He was drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to reconstruct his physical body. A faint and ethereal figure that was almost invisible to the naked eye was moving rapidly in the void. Given the Violet Emperor's current cultivation and strength, it was still difficult for him to become completely invisible. He could not completely merge with the surroundings and leave no traces behind. Bam! Gu Fei blasted out with his palm. The void trembled. Under the ferocious palm force, the void cracked like a spider's web. A figure fell out of the void. The Violet Emperor had been knocked out by Gu Fei's palm strike. During the time that he had become one with the surrounding void, the Violet Emperor had already recovered from Gu Fei's punch. This was the advantage of being able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. In the state of using a secret technique, he could draw upon the power of heaven and earth for his own use. The Violet Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword. The sword light was like a dragon and a trace of Emperor's might emanated from the divine sword. This was a divine weapon of a mighty cultivator. This divine weapon of a mighty cultivator was like a huge dragon. The dazzling sword light shattered the void and split the heavens and earth, forcing Gu Fei, who was attacking the Violet Emperor, to retreat. However, just as the Violet Emperor forced Gu Fei to retreat with his divine weapon, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Without a sound, this person directly punched out. Bam! Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The Violet Emperor's newly reconstructed physical body was once again smashed into pieces by a punch. The air exploded into a bloody mist. A head shrouded in purple chi rushed out again. Roar! The Violet Emperor was enraged. His long hair stood on end as purple divine light shot out of his eyes, piercing through the void and shooting out for several miles. In the distance, the mysterious underworld saintess, who was hiding at the side, was extremely shocked when she saw this scene. She had seen two Gu Feis. One Gu Fei was fighting the Violet Emperor head-on, while the other Gu Fei had silently appeared behind the Violet Emperor and severely injured him. How is this possible? The mysterious underworld saintess discovered that these two Gu Feis didn't seem to be clones. They seemed to be the real body. This was really unbelievable. What kind of secret technique was this? Gu Fei, who was fighting with the Z Emperor, quickly disappeared into the void after the Z Emperor's body was blasted apart once again. It was as if he had never appeared before. This is, the Violet Emperor, who only had a head left, seemed to think of something. He was shocked as he muttered to himself, the three pure ones. Is there really such a heaven-defying secret technique in this world? The Violet Emperor already knew that his opponent didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have blasted apart his head instead of his physical body. The Violet Emperor was secretly shocked when he thought of this. He couldn't help but want to retreat. His opponent was really too powerful and seemed to have cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Chapter 1083. Gu Fei suppressed the Violet Emperor with his own strength and destroyed his physical body twice, causing the Violet Emperor to tremble with fear. Roar! The Violet Emperor was both shocked and enraged. Even though he only had a head left, he was still incomparably powerful. Boundless violet chi surged out from his forehead, and the flesh and bones below his neck began to reform. The purple divine light flashed 9 times in a row. Each time, it was as if a bolt of purple lightning had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The power of the immortal Tao surged violently, and the Violet Emperor's physical body was once again reconstructed. Violet chi spread out for 3,000 miles. The reformed Violet Emperor was surrounded by 81 beams of divine light. His eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void. You also obtained the 9 mysteries of the immortal Tao? The Violet Emperor stared at Gu Fei, his gaze as sharp as a divine weapon, as though he wanted to see through Gu Fei inside out. His voice was calm, but also contained a trace of cold killing intent. Humph. Gu Fei snorted, then took a step forward, crossing thousands of meters in the air. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Violet Emperor. He broke through the layers of violet chi and punched at the Violet Emperor. Bang! The entire world trembled under the force of Gu Fei's fist. The space in front of Gu Fei's fist seemed to collapse. Gu Fei's first attack was the most direct. Just who are you? Facing Gu Fei's fist, even the Violet Emperor couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei's fist looked ordinary, but the Violet Emperor felt as though he couldn't dodge it. The Violet Emperor didn't dare to face Gu Fei head-on. He retreated, his body turning translucent. Like a gentle breeze, he retreated thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. But Gu Fei's fist followed him like a shadow. He used the 8 desolation steps, and his aura seemed to fuse with the pulse of heaven and earth. Bang! Gu Fei's fist still arrived in front of the Violet Emperor. The ferocious power caused the Violet Emperor's chest muscles to cave in, making it hard for him to breathe. What kind of divine ability is this? The Violet Emperor's expression changed. This was the first time he had encountered such an attack. Gu Fei was like an ancient god of war who had been resurrected, incomparably powerful. His battle intent was like a rainbow, causing the Violet Emperor to feel an unprecedented pressure. Chaotic rebellion. The Violet Emperor roared. He used one of the 9 esoterics of the immortal Tao, chaos reversal. An unfathomable power surged from his body, and the space around him seemed to distort. Gu Fei felt as if his fist had lost its target in that instant. Without a point of strength, he almost lost control and fell forward. Flawless 5 elements fist. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and punched out with his right fist. His fist shook and a monstrous scarlet fire force surged out. The entire void was enveloped by this terrifying fire force in an instant. flawless fire element, break. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as his fire elemental fist force erupted like a volcano, shaking the entire heavens and earth. A Dao aura could be seen circulating on his fist, which was the undefeatable fist art created by the undefeatable martial progenitor. The flawless 5 elements fist only had 5 moves. Each move could draw upon the power of one of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This was the manifestation of a fist technique that had evolved to the extreme Dao realm. This was a supreme martial path battle technique. Boom! The distorted void around the Violet Emperor was blasted apart by Gu Fei's fist. The Violet Emperor was sent flying 100 miles away by Gu Fei's fist. His body cracked, and he vomited blood. This was a battle between 2 supreme techniques. The martial ancestors' invincible divine fist and the Dao ancestors' 9 esoterics of the immortal Dao. In this clash, it seemed like the martial ancestors' invincible divine fist had defeated the Dao ancestors' chaotic rebellion. A martial path battle technique that has been lost for countless years? The Xianming Saintess, who was watching from afar, was stunned. The Violet Emperor, who was almost invincible among his peers, had actually been suppressed by Gu Fei. The battle strength displayed by Gu Fei was too shocking. It seemed to be a cultivation technique of a supreme figure from the ancient times, a cultivation technique that had been lost for countless years. In the heaven realm, where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest, martialists of the great accomplishment realm had long been extinct. The inheritance of the martial ancestor had been lost in the heaven realm for a long time. In the mortal world, 1 or 2 martialists would occasionally appear. However, in the heaven realm, martialists of the great accomplishment realm had been extinct since the late period of the untainted land. Could it be that the legendary Great Era is about to arrive? Are all kinds of lost inheritances going to appear again? The Xianming Saintess muttered to herself. At that moment, after Gu Fei's flawless fire fist broke the Violet Emperor's chaotic rebellion, it didn't continue its pursuit. It was stopped. Is this the inheritance of the martial ancestor? As the son of the primordial era Emperor Xian, the Violet Emperor's knowledge was extraordinary. At that moment, he could already confirm that Gu Fei was a descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline, which had disappeared since ancient times. The killing technique that Gu Fei had displayed was neither an immortal path killing technique nor a divine path killing technique. It was a martial path killing technique. Gu Fei didn't make a sound as he pressed forward. His powerful aura caused the entire world to tremble. This was a martial path emperor at the celestial being realm. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, Daoist rhymes flowed under his feet. It was as if he was stepping on the great path of heaven and earth. The pulse of heaven and earth rose and fell along with Gu Fei's footsteps. The Violet Emperor's intuition told him that he wasn't facing a single person, but the entire world. Humph. The Violet Emperor suddenly sneered. His aura suddenly changed, and rays of blood-red light rushed out of his body. An evil power appeared on the Violet Emperor's body. Is he going to use the power of the evil ancestor? Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless when he saw this. He already knew that the Violet Emperor had another person's inheritance. The Violet Emperor cultivated both the righteous and evil paths. On the surface, he cultivated supreme immortal path techniques, but in secret, he had obtained the evil ancestor's inheritance. He had 1 righteous and 1 evil inheritance. If this news were to spread, the entire heaven realm would be shaken. This kind of person who was both righteous and evil was the most terrifying. He couldn't be tolerated by the righteous path or the demonic path. The evil power and the immortal power surged on the Violet Emperor's body, and the 2 powers intertwined. The Violet Emperor's right eye was clear and penetrating, shooting out rays of purple divine light. As for his left eye, the divinity retreated, and the evilness emerged, turning into an evil bloody eye. This is, the Xianming Saintess, who was watching the battle from afar, was shocked by the changes on the Violet Emperor's body. It was as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. The son of the primordial era Emperor Xian actually cultivated supreme evil arts. It was simply unbelievable. Gu Fei didn't make a move immediately. He wanted to fight the Violet Emperor in his strongest state. During the battle in Floating Cloud City, he had already seen the Violet Emperor's supreme evil arts. However, this wasn't Floating Cloud City, and there weren't countless commoners being slaughtered by the Violet Emperor. He didn't use their soul power to lay down a terrifying evil art that could display a trace of the might of a sage. Swish! The Violet Emperor's aura rose to its peak, and the righteous and evil powers erupted like a mountain flood. His right eye shot out purple divine light, and his left eye emitted blood-red evil light. "You shouldn't have given me a chance to breathe," the Violet Emperor said coldly. This was his true strength. Chapter 1084. Not only did he cultivate the Supreme Tao Ancestor's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, but he also obtained the inheritance of the ancient evil ancestor. The power of the immortal Tao and the power of the evil Tao surged within the Emperor's body. These two forces intertwined and collided, but they were in a subtle balance. This way, the Emperor's strength would increase greatly. "No matter who you are, you will die today." The Emperor's aura rose to its peak. His right eye flickered with a purple divine light, and his left eye shot out an evil blood-red light. Evil and immortal energy swirled around. At this time, the Emperor was a terrifying evil god. "Is that so?" Gu Fei smiled. Although the Violet Emperor was powerful, in his eyes, he was just like Dongfang Chen in the past. He could see Dongfang Chen's shadow in the Violet Emperor. "Die." The Emperor didn't hesitate and directly attacked. He stretched out his hand, and a blood-red hand appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. Rumble, frightening evil energy surged down from the blood-red hand, forming rays of blood-red light that shot towards Gu Fei. The evil energy soared into the sky. Flawless fist of 5 elements, heaven-shattering metal element. Gu Fei bellowed and punched upwards with his right fist. The moment his fist punched out, a brilliant golden light burst out, and a vast power of metal surged out from his fist. The golden light illuminated the entire world, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the dark night, illuminating the world. Gu Fei's fist moved the essence of heaven and earth in the entire area. The powerful fist energy directly shattered the void, forming a destructive force that met the giant hand in the sky. Gu Fei's black hair danced wildly, and his eyes flashed. The strength of the first layer of the sky being realm was fully displayed, and the void collapsed under his fist. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the huge blood-colored hand, producing an earth-shattering bang. The entire world shook violently. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The blood-colored hand was smashed apart by Gu Fei's punch, and the brilliant golden light on Gu Fei's fist also dimmed. Gu Fei's metal element fist force and the Purple Emperor's evil force cancelled each other out. "All right." Gu Fei took large strides forward, and like an ancient divine mountain, he moved towards the Violet Emperor. He punched out again, and a dark blue aura rushed out from his fist. It was as if a vast ocean had suddenly appeared in the sky. The power of the water element was vast and mighty. It was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It swept towards the Emperor. The monstrous waves shattered the void between heaven and earth. Gu Fei displayed the flawless 5 elements fist to the fullest. It was an ordinary fist technique, but it had the aura of the great Tao lingering around it. This was a supreme fist technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. "Devour heaven and earth." The Violet Emperor roared. Above his head, a blood-colored light rushed out. Boom! The blood-colored light exploded, and a blood-colored vortex appeared above his head. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw the rapidly expanding blood-colored vortex above the Violet Emperor's head. He was no stranger to this move of the Violet Emperor. During the battle in Floating Cloud City, Gu Fei had seen very clearly that when the Violet Emperor condensed the evil ancestor's Dharma idol and used this move, it had nearly swallowed the entire Floating Cloud City into the blood-colored vortex. But today was different. The Violet Emperor hadn't condensed the evil ancestor's Dharma idol, so it was difficult for him to truly display the devouring heaven evil art. However, the terrifying fluctuations coming from the blood-colored vortex had already moved Gu Fei. The blood-colored vortex expanded infinitely, descending from the sky and colliding with Gu Fei's water element fist force. The blue aura was continuously swallowed by the blood-colored vortex. The blood-colored vortex could swallow all the energy in the world and then transform it to strengthen one's body. This was a terrifying evil art. When using this evil art in battle, the opponent's essence energy would be gradually devoured, and then used to strengthen one's body. The more one fought, the stronger one became, and the weaker the opponent became. If it was an ordinary celestial being sovereign expert, the Violet Emperor's evil art would already be undefeatable. But Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary sovereign expert. His energy wouldn't be so easily devoured. He soared into the sky, directly charging into the blood-colored vortex. He was automatically devoured by the vortex. If you want to die, I'll help you. When the Violet Emperor saw that Gu Fei had actually charged into his blood-colored whirlpool, he couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. It couldn't be any better for Gu Fei to walk right into his trap. The Violet Emperor activated his evil art with all his might. Streaks of blood-colored light rushed into the blood-colored whirlpool. They were like blood-colored divine chains, wanting to trap Gu Fei within and then completely obliterate him. Although Gu Fei had charged into the vortex, he hadn't been obliterated. He used the flawless 5 elements fist, causing the entire vortex to tremble and almost collapse. As expected of the successor of the primeval era's strongest martial ancestor, the Violet Emperor was secretly alarmed. He formed seals with both hands and shot out evil blood-colored Dao patterns, branding them into the vortex in the sky. The evil energy of the evil path lingered between heaven and earth. The inside of the vortex had already turned into a blood-colored furnace that could destroy everything. The Dao patterns of the evil ancestor's bloodline could vaguely appear around Gu Fei. It was just a few evil patterns, but they made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. Each of the blood-colored evil light was a Dao law that trapped Gu Fei. Under the bombardment of the flawless 5 elements fist, these evil lights were destroyed and then reborn. It was as if the Violet Emperor really wanted to obliterate Gu Fei here. Gu Fei was in the middle of the blood-colored vortex. Everything around him was blood red. You have some skill, but unfortunately, you met me. Seeing the power of this evil art, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. But today, the Violet Emperor was destined to be out of luck. 5 elements as one, destroy the world. Following Gu Fei's shout, the power of the 5 elements converged on Gu Fei's fists. Gu Fei's fists surged with 5-colored light, and a terrifying power surged. Boom! Gu Fei's fists directly punched out. Endless power of the 5 elements surged out from Gu Fei's fists, shattering the void and destroying the world. The aura of destruction made everyone's hearts palpitate. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's fists drew the essence of the entire world. Gu Fei's fists were simply fists that could destroy the world. The vortex collapsed, and even the evil ancestor's Dao pattern was destroyed. Gu Fei's fists shattered everything and rushed in front of the Violet Emperor. A terrifying fist force surged towards the Violet Emperor. Bang! Under Gu Fei's fists, the Violet Emperor's body was like a thin piece of paper, instantly torn to pieces. This time, even the Violet Emperor's head couldn't escape and was crushed on the spot. The power of the 5 elements as one pierced through heaven and earth. The void where the Violet Emperor was collapsed and collapsed, forming a void black hole with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Chapter 1085. When Gu Fei punched out, it seemed to manifest the great Tao of the 5 elements, shattering the void and destroying the heaven and earth, displaying a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Without any suspense, although the Violet Sovereign executed the chaotic reversal and void reversal with all his might, he still couldn't dispel the power of Gu Fei's fist. His body was blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch. This was the 3rd time Gu Fei had blasted apart the Violet Sovereign's body. This almost drove the Violet Sovereign crazy. His opponent had definitely obtained the legendary inheritance of the martial ancestor. In the Great Desolate Era, the martial ancestor was publicly recognized as the strongest person in the Great Desolate Era. No one was willing to provoke this supreme martial saint. There were countless legends about this supreme martial saint. He had once fought with demons born from the primal chaos and killed several supreme demon ancestors. It was said that even the strongest demon in the world had to retreat. The martial ancestors' battle achievements were unparalleled. However, he didn't spread his knowledge like the ancient Buddhist lord and the Tao ancestor, establishing his own orthodoxy. The Buddhist Tao and the immortal Tao had developed until now. Whether it was in the heavenly realm or the mortal world, they had become mainstream cultivation methods. There were countless people who cultivated them. However, the martial ancestors' inheritance was almost severed. It had disappeared for countless years. In this era, it was only obtained by Gu Fei. In the heavenly realm and the mortal world, perhaps only Gu Fei was the true successor of the martial ancestor. The great Tao of the martial ancestor was imprinted in his heart. This was the most direct method of inheritance. As Gu Fei's cultivation increased, he would comprehend all kinds of martial arts from the great Tao imprinted in his heart. The great Tao imprint was a divine treasury, a heaven-shaking divine treasury, containing the martial ancestors' lifetime comprehension of martial arts. The flawless 5 elements fist was a kind of flawless killing art that Gu Fei had obtained after opening this heaven-shaking divine treasury. When the 5 elements were combined, it could destroy heaven and earth. With a single punch, he broke through all mystic arts. Even the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were broken. Gu Fei displayed an indomitable aura and directly destroyed the body of the Emperor Zi Huang. This time, even the Violet Emperor's head was destroyed. In the instant that the Violet Emperor's head was destroyed, a beam of violet light and a beam of blood-red light shot out. How is that possible? 2 primordial spirits? Gu Fei was taken aback. He saw the Violet Emperor's head shatter, and a purple divine light and a blood-red evil light rushed out. The purple divine light wrapped around a finger-sized little person, and the blood-red evil light also wrapped around a blood-red little person. Gemini Essence Soul? In the distance, the mysterious underworld saintess was stunned when she saw this. She had never imagined that the Zi Huang would have a primordial spirit of Gemini. Moreover, there were 2 primordial spirits, one righteous and one evil. Could it be that this Zi Huang actually had 2 personalities? Of these 2 primordial spirits, one righteous and one evil, who was the dominant one? No one knew. Perhaps only the Zi Huang himself knew. The Gemini Essence Soul was an ancient legend. Tens of thousands of years ago, such an existence had appeared. It was a terrifying god-fiend with a primordial spirit of both divinity and demonic nature. The primordial spirit with divinity and demonic nature could be separated and combined. When the 2 primordial spirits fused together, the power of the primordial spirit would increase to an unbelievable level. This was not a simple matter of 1 + 1. That year, when the god-fiend was born, it caused a reign of terror in the heavenly realms. In the end, the god-fiend was slain, but it caused the great sects to lose a large number of experts, which eventually led to the decline of those great sections. Be careful, don't let his Gemini Essence Soul fuse. The mysterious underworld saintess hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Gu Fei when she recalled this incident recorded in the oldest records of the mysterious underworld sect. Once the Gemini Essence Soul fused, it would be troublesome. Essence Soul fusion? When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be secretly shocked. The purple divine light and the crimson divine light soared into the sky, and a powerful wave of energy spread out. The power of divinity and demonic nature was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Essence Soul Daoization soared. The extremely powerful fluctuation of the primordial spirit came down from the sky, and the clanging sound did not stop. The purple primordial spirit turned into a purple sword, and an endless amount of sword light poured down from the sky, cutting through the void and penetrating through every opening. The crimson primordial spirit also turned into a 1,000 feet long crimson evil sword. Its blood energy was monstrous, and it also came down from the sky, slashing towards Gu Fei. This was an immortal secret technique that used the power of one's own primordial spirit. It attracted a trace of the power of the Great Path, which shattered the void, and had a godly power that could destroy everything. The divine primordial spirit of the Zi Huang did not fuse with the demonic primordial spirit. Instead, he used the Essence Soul Daoization sword, wanting to kill the great enemy in front of him. Flawless 5 elements, invincible in the world. Gu Fei roared, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His fists bloomed with five-colored divine light, and his two fists seemed to turn into two five-colored divine suns, soaring into the sky. The invincible fist technique was earth-shattering, and it could be said to be flawless. Gu Fei's fists directly met the two primordial spirit swords that fell from the sky. Gu Fei's fist technique was big and wide, and it constantly collided with the two shocking swords. He actually used a pair of fists to resist the terrible power of the Essence Soul Daoization sword. Rumble, the power of the five elements was surging, and every time Gu Fei blasted out a punch, the entire world trembled, and the sky seemed to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The two swords also shot out tens of thousands of sword lights, surrounding Gu Fei, and constantly strangling the void. However, they were all blocked by Gu Fei's fists. The Zi Huang was going all out. His divine primordial spirit bloomed with endless divine light, and a purple aura spread for thousands of miles. This scene was so terrifying that some cultivators passing by nearby were alarmed. The evil energy of the blood-colored sword soared into the sky, and the stars in the sky trembled. The endless evil energy formed a blood-colored sword light that constantly swept in all directions. Everywhere it passed, mountains were turned into dust. The mysterious underworld saintess used the 9 underworld world exterminating wheel to protect herself and hide in the distance. This battle was too intense, and the fluctuations were everywhere. It was impossible not to attract attention. Some cultivators began to appear in this nameless mountain. Who is fighting? Someone asked in a low voice, but everyone shook their heads. No one said anything. They had already guessed the identity of the person in the battle. The Zi Huang, the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, was fighting with someone. Moreover, the technique that the Zi Huang displayed shocked everyone. The Zi Huang was actually a dual cultivator of righteousness and evil. However, no one said anything. No one dared to say anything, because this was the Eastern Territory, and the ruler of this vast land was the primordial Emperor Xian. In the Heaven Realm, which was a world full of experts, strength was everything. Everything else was illusory, and only having great strength was the most practical. You can go and die now. At this point in the battle, Gu Fei already knew that this was the Zi Huang's strongest strength. The sword formed by the primordial spirit brought him great danger. He was almost killed by the sword several times. Gu Fei's cold words echoed between heaven and earth. He no longer held back, and an extremely powerful force erupted from his body. In an instant, his aura increased more than 10 times. Boom! The entire world seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Gu Fei's strength soared in an instant, and the two swords were suddenly blown away by the mighty force that came from Gu Fei's body. Bang! Gu Fei punched out, and there was a mighty holy might on his fist. The blood-colored sword was directly smashed by Gu Fei's fist. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Ascension's secret technique, and his strength increased tenfold. No one in the same realm could compete with the current Gu Fei, not even the Zi Huang. The sword formed by the Zi Huang's evil primordial spirit collapsed, and the evil primordial spirit also dissipated in the void. It was directly dispersed by Gu Fei's invincible fist. Chapter 1086. Roar. The Violet Emperor's primordial spirit vibrated violently. This was the vibration of divine will, and it rang out directly in Gu Fei's mind. The Violet Emperor was roaring. The evil primordial spirit was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. It was as if his primordial spirit had been destroyed, and he almost lost control and went crazy. Clang! The Dao sword formed from the primordial divinity vibrated repeatedly, shooting out tens of thousands of sword beams that pierced through the void. The Violet Emperor wanted to escape, but he didn't attack Gu Fei. Instead, he wanted to break through the void and escape into the void. Gu Fei's battle prowess had increased by 10 times. At this moment, even if a supreme expert were here, his expression would change. Gu Fei seemed to have transformed into an ancient martial saint. His fists pierced through the heavens and earth, his battle prowess was shocking. Heaven-covering hand. Gu Fei saw that the Violet Emperor wanted to escape. How could he let him escape so easily? Rumble. A gigantic golden hand appeared high up in the sky. Boundless metal elemental energy came crashing down, crushing everything and suppressing the 10,000 zhangs of sword light. Bang! The space that the sword light pierced through was flattened by the golden hand. The void trembled, and the primordial spirit's sword was slapped down from the sky. Clang! The purple sword vibrated, and countless runes were destroyed in the void. Cracks appeared on the primordial spirit's sword, and it almost collapsed. This was the primordial spirit that had transformed into the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit. It should have had an unstoppable power, and could cut through all tangible and intangible things. However, the Violet Emperor hadn't cultivated this immortal secret art to great completion, so he couldn't use this secret art to its fullest. Although his primordial spirit had turned into a sword of the way, it had only attracted a sliver of Dao power. If it had been an ordinary celestial emperor, even this sliver of Dao power would have been enough to kill them countless times over. Unfortunately, the Purple Emperor's opponent was Gu Fei. The flawless five elemental fist and the heaven-shrouding hand were supreme killing techniques that the supreme martial progenitor had invented. These killing arts were no weaker than the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao created by the martial ancestor. Ah! The Violet Emperor had gone completely crazy. He wanted to self-detonate his primordial spirit, and the primordial spirit Dao's sword was about to collapse. But at this moment, a sky-covering hand descended. Rays of golden light descended like countless dragons, sealing the surroundings and suppressing the primordial spirit Dao's sword. The boundless power of metal completely suppressed his primordial spirit. "You want to die? Did you ask me?" Gu Fei said coldly. He used one of the 9 secret arts of the immortal Dao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His strength increased by 10 times, and when his hand pressed down, it actually contained a great power that could shake the entire world. The entire world trembled under Gu Fei's sky-covering hand as terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions. Everyone who saw this scene from afar was stunned by the scene before them. This Gu Fei, the Xianming Holy Maiden, had never imagined that Gu Fei's battle prowess would reach such a terrifying level. The Violet Emperor, who was known to be invincible among his peers in the eastern lands, had been defeated. It wasn't just the Xianming Holy Maiden. Everyone else couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, this was happening. The Violet Emperor had no chance. The golden hand retracted and directly grasped the Dao sword formed by the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit. Golden light flashed, and the primordial spirit Dao sword turned into a small purple person the size of a finger. This small purple person was no different from the Violet Emperor. Its entire body was surrounded by purple gas. This was the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit. The Violet Emperor's primordial spirit had been imprisoned. At this time, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. The evil primordial spirit represented the inheritance of the evil ancestor, while the purple divine primordial spirit represented the inheritance of the immortal Dao. The Violet Emperor was indeed a rare genius that only appeared once every 10 million years. He had actually cultivated a Gemini primordial spirit. Gu Fei had already destroyed the Violet Emperor's evil primordial spirit. He wanted to obtain the 3 secret techniques of the immortal Dao that the Violet Emperor had mastered, so he couldn't just destroy the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit. He placed the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit in the mountain and river cauldron, which was in Gu Fei's internal world. No one knew that Gu Fei had another world in his body, so they all thought that he had placed the Violet Emperor in an artifact that he carried with him. Gu Fei didn't dare stay for long, as he knew that he had defeated and killed the Violet Emperor. This would definitely alarm the Primordial Emperor Xian, and the Primordial Emperor Xian would definitely take action personally. It was important to note that the Primordial Emperor Xian was a half-sage, an invincible existence below the sage level. Gu Fei didn't think that he could contend against a half-sage. He left the nameless mountain range and disappeared into the night. It was unknown when the mysterious underworld saintess had silently left. The Violet Emperor was defeated? How is that possible? Who is that person? He actually defeated the Violet Emperor and sealed his primordial spirit. I don't know. I don't think there's such a person in the heavenly realm. Could it be some super antique that popped out of nowhere? Many people had witnessed the soul-stirring battle. Whether it was the Violet Emperor or Gu Fei, both of them had put a lot of pressure on them. Gu Fei and the Violet Emperor were far stronger than ordinary Deva sovereigns. They were both emperors among emperors. The news of the Violet Emperor's defeat quickly spread, and the entire Eastern Earth was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about it, and some people guessed that it was revenge from the Xianming Church. Some people saw the Xianming Holy Maiden in the vicinity of the battle between Gu Fei and the Violet Emperor. Others said that the antiques of the heavenly realm didn't like the primordial Emperor Xian, so they captured the Violet Emperor to teach the primordial Emperor Xian a lesson. There were all sorts of theories regarding this matter in the Eastern Earth, but none of them had any basis. They were all just guesses. While the primordial Emperor Xian was furious and had personally left Celestial City, Gu Fei and the Xianming Holy Maiden had already returned to the 10th of the 13 mysterious underworld realms. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He immediately asked the Xianming Holy Maiden to find a place for him to cultivate in seclusion. After capturing the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit, the first thing he had to do was find a way to retrieve the 9 secrets of the immortal path from the Violet Emperor's body. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were supreme techniques created by the supreme Dao ancestor. Every secret had unfathomable power, and they were supreme techniques that all cultivators dreamed of obtaining. The Xianming Holy Maiden seemed to have thought of something, but she didn't say it out loud. Gu Fei arrived at one of the 13 spirit peaks floating in the sky. This peak was very special. There wasn't a single blade of grass growing on it, and there were a few stone houses at the peak of the mountain. Even so, spiritual energy still lingered on this spirit peak. There weren't any signs of spiritual energy drying up. There weren't any pavilions on the entire spirit peak, nor were there any natural treasures. There were only a few lonely stone houses at the peak of the mountain. The stone houses were made of ordinary rocks. There wasn't anything eye-catching on the outside, but Gu Fei could determine that these stone houses had been standing on this barren peak for tens of thousands of years. At the moment, Gu Fei was sitting in a lotus position in a stone room. He was very careful. He used the power of heaven and earth to isolate all auras before taking out the mountain and river cauldron. Chapter 1087. The eastern part of the heaven realm was destined to be restless. The destruction of the mysterious dark sect by the primordial Emperor Xian was a major event that could shake the entire heaven realm. The mysterious dark sect had been established in the eastern land for tens of thousands of years. It had experienced several great eras and produced many talented people. There was a time when this great sect ruled the entire eastern land. The heritage of such a great sect was unimaginable. Although the mysterious dark sect master had been killed by the primordial Emperor Xian, the mysterious dark sect was like a centipede that had died but never stopped. The aftermath of the destruction of the mysterious dark sect was destined to last for a long time. This time, the Amethyst Emperor's physical body was destroyed and even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. Some people thought that the mysterious dark sect had taken action again. This was because many of the great figures under the primordial Emperor Xian had already been killed by the mysterious dark sect. The defeat of the Amethyst Emperor attracted the attention of all the forces in the heaven realm to the eastern land once again. Experts from other regions of the heaven realm began to appear in the eastern land. The primordial Emperor Xian was really angry this time. His only son had actually been destroyed and his primordial spirit captured. This was equivalent to killing the Amethyst Emperor. The Amethyst Emperor's life was already in the hands of the other party. The primordial Emperor Xian had left an imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit. No matter where the Amethyst Emperor went, as long as he was in the heaven realm, the primordial Emperor Xian would be able to sense his existence. Swish! The primordial Emperor Xian suddenly appeared in the sky above a large mountain. The terrifying roars of wild beasts resounded in the sky. He stood on a black war chariot and his entire body exuded an indescribable aura. There was a vast and mighty sacred aura that made everything in the world want to bow down and worship him. What's going on? Why did it completely disappear here? The primordial Emperor Xian couldn't help but frown. He had left an imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit. He had followed the imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit to find this place. However, when the primordial Emperor Xian arrived, he discovered that the connection between him and the imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit had disappeared. Could it be that there's a half-step saint going against me? Yuan-gu Emperor Xian was secretly startled. It would be troublesome if there was really an old monster at the half-sage realm opposing him. There shouldn't be a half-sage in the Xianming sect. He knew very well that when he charged into the mysterious dark sect, killed the mysterious dark sect master, and razed the mysterious dark sect's territory to the ground, no half-saints had appeared at that time. If a large sect had a half-saint holding down the fort during a critical moment of life and death, then that half-saint would absolutely not stand idly by and allow the enemy to annihilate the sect. Who is it? Primordial Emperor Xian thought of one or two formidable enemies, but none of them would attack his own son, the Purple Emperor, in order to deal with him. Someone who could be regarded as a great enemy by Primordial Emperor Xian was definitely a half-step saint. Such a person would not make a move against the Purple Emperor, who was only at the celestial being realm. The Xianming sect didn't have a half-saint, so those two old fellows wouldn't make a move. Who exactly was the person who destroyed the Purple Emperor's physical body and sealed the Purple Emperor's vital spirit? Roar! Primordial Emperor Xian roared angrily at the sky, causing the entire sky and earth to shake. The 9 terrifying beasts pulling the carriage also roared. Each of the 9 beasts pulling the carriage was filled with killing intent. Each of them was a wild beast king, so the roars of the 9 wild beast kings were also earth-shattering. Only an existence at the level of immortal Emperor Yuan-gu could be so extravagant. He actually had the 9-headed savage beast king pull his carriage. He compared himself to the legendary celestial emperor. Wild beast kings weren't ordinary wild beasts that could be casually caught. They were the kings of the wild beasts and had strength comparable to a celestial being. While Primordial Emperor Xian was fuming, Gu Fei was on a spiritual peak in the sky of the 10th mysterious underworld realm. He was carrying out the legendary sacred sacrifice on the Purple Emperor's vital spirit. He was going to refine the Purple Emperor's vital spirit. The fist-sized mountain and river cauldron was floating in front of Gu Fei. Inside the cauldron, a small purple person was pierced by a few streaks of primordial chaotic chi and nailed inside. Roar! If you kill me, you will become my father's target. You will never have a day of peace. The Purple Emperor's vital spirit emitted intense spiritual fluctuations. The Purple Emperor's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Is that so? Gu Fei stared expressionlessly at the Purple Emperor in the cauldron. Even at this point in time, the Purple Emperor was still trying to threaten him with his father. He. If you let me go, all the grudges between us will be written off. The Purple Emperor didn't want to die. No one wanted to die. The Purple Emperor still wanted to use words to suppress the situation before him. As long as he didn't die, everything would be fine. If he died, then there would be nothing left. Give it up. You are destined to die today, and no one can save you. Gu Fei said calmly. The power of the inner world that spread from his body had already enveloped the entire stone chamber. No one could find out what was going on in the stone chamber. Not even the mysterious underworld saintess or the 10th mysterious underworld realm lord could. Damn it. This time, the Purple Emperor was in complete despair. His vital spirit had been nailed to the mountain and river cauldron by the divine light formed by the primordial chaotic chi. His vital spirit had been sealed, so he couldn't use any techniques. Trying to escape. That was simply impossible. I didn't expect you to actually possess an extreme sacred weapon. I underestimated you. The Purple Emperor knew that he couldn't escape, so he calmed down. Humph. There are still many things that you can't imagine. As soon as Gu Fei said that, he shut his eyes. Then, a vertical purple mark appeared on his forehead and a trace of Tao power seeped out of it. The Purple Emperor's vital spirit trembled when he saw this. He knew why Gu Fei hadn't killed him on the spot. It seemed like Gu Fei wanted to seize his Tao fruit. What is this place? Why isn't the Emperor Father here yet? The Purple Emperor was scared out of his wits. He knew that his vital spirit had been imprinted by the Primordial Emperor Xian. This was his only hope of survival. However, the primordial Emperor Xian still hadn't appeared at this critical juncture of life and death. Whoosh! At this moment, the purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly emitted a dazzling divine light. A trace of Dao runes circulated around it. It was as if he had opened a heavenly eye, and there seemed to be primordial spirit Dao laws circling around his eyebrows. It's the divine snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. You actually managed to cultivate such a secret technique. The purple emperor was horrified. He knew that he was done for. Whoosh! The purple divine light converged between Gu Fei's eyebrows and a small figure walked out of Gu Fei's forehead. It was a figure surrounded by the aura of the Great Path. Gu Fei was using the secret technique of the extreme Dao sage to draw in a trace of the Great Path power. N. Chapter 1088. Each of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao contained a heaven-defying might. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the divine snatch, was even more powerful. It could seize all the fruits of the Dao that others had painstakingly cultivated. The Amethyst Emperor knew about the power of the divine snatch. When he saw a figure walk out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, he was scared out of his wits. You can't do this. My father is the primordial Emperor Xian. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either. The Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit roared from within the mountain and river cauldron. As long as Gu Fei used this immortal Dao secret technique, the Amethyst Emperor's soul would be destroyed. Gu Fei didn't say anything, nor did he care about the Amethyst Emperor. He didn't even open his eyes. The primordial Emperor Xian might be able to intimidate others, but not him. A tiny person the size of a finger appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The aura of the great Dao revolved around the tiny person, as if it was evolving the Dao law. This wasn't a primordial spirit, but a manifestation of Gu Fei's spiritual will. He cultivated the martial Dao, but he didn't cultivate the primordial spirit that only cultivators of the immortal Dao had. However, this didn't stop him from using this heaven-defying immortal Dao technique. The 9 secrets of the immortal Dao were supreme secret techniques created by the extreme Dao sage when he evolved the great Dao. Although Gu Fei wasn't a cultivator of the immortal Dao, he could still use it. He didn't have a primordial spirit, but he had a powerful spiritual will that could take form. The tiny person appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and the Dao runes on its body circulated. The Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit, which was nailed to the mountain and river cauldron by the primordial chaos chi, was struggling with all its might. However, the Amethyst Emperor was putting up a last-ditch struggle. He definitely couldn't escape, because the power of his primordial spirit came from the extreme Dao's sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. Even the primordial spirit of an almighty, or even a half-sage, couldn't escape from the mountain and river cauldron, let alone the Amethyst Emperor who was at the celestial being realm. Endless divine sense rushed out from Gu Fei's Naiwan palace. The tiny figure in front of his glabella began to solidify. This tiny figure looked exactly like Gu Fei. It was a miniature version of Gu Fei. Threads of light that were almost invisible to the naked eye began to emit from the little person's body. Then, they stretched out towards the purple emperor's primordial divinity in the mountain and river cauldron. No! As the ray of light coming from the small figure got closer and closer, the Zi Huang roared crazily. The light emitted from the materialized divine will was a kind of Dao law. It was a trace of Dao power that Gu Fei had drawn upon. The cultivation technique of an extreme path saint could draw upon Dao power. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's divine will, which had transformed into a tiny person, sent out a thin thread of Dao law into the purple emperor's primordial divinity, which was nailed to the mountain and river cauldron by the primordial chaotic energy. The purple emperor's primordial divinity immediately calmed down. The moment Gu Fei's Dao law thread entered his body, the little purple person became sluggish. All sorts of illusory images began to appear around the little purple person. These were the various experiences that the purple emperor had experienced in the past. They were being read by Gu Fei. This was not a simple reading. The Dao law thread had an unfathomable power that could seize the purple emperor's Dao fruit. However, just as Gu Fei was seizing the purple emperor's Dao fruit, a similar fluctuation suddenly emerged from the purple emperor's primordial divinity without warning. Gu Fei sensed an aura that made his heart palpitate. There was another power hidden within the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity. This power was incomparably strong. Clang! The power that erupted from the depths of the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity condensed into a Dao sword. The sound of a divine weapon resonated in the void. Primordial Spirit Dao Sword? Is this a wisp of Primordial Emperor Xian's divine sense? Gu Fei's heart trembled. A wisp of divine sense rushed out from the depths of the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity and turned into a Dao sword. It severed all the Dao law threads that had already entered the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity. This was a contest of Dao power, a confrontation between two divine techniques of the immortal path. Gu Fei's cultivation could not be compared to that of the primordial Emperor Xian. Even a wisp of divine sense from the primordial Emperor Xian brought great danger to Gu Fei. Swoosh! The wisp of divine sense from the primordial Emperor Xian tore through the void and almost severed the primordial chaos divine light that had locked onto the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity. The primordial chaos divine light shook again and again. However, the divine light formed by the primordial chaos divine light was difficult to destroy. This was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth, and it possessed unimaginable power. Even if the primordial Emperor Xian came personally, he would not be able to destroy the primordial chaos divine light. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene in the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial Emperor Xian was too terrifying. A wisp of divine sense that had turned into a Dao sword had actually attracted the power of a great Dao. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He activated the mountain and river cauldron, and streams of primordial chaos ancestral chi condensed in the cauldron. There seemed to be a chaotic world evolving there. The wisp of primordial Emperor Xian's divine sense that had turned into a Dao sword was trapped by the primordial chaos divine light. It struggled left and right in the mountain and river cauldron, wanting to soar into the sky and kill Gu Fei. However, the primordial chaos divine light was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth. A wisp of ancestral chi could crush a mountain range. Even if the wisp of primordial Emperor Xian's divine sense had attracted the power of a great Dao, it would only end up being sealed. Soon, the wisp of primordial Emperor Xian's divine sense that had turned into a Dao sword was destroyed by the primordial chaos divine light. Just as Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to destroy the wisp of primordial spirit, a figure sitting high in the sky on a nameless mountain suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! Two cold, lightning-like gazes pierced through the void and illuminated the world. An imperial aura emanated from this person's body and spread to the heavens and the earth. Roar! The primordial Emperor Xian roared. The anger in his chest was about to burn the 9 heavens imperial court. He could sense that the wisp of divine sense that he had imprinted on the Violet Emperor's spirit had been destroyed. At the same time, he also knew the location of the Violet Emperor. The primordial Emperor Xian hadn't been able to find the Violet Emperor's location. He had been waiting for this moment. The moment his divine sense was destroyed, the connection between him and his body would be magnified infinitely. Although it was only for a moment, what kind of person was the primordial Emperor Xian? Bam! He stood up in the void and shattered the void. He took a step forward and instantly appeared on a mountain in another region. Just as the Yuan-Gu Immortal Emperor took a step out of the shattered void, 108 beams of divine light shot up from the ground below. The pitch-black light connected the sky and earth and attracted the power of heaven and earth. The entire sky suddenly darkened as the boundless power of the moon surged. Mysterious underworld remnant? The primordial Emperor Xian's murderous aura soared as he pressed his palm down. The entire pitch-black sky and earth were instantly illuminated by the divine light that shot out from his palm. The power of the immortal path surged violently. Chapter 1089. Gu Fei had used the mountain and river cauldron to refine the strand of divine will that primordial Emperor Xian had imprinted on the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit. At the moment that strand of primordial spirit was destroyed, primordial Emperor Xian finally sensed the location where his divine will had been destroyed. The destruction of the divine will meant that the Violet Emperor was dead. His body and soul had been destroyed, and he could not even become a ghost. Primordial Emperor Xian was furious. Someone had actually dared to kill his own son in front of him. This was simply not taking him seriously. This was the greatest provocation to him. He had an endless lifespan and was only one step away from attaining the extreme path fruit. Although the Violet Emperor was his only son, he was not sad that he had been killed. After living for tens of thousands of years, Primordial Emperor Xian had reached a point where he could ignore everything. He rarely cared about anything other than himself. Family affection was so thin that it could be ignored by a half-step sage like Primordial Emperor Xian. The Violet Emperor had died because he was not strong enough. In the Heaven Realm, which was filled with experts, strength was more important than anything else. However, the Violet Emperor's death had completely enraged Primordial Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian's dignity could not be despised. Anyone who dared to provoke him had to be killed. Primordial Emperor Xian directly broke the void and killed his way to the entrance of the Xianming sect's 10th realm, which was located in the mountain village. The moment Primordial Emperor Xian appeared, the people of the Xianming sect had already activated the killing array. 108 rays of dark light shot up into the sky and sealed off the area. The terrifying power of Yin almost froze everything. Bam! Primordial Emperor Xian directly made his move. His large hand pressed down, and there was a trace of mighty holy might on his palm. The void below his palm immediately collapsed and shattered. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. The 108 rays of Yin divine light shook and almost collapsed. The houses in the village below continued to collapse. More and more experts from the Xianming sect rushed out of the collapsed houses. Below the entire village, a huge shadow formation appeared. The ancient runes activated the shadow power of the earth and turned into beams of shadow-killing light that shot up into the sky. Although Immortal Emperor Yuangu was a half-step saint, he couldn't help but become serious after being trapped by such a great Yin-killing formation. His huge palm was blocked by the great Yin-killing light that soared into the sky. It can withstand the attack of a half-saint? This formation. The Primordial Emperor Xian was astonished. This was an ancient formation that had been laid down for who knew how many years. The power of Yin that had been condensed was unleashed today. Even if a saint were here, his expression would change. Swoosh. 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 Streams of killing light, which were as high as mountains, rushed out from the ground. The entire world was frozen by the extreme cold power released by the power of extreme Yin. All the Tai Yin killing lights flew towards the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian from all directions. The void shattered wherever the killing lights passed. It was an unstoppable force. Chaotic reversal. The Primordial Emperor Xian shouted angrily. His eyes emitted a divine light that was as bright as cold electricity. A strange power surged out of his body. The void was distorted and the world was deformed. The beams of shadow-killing light were all reflected back in front of him. All the power of the shadow-killing light was reversed and spread out in all directions. This was a force that could reverse the void. There were Taoist rhymes circulating around the body of the Primordial Emperor Xian. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when a supreme saint of the extreme path used a supreme technique. Although he wasn't a saint, he could use the power of the Taoist path to use a mysterious killing technique. This was the power of a supreme technique created by a supreme saint of the extreme path. This was also the reason why all the cultivators in the heaven realm went crazy when the palace of the moon deities appeared. Everyone was jealous and crazy about the supreme technique created by a supreme saint of the extreme path. It was impossible to say how many cultivators had fallen in front of the moon god's palace. Even half-saints had been buried there. The land of the buried moon had vanished, but in the eastern lands, a new land of danger had appeared. More accurately, it was a city of danger. The Primordial Emperor Xian had used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic reversal. The unpredictable power of the immortal path had completely broken the balance of this world. The entire ancient killing formation was shaking. The power released by the killing formation was reversed by the Primordial Emperor Xian. It was as if the ancient formation was fighting against itself. The result could already be imagined. The ancient formation patterns that appeared on the ground were being destroyed. The entire ancient Tai-Yin killing formation was being disintegrated. Even the holy palace of the Xianming sect was destroyed by me. How could a small killing formation be able to destroy it? The cold words of the primordial Emperor Xian came down from the sky. You've gone too far, Yuan Gu. An old man appeared in the large formation below. This old man was the one Gu Fei had met at the entrance of the village. He had been enjoying the shade under a tree. Humph. The primordial Emperor Xian didn't bother to say more. He rushed down from the sky and stretched out his right hand. Divine light flickered in and out of his fingers as he grabbed at the top of the old man's head. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 heavenly swords in an instant. They pierced through the void and shattered the world, displaying a terrifying power that could destroy everything. The Tao rhymes circulated and a wisp of saintly might filled the world. The primordial Emperor Xian had displayed his true strength. He wanted to kill the old man with one blow. Damn it! The old man roared. His eyes were fixed on the primordial Emperor Xian, who was rushing down from the sky. His eyes were almost spitting fire. It was this great enemy in front of him who had destroyed the Xianming sect. I'll transform my body into the way. I'll drag you down with me. The old man roared. Then, endless black light bloomed from his body. The entire collapsing large formation was activated by him. It was as if he had fused with the large formation. He wanted to use the power of the large formation to increase the power of his magical powers to the limit. This was a tragic move that would result in mutual destruction. Boom! Tens of thousands of rays of black light shot out, and a monstrous power of Yin surged out from the ground. The entire world was sealed, as if a supreme Yin god had awakened. The heavenly swords formed by the 5 fingers of the primordial Emperor Xian were all shattered by this power. The 5 fingers of his right hand were almost broken. The power of Yin was unprecedentedly strong, and even the primordial Emperor Xian sensed danger. The old man was transforming into the way. His body was blooming with the divine Yin fire. The divine fire was calcining his flesh and bones, igniting his essence qi. Even his soul was burning. He had released all of his power. The killing light of Yin was activated by the old man, and it once again rushed toward the primordial Emperor Xian from all directions. The old man also soared into the sky and rushed toward the primordial Emperor Xian. The power that the old man had activated by transforming into the way was too strong. Even a half-saint like the primordial Emperor Xian paled. He didn't dare to take this attack head-on. He soared into the sky and wanted to break through the large formation and rush out. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that the whole world seemed to have frozen. It was difficult for him to break through even with his power. The old man, who was covered by the divine Yin fire, had already pounced over. The pores on the primordial Emperor Xian's body exploded. He could feel the extreme danger. If he was hit by the old man, he would most likely die. Chapter 1090. The old man had used his body to transform into the Tao, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. His entire body was burning. In the distance, the members of the Xianming sect couldn't help but shed tears when they saw this scene. They knew that the old man wanted to perish together with the primordial Emperor Xian. The old man's body emitted a Tai-Yin killing light. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness. At this moment, even someone as powerful as the primordial Emperor Xian paled. The power of using one's body to transform into the Tao was too great. Moreover, the old man had drawn upon the power of this ancient killing formation for his own use. It was as if a saint had personally descended. The primordial Emperor Xian sensed great danger and wanted to retreat. However, he realized that this part of heaven and earth had been sealed by the old man's power of transforming into the Tao. This old man wanted to transform into the Tao together with him. The old man was merely a sovereign at the phenomenal success level, so the primordial Emperor Xian didn't take him seriously. However, this sovereign at the phenomenal success level had caused the primordial Emperor Xian to fall into a desperate situation. Roar! Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu roared and unleashed his strongest god law. Boundless power of the immortal Tao surged towards the old man who was charging over in an overwhelming manner. Boom! The old man didn't dodge. Instead, he rushed over directly. The power of transforming into the Tao directly caused the primordial Emperor Xian's strongest god law to collapse, and a trace of holy might was scattered. The power of transforming into the heavenly Tao was too terrifying. Endless Taiyin divine fire surged and engulfed half of the sky, engulfing the primordial Emperor Xian. The old man had successfully transformed into the Tao together with the primordial Emperor Xian. This scene was absolutely shocking. The entire sky darkened, and one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Endless Taiyin force was burning, and no one dared to approach. Heaven and earth collapsed and turned into the most primordial chaos. The primordial Emperor Xian roared angrily, but he didn't die immediately. After all, the primordial Emperor Xian was still a semi-saint. The old man tragically died in order to get rid of the great enemy, the primordial Emperor Xian, so that the mysterious dark sect could rise again in the Eastern Land. The current situation in the Eastern Land was very delicate. The Xianming sect had been destroyed by the primordial Emperor Xian, but it was like a centipede that died but did not die. For the past few months, the Xianming sect had repeatedly killed the experts under the primordial Emperor Xian's command. Jianghu Emperor Xian's forces had also suffered a blow. Even one of the three half-step almighties under Jianghu Emperor Xian had fallen. If the primordial Emperor Xian were to fall, there would be a huge storm in the entire Eastern Earth. The forces of other regions would also take the opportunity to extend their hands into the Eastern Earth. It wasn't difficult for the mysterious dark sect to rise again in these chaotic times. After all, the mysterious dark sect still had 4 small realms that hadn't been breached by the primordial Emperor Xian. The Xianming sect still had the resources to rule over the Eastern Land. In the distance, all the members of the mysterious dark sect shed tears when they saw the old man perish together with the enemy. The old man had used his life in exchange for a chance for the mysterious dark sect to rise again. Boundless Taiyin killing light enveloped the entire area. The power of the Tao transformation was wreaking havoc. This was a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The primordial Emperor Xian's voice disappeared very quickly. No one knew whether the primordial Emperor Xian had fallen or not. Everyone was anxious and mournful. If they could kill the primordial Emperor Xian, the entire Eastern Land would fall into chaos. The mysterious dark sect would be able to buy time to recuperate in these chaotic times. The mysterious dark sect still had an unimaginable foundation. As long as they had enough time to recuperate, the mysterious dark sect would definitely have the opportunity to rise again and rule the Eastern Land. As the old man pulled the primordial Emperor Xian back to the heavenly path, Gu Fei was in the 10th mysterious underworld realm. He used the divine seizing mystic technique to seize the Violet Emperor's Tao fruit. After obliterating the trace of consciousness that the primordial Emperor Xian had imprinted on the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit, Gu Fei used the mystic technique to transform his consciousness into strands of Tao laws that wrapped around the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit and seeped into it. Gu Fei's spiritual force transformed into a Tao law that permeated every nook and cranny. The memories of the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit were quickly read by Gu Fei. Everything that the Amethyst Emperor had experienced previously appeared before Gu Fei. At the same time, Gu Fei didn't know that the primordial Emperor Xian had already killed his way out. The entire 10th mysterious underworld realm was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. All the old antiques in the 10th mysterious underworld realm were alarmed and came out from the depths of this small realm. These old antiques were the senior statesmen of the 10th mysterious underworld realm. Every single one of the senior statesmen of the 10th mysterious underworld realm had an almighty cultivation base. They were all emperor-grade entities. There were definitely no more than 5 such entities in the 10th mysterious underworld realm. Even the realm lord of the 10th mysterious underworld realm, who rarely showed his face, had come out. The news that the primordial Emperor Xian had killed his way out of the 10th mysterious underworld realm had already spread throughout this small realm. Everyone was extremely nervous. It should be known that the mysterious dark sect had 13 realms. The previous 9 small realms had already been destroyed by the primordial Emperor Xian. If the 10th mysterious underworld realm was also destroyed by the primordial Emperor Xian, then the strength of the mysterious dark sect would be weakened by at least a quarter. The mysterious dark sect could no longer afford to suffer any major losses. The person you brought seems to be extraordinary. Two figures were standing on the largest of the 13 spirit peaks floating in the sky. One of them was graceful and her face was covered by a black gauze. Only a pair of intelligent eyes could be seen. This person was the mysterious dark sect's mysterious underworld saintess. The person standing beside the mysterious dark sect saintess was faint and illusory. His entire body rumbled, as though he was a spirit without a physical body. This person was even more mysterious than the mysterious dark sect saintess. His body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black fog that made it difficult for people to see him clearly. Even the silhouette of this person could not be seen clearly, let alone his appearance. At the same time, the mysterious dark sect saintess and this person were both looking at the spirit peak that Gu Fei was on. They simply could not sense any aura from Gu Fei. After Gu Fei had entered the stone chamber, he had completely disappeared. It was as though he had entered another realm. How could this be? How had he done it? Nobody knew. The mysterious dark sect saintess knew Gu Fei's whereabouts very well, as someone was monitoring Gu Fei's every move. The mysterious dark sect saintess knew that after Gu Fei had entered the stone chamber, he had not come out again. This made the mysterious dark sect saintess very curious. What was Gu Fei doing inside? Could he be refining the Purple Emperor's primordial spirit? Gu Fei had blasted the Purple Emperor's physical body, shattered the Purple Emperor's evil primordial spirit, and imprisoned the Purple Emperor's divine primordial spirit. The mysterious dark sect saintess was already convinced that Gu Fei had the same enemy as her. At the same time, the primordial Emperor Xian had arrived. The mysterious dark sect saintess and the others had already prepared for the worst. It's not just extraordinary. That fellow obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor. Although his cultivation base is only at the first level of the sky realm, his combat power is already comparable to that of an almighty. The mysterious dark sect saintess couldn't help but recall the battle between Gu Fei and the Purple Emperor. Even now, she was still subdued by the unrivaled aura that Gu Fei had displayed. In her opinion, Gu Fei was already unrivaled in the same realm. What? The mysterious person couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Chapter 1091. The outside world was in chaos, but Gu Fei was in a stone room on a barren spiritual peak. He was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the godly seizing secret art, to seize the Violet Emperor's Tao fruit. The Violet Emperor had 1 foot in the almighty realm. If he hadn't run into Gu Fei, he would have become another almighty immortal cultivator in the eastern lands. The son of the primordial Emperor Xian had been favored by many, but now he was on the verge of death. There was no suspense, he was doomed to a tragic end. A tiny violet figure sat cross-legged between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Traces of Tao aura circulated around it, resonating with heaven and earth. It was as if the sound of heaven and earth could be heard echoing through the air. This was a secret art created by a saint of the extreme Tao. It could draw upon the power of the great Daoist of heaven and earth. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and could draw upon a trace of Tao energy. The Violet Emperor's primordial divinity had already been suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. It was like a piece of meat on the chopping block, ready for Gu Fei to slaughter. The tiny figure sitting between Gu Fei's eyebrows emitted strands of divine will Tao laws. Countless strands of divine will Tao laws entered the Violet Emperor's primordial divinity. The godly seizing secret art drew upon Tao energy to seize the Violet Emperor's Tao fruit. The Violet Emperor's cultivation experiences and techniques were all read by Gu Fei. The strands of divine will Tao laws sensed everything about the Violet Emperor. Gu Fei's divine will assimilated the memories of the Violet Emperor's primordial divinity, branding them into his own sea of consciousness. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Gu Fei wasn't interested in the Violet Emperor's history, nor was he interested in the Violet Qi from the East cultivation method. What he was interested in was the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao created by Tao Ancestor Supreme. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao couldn't be considered a divine art. They surpassed the scope of the immortal Tao, and were a manifestation of the Tao. Therefore, even those who weren't part of the immortal Tao could cultivate these secret arts. Gu Fei had the martial ancestor's inheritance, which was the best cultivation method for him. He didn't need to learn the immortal Dao's cultivation method, but he couldn't miss out on the 9 secrets of immortal Dao. Even a sage would go crazy over such an extreme secret technique. The divine primordial spirit of the Violet Emperor gradually dimmed. This was the sign of his soul dispersing. The primordial spirit of the Violet Emperor had already become unstable. Void reversal, chaos reversal, primordial spirit Dao transformation sword, and 3 of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao had been seized by Gu Fei. Gu Fei ignored everything else. Gu Fei only wanted the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. At this time, the power of the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit had almost been refined by Gu Fei. The Violet Emperor's Dao fruit had almost been refined by Gu Fei. To others, this was definitely an unimaginable treasure trove. To Gu Fei, it was also a super treasure trove. He was pleasantly surprised. In the depths of the Violet Emperor's memory, there was a seal. Someone had actually placed a memory seal on the Violet Emperor, sealing away a small portion of his memories. There was a trace of sage might circulating around the seal. This was clearly the work of the primordial Emperor Xian. No one would dare to do such a thing to the Violet Emperor. This seal wasn't difficult for Gu Fei. He used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river and used the primordial chaos chi to erase the seal. Then, a primordial spirit's memory surged out from the depths of the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit. Sensing this primordial spirit's memory, Gu Fei's body trembled, and his face revealed a look of excitement. Who would have thought that someone would seal one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the secret art of immortality, in the depths of the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit? Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The Violet Emperor's primordial spirit actually had the memory of 4 secret arts of the immortal Dao. This was beyond Gu Fei's expectations. In particular, the last one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, was a legendary secret art of immortality. It contained the profoundness of life and death and was the most unpredictable. Legend had it that as long as one cultivated this secret art, it would be difficult for one to die even if they wanted to. In ancient times, there was a great sage of the immortal Dao who cultivated this secret art. This great sage of the immortal Dao fought with a demon ancestor that was born from heaven and earth and was killed by the demon ancestor. However, this great sage of the immortal Dao was still able to reform his primordial spirit and body, and he was reborn. It really does contain the profoundness of life and death. After seizing the sealed primordial spirit's memory, Gu Fei carefully read the scripture. This immortal Dao scripture was not long, but it described a kind of Dao of life. The scripture's profoundness was obscure and difficult to understand. Gu Fei couldn't comprehend anything from the scripture in a short period of time. This kind of secret art took time to comprehend. After obtaining the 4th secret art, the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit finally collapsed. The little purple person turned into countless purple specks of light and dissipated in the void, completely returning to heaven and earth. Void reversal, chaos reversal, ascension, primordial spirit Dao sword. This time's harvest is not small. Gu Fei was extremely excited. Countless divine sense and Dao laws returned to his body. The little person sitting in front of Gu Fei's forehead stood up, turned around, and stepped into Gu Fei's Naiwan palace, returning to it. Then, the bright purple light between Gu Fei's eyebrows gradually dimmed and finally disappeared between his eyebrows. The fluctuation of divine sense was completely restrained. Gu Fei opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. He put away the mountain and river cauldron that was floating in front of him, and then withdrew the inner world energy that he had sent out. Just as he withdrew the power of heaven and earth in his inner world, 2 powerful divine wills swept in from outside the stone room. Just as Gu Fei had successfully obtained the Violet Emperor's Dao fruit, a terrifying scene of destruction appeared outside the 10th mysterious underworld realm. Endless Tai-Yin power formed a destructive divine light that pierced through the void. The entire land was sinking and the mountains were collapsing. The power of the old man's Dao transformation was still wreaking havoc in heaven and earth. The destructive power was enough to obliterate everything, causing the area enveloped by the Dao transformation to return to nature. Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian had been too conceited. He had thought that Dongfang Wudi was invincible, so he had barged into a mysterious stronghold of the mysterious underworld sect in the mountains and been pulled by an unknown old man into the Tao transformation. Rumble, endless Tai-yin power rose and a pitch-black energy ball with a diameter of 1,000 miles appeared. The area within 1,000 miles was collapsing and the void within 1,000 miles was collapsing. Rays of Yin divine light, which emitted a terrifying destructive power, shot out from within the huge energy ball. Wherever the Yin divine light passed, everything was destroyed. The members of the mysterious underworld sect who witnessed this shocking scene in the vicinity were all grieving. The old man was the guardian of this village in the mountains. He had been guarding this stronghold of the mysterious underworld sect for thousands of years. Today, the old man had paid the price with his life in order to resist the enemy. The pitch-black energy ball was gradually shrinking, and the destructive power was converging inward. Nothing could be preserved within the light ball. Everything had been obliterated, including Yuangu Emperor Xian. Is Yuangu Emperor Xian dead? Did the guardian succeed? Chapter 1092. The entire region had been flattened, leaving nothing behind. The primordial Emperor Xian's body should have been smashed to pieces, and his soul should have dissipated. He should have been dead for sure. The members of the Xianming sect in the surrounding regions were both sad and happy. Their greatest enemy had fallen, and the Xianming sect finally had a glimmer of hope to rise again. If the news of the primordial Emperor Xian's death were to spread, the entire eastern land, or even the entire heavenly realm, would be in turmoil. The forces of the other regions would definitely gather to divide the eastern land. With the arrival of the Great Era, the experts of the various forces would definitely jump out and fight in all directions. The path of proving their Tao would definitely be filled with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. The destructive power finally dissipated into the void. The old man had fallen. He had taken the primordial Emperor Xian along with him and transformed into the Tao. Even someone as strong as the primordial Emperor Xian had not been spared. Just as the members of the Xianming sect thought that their greatest enemy had perished in both body and soul, a faint spiritual fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void. Specks of spiritual light lit up in all directions. Countless spiritual lights flickered between heaven and earth like fireflies. Then, they gradually converged, and faint, tiny human figures began to appear in the void. That is, the members of the Xianming sect in the surrounding regions were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Everyone was dumbfounded, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. The specks of divine light converged and recombined, and a wave of soul power began to appear in the void. There were thousands of tiny figures. Every tiny figure was a primordial Emperor Xian. Damn it! How could he have survived? Some experts of the Xianming sect roared. Then, many of them soared into the sky and attacked the specks of divine light that were converging. The figures formed by the specks of divine light were blasted apart in the void. The boundless divine light was blasted apart, but it was not extinguished. After being blasted apart, the divine light gradually converged again. The aura of the primordial Emperor Xian began to grow stronger. Gather the 3 souls and condense the 7 spirits. The primordial Emperor Xian's divine will fluctuated between heaven and earth. He wanted to reform his divine soul and be reborn against the heavens. He didn't die. Even though he was obliterated by the power of the Tao, he still didn't die. The few experts from the Xianming sect who attacked roared in anger. They attacked one after another to disperse the soul divine light. However, the soul divine light was still flickering. It was hard to destroy it. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. Go! Let's go! The few experts from the Xianming sect shouted. When they realized that they couldn't destroy the primordial Emperor Xian's spiritual light, they retreated decisively. Bam! An ancient stone gate broke through the void and appeared high up in the sky. The stone gate slowly opened and a wave of heaven and earth energy gushed out from behind it. Silhouettes soared into the sky and waited anxiously in front of the stone door that had yet to fully open. At the same time, the Xianming sect's powerhouses also rushed over. Does the profound Nether sect have a profound realm pocket world? The primordial Emperor Xian's divine will fluctuated mightily. Specks of soul divine light gathered and faint soul shadows appeared in the void. The sky was densely packed with human silhouettes. The tiny human silhouettes looked like ants as they gathered in the middle. This scene was strange and unpredictable. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. The protector died in vain. Everyone was extremely sad. The old man had sacrificed his life to bring the primordial Emperor Xian down with him. The old man was dead, but the primordial Emperor Xian was still alive. No one could accept such an ending. Rumble, the ancient stone gate opened and was now big enough for one person to enter and exit. The people from the Xianming sect didn't panic. Those with high cultivation went in first and those with low cultivation went in later. This was the best choice to preserve their strength. The powerhouses had all entered the 10th mysterious underworld realm. Even if the weaker ones were killed by the primordial Emperor Xian after he recovered, there wouldn't be much of a loss. The primordial Emperor Xian's primordial spirit was reforming. Thousands of small people rushed to the center and a life-sized soul shadow began to condense. Its soul power was vast and mighty. What kind of secret technique is this? Is this fellow unkillable? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Celestial Emperor Yuangu was actually able to survive the power of the Dao transformation that the old man used. This was unbelievable to everyone. There was no doubt that the power of Dao transformation was powerful. It could be described as destructive. Immortal Emperor Yuangu should have been destroyed in both body and soul. In fact, the primordial Emperor Xian had really been destroyed. No one could resist the Dao transformation power that the old man had used to activate the ancient killing array. Not even someone as strong as the primordial Emperor Xian could do it. However, the primordial Emperor Xian had cultivated a secret technique that could be considered immortal. Even if his body and soul were destroyed, he could still gather his 3 spirits and 7 spirits, regenerate his flesh and blood, and be reborn in defiance of the heavens. Even though he could gather his spirit and reconstruct his physical body, the primordial Emperor Xian had still been severely injured. The heaven-defying technique couldn't leave him unscathed. The primordial Emperor Xian's primordial spirit wasn't able to reform quickly. However, this was still very shocking. The ancient stone door finally opened completely and a group of Xianming sect members entered the 10th mysterious underworld realm. The stone door was closing. Above the ancient stone door, Daoist runes were circulating and ancient runes were faintly discernible. This was an extraordinary stone door that was moving like a primordial sacred mountain. The primordial Emperor Xian couldn't stop it in time. He was reforming his spirit, so he couldn't do anything. The small people formed by the soul power were reducing rapidly and entering the life-sized soul shadow. Bam! At this moment, the ancient stone gate that was fixed in the sky was completely closed. The moment it closed, the entire world trembled. Boom! A terrifying energy fluctuation was emitted from the ancient stone door, causing the void where the stone door was to collapse. Then, the stone door escaped into the void. Although the primordial Emperor Xian sensed all this, he didn't have the ability to stop it. An hour after the stone door disappeared, an earth-shattering roar came from the region. The news that the Violet Emperor had fallen spread rapidly in the Eastern Earth. Someone had deliberately released this news to dampen the morale of the primordial Emperor Xian's forces. All the cultivators in the Eastern Earth were discussing this matter. Some people were skeptical, as this was the Eastern Earth, and the primordial Emperor Xian was the ruler of the Eastern Earth. Who would dare kill the son of the primordial Emperor Xian in the Eastern Earth? However, several months had passed, and no one had seen the Violet Emperor appear in the Eastern Earth. The primordial Emperor Xian hadn't said anything either. It seemed like this matter was probably true. Needless to say, the person who had killed the Violet Emperor had to be a remnant of the Xianming sect. The Eastern County City was located at the border between the Eastern Earth and the Central Earth. It was one of the many transit points that connected the Eastern Earth and the Central Earth. It was a large city with a population of no less than 1 million. A large sect in the Central Earth controlled this large city. Chapter 1093. The Eastern Prefecture was an area with a circumference of 5,000 kilometers. Many cultivators would stop here before entering the Eastern lands. It could be said that the city was a place where all sorts of people mixed together. The Eastern Territory was under the control of the Profound Heaven Holy Land, a large sect in the Middle Territory. Hence, although there were all sorts of people in the city, not many people dared to cause trouble in the city. The Profound Heaven Holy Land was a large sect in the Middle Territory. It was a superpower with half-sages. The old man who had fought with the primordial Emperor Xian in the Moon Deity's palace had come from the Profound Heaven Holy Land. If a sage didn't appear, half-sages were unrivaled. No one would be willing to provoke a superpower with a half-sage overseeing it. The Middle Territory was even vaster than the Eastern Territory. It was the center of the human race in the heavenly realm. The vast Middle Territory had countless famous mountains, great rivers, and spiritual lands. In the Middle Territory, there were a few Earth ancestor veins that crisscrossed the Middle Territory like huge azure dragons crouching on the ground. The ancestor dragon divine caves had formed a peerless divine land that was occupied by a few superpowers in the Middle Territory. The Profound Heaven Holy Land was a peerless divine land with Earth ancestor veins. It was a cultivation paradise for cultivators. If one cultivated in such a divine land and absorbed the Earth ancestor veins' essence chi day and night, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Gu Fei appeared outside Eastern County City, stepping on the sunset glow as he approached. It had already been a few months since the primordial Emperor Xian's rebellion. He had stayed in the mysterious underworld 10th realm for a few months to avoid the primordial Emperor Xian's sharp edge. He knew very well that when he had destroyed the divine sense that the primordial Emperor Xian had imprinted on the Purple Emperor, the primordial Emperor Xian's main body had sensed everything the moment the Purple Emperor's divine sense was destroyed. Not everyone had the guts to make an enemy of a half-sage. However, Gu Fei didn't care. The heavenly realm might just be a passerby to him. He had a premonition that he would leave the heavenly realm sooner or later. After entering Eastern County City, he saw people coming and going on the streets. There were many shops on both sides of the street. Gu Fei noticed that some of the shops had cultivators overseeing them. The shops that had cultivators overseeing them were all not ordinary. They all sold things that cultivators needed. There were divine medicines, magical artifacts, and some decent materials. Of course, Gu Fei was not interested in these things. Only peerless divine materials could enter Gu Fei's discerning eyes. Of course, there was nothing that caught Gu Fei's attention among the shops on the streets of East County City. However, when Gu Fei walked past a small shop, he suddenly sensed a strange aura. He cultivated the martial way, so his 5 senses and 6 senses were much more powerful than those of ordinary emperors in the celestial being realm. He couldn't help but frown at the same aura. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he stopped in front of the shop. Gu Fei sized up the small shop. It was very simple and didn't have many furnishings. There was only a counter, and behind the counter, there was a sloppy Daoist yawning. The old man's hair and beard were all white, and the purple gold Daoist crown on his head was slanted to one side. When Gu Fei walked into the small shop, the old Daoist behind the counter didn't seem to know that someone had come in. He didn't even lift his head and was still lying on the counter. Gu Fei glanced at the old Daoist. The old Daoist's cultivation was clear at a glance. He was only a void-controlling realm cultivator, not even a demigod. In the heavenly realm, void-controlling realm cultivators could be said to be as many as the hairs on an ox. If it was in the human realm, such a cultivation would be considered a powerhouse. However, in the heavenly realm, a person like this old Daoist was just an insignificant person. Gu Fei didn't pay attention to the old Daoist. His gaze swept through the items displayed on the counter, and soon, he found the source of the strange aura. It was a stone man that was only a foot tall. The stone man was pitch black, and it didn't seem to be carved, but rather formed naturally. The stone man had 9 orifices, but the damage was too severe. Out of the 2 arms, only one was left, and half of its body had been cut off by something. What is this thing? A faintly discernible strange aura emanated from the broken stone man. Could it be that there was something inside the body of the stone man? Old man. Gu Fei thought about it and still woke up the old Daoist who was in a trance. He restrained his aura, so no one could see through him. He maintained his aura at the demigod realm. To outsiders, he was a demigod realm cultivator. There were many such cultivators in the eastern county city. The old Daoist raised his head. When he saw Gu Fei, he was even more shocked. He couldn't see through Gu Fei's cultivation. This customer's cultivation was far above his. The old Daoist immediately became spirited. The old Daoist said respectfully, "Senior, I don't know what you're interested in. If there's anything you like, just take it." Hee. Gu Fei smiled, then pointed at the broken stone man on the counter and said, "I want this thing. Name your price." There was definitely something strange about that stone man, and Gu Fei didn't want to miss it. This. The old Daoist hesitated. Why would this senior, who was at least in the demigod realm, be interested in that thing? This stone man was something that the old Daoist dug out from a primordial ruin. It had been on the counter for hundreds of years, and no one had ever asked about it. The old Daoist had asked many seniors to take a look at this strange stone man, but they all shook their heads when they saw it, saying that it had no value. However, this broken stone man was brought back from the primordial ruin by the old Daoist. He wasn't willing to throw it away, so he had placed it in an inconspicuous corner of the counter. What's wrong? You're not willing to sell this thing? Gu Fei frowned. Only he could sense the strangeness of this stone man. Ordinary Deva sovereigns wouldn't be able to sense any strange aura. Only someone at the level of an almighty would be able to sense the strange aura emanating from this broken stone man. However, someone at the level of an almighty was a high and mighty emperor. Why would they come to the eastern county city? Even if they came to the eastern county city, they definitely wouldn't come to this inconspicuous little store and take a fancy to the broken stone man in the store. Gu Fei didn't know what it was, but he was sure that there was something hidden inside the stone man's body. No. The old Daoist hurriedly said. How could he not be willing to sell it? His mind spun rapidly. Since this senior had taken a liking to this broken stone man, then he must have seen something from the stone man. Otherwise, why would a senior at the demigod realm or above take a fancy to a useless stone? Name your price. Chapter 1094. In an inconspicuous shop next to the main street of East County City, Gu Fei stood in front of the counter. He had already changed his appearance and figure. This was a transformation of his flesh and bones. It was not a disguise technique, so no one could see through Gu Fei. Behind the counter, the old Taoist was sweating profusely. He was just a cultivator at the Imperial Void Realm. How would he dare to offend someone at the level of Gu Fei? This young man was unfathomable. He might even be an immortal god. Well, if Senior really wants this human-shaped stone, then Senior will probably just have to pay some immortal crystals. The old Taoist did not dare to offer a price because he did not know the unknown value of this dark and swarthy human-shaped stone. If he were to offer a random price, he might offend someone. You're quite a clever guy. Gu Fei glanced at the old Taoist and said indifferently. This old Taoist was very shrewd. He was a wily old fox. The strange aura emitted from the broken stone man was very faint. Gu Fei believed that he was the only one among the martial emperors of the same level who could sense it. Gu Fei really wanted to break this stone man and see what was hidden inside. He pondered for a moment, then took out an immortal crystal the size of half a palm and threw it to the old Taoist. He then directly took the stone man from the counter. When the 1-foot-long stone man was taken by Gu Fei was surprised to sense an extremely weak fluctuation of life. Gu Fei was taken aback. Could it be that this stone man was actually a living thing? The fluctuation of life on the stone man was faintly discernible. Even with Gu Fei's divine will, he could only sense it when it was in his hand. When the old Daoist caught the piece of immortal crystal that Gu Fei threw out, he cried out in shock and jumped up from the ground. It was as if he had caught a piece of red-hot divine iron. Pa! With a thud, the crystal fell onto the counter. Then, a cloud of green smoke rose up, and a hole was burned out of the counter by the crystal before it fell down. This is the old Taoist was surprised and happy. This time, he had made a fortune, and a big one at that. It was an immortal crystal that contained the essence of fire. It was as red as blood and surrounded by the power of fire. Immortal crystal of fire. Such an immortal crystal contained pure fire elemental essence qi. It could already be called a supreme-grade immortal crystal. This piece of immortal crystal of fire was half the size of a palm. It was worth at least 50,000 kilograms of ordinary-grade immortal crystals. There were as many cultivators in the heaven realm as there were hairs on an ox, but all the cultivation resources were in the hands of the great sections. The immortal crystal mines were even monopolized by all the great powers. Immortal crystals were extremely important to cultivators. Immortal crystals contained the essence of heaven and earth, and were condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Most importantly, absorbing the essence contained within immortal crystals was 100 times faster than absorbing the essence that drifted in the world. The jade box was engraved with runes and there was a spiritual light flowing on it. However, the essence of fire still seeped out from the jade box. The jade box was engraved with runes and there was a spiritual light flowing on it. However, traces of fire essence still seeped out from the jade box. Thank you, Senior. The old Taoist was overjoyed. This immortal crystal was enough for him to exchange for a large number of ordinary immortal crystals. With the support of a large number of immortal crystals, his cultivation was expected to break through to the demigod realm. The heaven realm did not lack spiritual lands and spiritual veins. However, some small sects did not have any decent spiritual lands and spiritual veins at all. These areas were occupied by the great powers. Outsiders would be killed even if they peeped at them from the outside, let alone entering. Therefore, immortal crystals became an indispensable thing for ordinary cultivators. If one had tens of thousands of immortal crystals, it would be equivalent to carrying a spiritual energy source that could continuously provide spiritual energy. Even if one could not absorb spiritual energy from the outside world, one could still cultivate for a long time. The old Taoist was just a disciple of a small sect in the eastern county city. This small sect was attached to the profound heaven holy land. In the eyes of the profound heaven holy land, such a small sect was like a group of slaves that could run errands for them. Not only would they not provide any cultivation resources to such a small sect, but they would also make these small sects pay tribute regularly. All right. Gu Fei nodded and put away the broken stone man. Then, he turned around and walked out of the inconspicuous little shop. Gu Fei did not expect to see something that interested him here. Not long after Gu Fei left, a few cultivators with unfriendly expressions appeared outside the little shop. They did not say anything and directly rushed into the shop. Soon, these people walked out of the shop. The old Taoist sat behind the counter in the shop. His face was ferocious and horrifying. Black blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His eyes were wide open, and he was no longer breathing. The old Taoist was dead. Extreme joy turned to sorrow. He obtained a top-grade immortal crystal, but he died before he could enjoy it. The person who killed him probably had his eyes on his immortal crystal. People came and went on the streets of the eastern county city. There was no lack of cultivators among them. Gu Fei did not think too much and took out the fire element immortal crystal. He also did not seal the immortal crystal's aura. The cultivators passing by outside the shop would definitely be able to sense the spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the immortal crystal. After Gu Fei left, those people made their move. After Gu Fei turned a few streets, he discovered that he was being followed. He did not make a sound and continued to wander around the city. He discovered that there were 2 people following him. Furthermore, their cultivations were in the void-controlling realm. Gu Fei could not help but wonder how he was being followed. He had already changed his appearance and restrained his aura. Even if He Tian, Shao Qing, and the others were in front of him, they would not be able to recognize him, let alone others. Hidden Moon Pavilion? Gu Fei stopped in front of a pavilion next to the main street in front of the city lord's mansion. The liveliest and most prosperous place in the eastern county city was near the city lord's mansion. This was the center of the eastern county city. There were many pavilions here. Those who could own property here had some background and were not to be trifled with. The two people who were secretly following Gu Fei peeped from afar. They seemed to have some misgivings and didn't dare to get too close. When one of them saw Gu Fei walk into the Hidden Moon Pavilion, he immediately turned around and left, leaving only one person to follow him. Gu Fei walked directly into the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The moment he stepped through the door, he felt as if he was passing through a layer of void. There was actually another world inside. Using power to magnify a void several times, what entered his eyes was a dazzling sight. The people who came and went were not ordinary people, but cultivators with cultivation. Even the women who came out to greet the guests were cultivators. What kind of place is this? As Gu Fei was thinking, a woman in white came to greet him. After a simple conversation, Gu Fei learned that this Hidden Moon Pavilion had a total of 13 floors. Each floor was a place to receive different cultivators. The higher the cultivation of the person, the higher the level of the reception. With the cultivation that Gu Fei had displayed so far, he could only go up to the 3rd floor. This made Gu Fei a little interested. This rule of the Hidden Moon Pavilion was a bit interesting. The 1st floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion was the main hall. It was a void with a radius of 1,000 feet and could accommodate hundreds of people. Under the guidance of the woman, Gu Fei walked up to the 3rd floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. He saw that this place was also a void that had been magnified by at least one time using spiritual power. The furnishings here were different from the 1st floor's hall. The decorations here were antique and very elegant. The woman guided Gu Fei to a seat by the window. After sitting down, the woman retreated. Then, an even more beautiful woman stepped forward. This woman was even more beautiful than the woman in white from before, and she had an otherworldly aura about her. A female cultivator of the Imperial Void Realm? When Gu Fei saw this woman in a light green dress, he couldn't help but be surprised. A female cultivator of the Imperial Void Realm was actually a waitress here. This was really surprising. How could such a female cultivator be willing to be a waitress? The more Gu Fei thought about it, the more he felt that this Hidden Moon Pavilion was different. Even with his cultivation from the outside world, he could only reach the 3rd floor. It should be known that this Hidden Moon Pavilion had 13 floors. Could it be that the floors above the 13th floor were used to entertain monarchs? The woman in the light green dress handed over a booklet. Gu Fei took it and opened it, only to see the details of the Hidden Moon Pavilion written on it. The Hidden Moon Pavilion could be said to be a shop, but it could also be said to be an immortal's restaurant. In Eastern County City, it was a very special existence. Every 6 months, this Hidden Moon Pavilion would hold an auction. During this time, the cultivators near Eastern County City would gather in Eastern County City to participate in the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction. Even some hidden experts would appear at the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction from time to time. The Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction is in 10 days. When Gu Fei saw the date on the booklet, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Would there be anything that would interest him at this auction? He continued to flip through the booklet in his hand. Another golem? The booklet introduced many things that would be auctioned in 10 days. Gu Fei saw the image of a black and swarthy golem. From the introduction on the side, he knew that this was a golem that was unearthed from an ancient ruin in the Heaven Realm. The golem was only a foot tall and seemed to be carved from a single piece of black stone. However, it also seemed to be formed naturally, giving people a feeling that it was made by the heavens. Moreover, this golem was much more complete than the one that Gu Fei had obtained from the old Daoist. There were almost no signs of damage. When Gu Fei bought the broken golem, he never imagined that his immortal crystal would end up killing the old Daoist. An intact golem was a great attraction to Gu Fei. No matter how good the other items were, they couldn't attract Gu Fei. Would this golem also have a strange aura? Gu Fei was looking forward to it. Chapter 1095. Hidden Moon Pavilion had everything, even the liver of a dragon and the gall of a phoenix could be obtained. The guest room here was equivalent to a small cave. It was very suitable for cultivators. However, the cost of staying in this kind of guest room that was filled with spirit chi was not small. It required half a gene of first-grade immortal crystals, which ordinary people would definitely not be able to afford. In the cultivation world of the heaven realm, cultivators generally used immortal crystals. Immortal crystals contain the essence of heaven and earth, which could be easily guided and absorbed by cultivators, allowing cultivators to achieve twice the results with half the effort. All the major powers in the heaven realm had their own immortal weapons. These immortal weapons were cultivated with countless immortal crystals. This was an army formed by immortal gods. All the major powers occupied the immortal crystal mine, which was something that other small sects could not compare to. The disciples of the major powers all had an absolute advantage in cultivation. The disciples of the major sects did not need to worry about the cost of cultivation and could cultivate in peace. The immortal crystals in the heaven realm could be divided into 4 types: first-grade immortal crystals, second-grade immortal crystals and third-grade immortal crystals. Above the first, second, and third-grade immortal crystals, there were also top-grade immortal crystals. Gu Fei did not have first, second, or third-grade immortal crystals on him, but he had top-grade fire element immortal crystals that contained fire spiritual power. 1 gene of fire element immortal crystals could be exchanged for 1,000 gene of first-grade immortal crystals. What is the origin of this hidden moon pavilion? After Gu Fei arrived at the guest room, he sat cross-legged on a praying mat made of purple spirit jade. There was no bed in the guest room, not even a chair. The space within 100 zhang was empty. With the purple jade as the center, there were runes engraved on the ground. This was a small array for gathering spirit energy. No wonder it costs half a gene of first-grade immortal crystals. The boss here is really generous. Gu Fei sighed. It was only the 3rd floor, but it was already filled with the atmosphere of immortals. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene it was above the 13th floor. Gu Fei took out half a gene of top-grade fire element immortal crystals. Even the supervisor of the 3rd floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion was alarmed. It had been a long time since someone had been so generous. Such a noble was simply a moving treasure trove of immortal crystals. If one served him well, then wouldn't one have a lot of immortal crystals in their pockets? Gu Fei entered the best guest room on the 3rd floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. As long as there was a place to stay, it was enough. Therefore, the guest room that Gu Fei stayed in did not have anything that could be seen in the mortal world. A small spirit gathering formation could gather the surrounding spirit chi, causing the room to be filled with spirit chi. It was like a small grotto heaven. Of course, the spirit chi gathered by this small spirit gathering formation was not enough to fill the gaps between Gu Fei's teeth. In a breath's time, he could absorb all the spirit chi in the entire room. However, if he did that, he would have to expose his own strength. Gu Fei didn't want to do that. He was now a demigod realm cultivator who came out to gain experience. The core disciples of the great sects in the heaven realm would travel around the various big domains in the heaven realm to cultivate. Cultivators like Gu Fei, who was so extravagant, had long been regarded by the people of the Hidden Moon Pavilion as a disciple of some great sect who had come out to gain experience. How could an ordinary cultivator spend half a gene of top-grade immortal crystals? People who did not take top-grade immortal crystals seriously and squandered them at will were probably the disciples of the great sects in the heaven realm. This was because the great sects in the heaven realm usually occupied the immortal crystal vein. After Gu Fei sat down, he took out the broken stone man that he obtained from the old Daoist. He carefully observed it, wanting to see if he could see anything from the appearance of the stone man. The damage to the stone man was too serious, and it was covered with scratches. From the surface of the stone man, Gu Fei could not see anything, but he knew that this stone man was a very old thing. Gu Fei squeezed his hand, wanting to crush the stone man to see what was inside the stone man. There was actually a faint pulse of life coming from the stone man's body. How could a broken stone man have life? Gu Fei was surprised to find that the stone man in his hand was not crushed by him. Instead, there was a faint pain in his palm. This broken stone man was very hard. Even if it was a piece of divine iron, with Gu Fei's current strength, he could easily crush it, let alone a stone man. Gu Fei could not help but be a little surprised. It should be known that he was different from ordinary celestial being realm emperors. He cultivated the martial Tao, using his physical body as the foundation of power. The strength in his hand was so strong that it could crush divine iron. Humph. Gu Fei had no choice but to become serious. His hands that were holding the stone man began to emit golden light, as if they were cast from fine gold. Metal true qi was vast and mighty. However, no matter how Gu Fei urged his strength, it was difficult to crush this 1-foot-long broken stone man. Although the stone man looked like it would shatter with a touch, it was very difficult to damage it. It was even harder than divine iron. How did this stone man break in the past? Gu Fei thought for a moment. Then, his body emitted a wave of inner world energy. This inner world energy spread out from Gu Fei's body, quickly enveloping the entire room. The inner world energy isolated everything, so no one could see what was happening in the room. This person, in a secret room on the 3rd floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion, there was a mirror. In front of the mirror stood 2 masked women in white. These 2 women were graceful, with long hair draped over their shoulders. Their skin was like jade, and there was a spirit light covering their bodies. The 2 masked women were staring at the mirror in front of them. On the mirror, Gu Fei's figure actually appeared. This was a divine mirror, and in front of the mirror, the 2 masked women were peeping at Gu Fei. The divine mirror was 5 feet tall. On the surface of the mirror, there was a layer of divine light flowing, revealing everything in Gu Fei's room. However, when the 2 women saw that Gu Fei wanted to crush the stone man in his hand but couldn't, they couldn't help but be surprised. In their eyes, Gu Fei was a demigod realm cultivator. In the heaven realm, a demigod realm cultivator could already be considered an expert. What is that thing? Even a demigod realm cultivator can't crush it. The 2 women whispered to each other. It seems that there was such a blackstone man in this auction. However, that blackstone man was in much better condition than the one in this person's hand. While the 2 women were talking, Gu Fei had already isolated the void with his inner world energy. The mirror in front of them suddenly became blurry, and then, there was nothing on the mirror. What's going on? Could it be that I've been discovered by that man? The 2 women in front of the mirror couldn't help but be startled. Divine light flowed on the divine mirror, but it couldn't show anything. One of the masked women raised her hand and shot out a ray of divine light, activating some kind of formation on the divine mirror. Runes immediately appeared on the surface of the divine mirror, and a powerful immortal Tao energy spread out from the divine mirror. The surface of the mirror distorted, but it still couldn't show anything. How could this be? The 2 mysterious women's expressions changed. The other party was able to completely isolate the room. Just who was this person? Chapter 1096. Gu Fei did not know that he was being watched. However, he had always been cautious and would not easily take out his holy objects to use. It should be known that whether it was the mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold divine sword, the half of the peerless ominous saber, or the 9 heaven stars sword that Gu Fei had refined using his own martial arts method, they were all peerless holy objects. This kind of thing was exclusive to extreme Tao saints. Any one of them was enough to set off a terrifying bloodbath in the entire heaven realm. Therefore, every time Gu Fei used these peerless holy objects, he had to seal the void with his inner world energy, isolating it from the world. No one could sense what was happening inside. In a secret room on the 3rd floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion, 2 mysterious women stared at the divine mirror in front of them, dumbfounded. The divine mirror that had always been successful could illuminate the void. Any place on the 3rd floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion could be shown on the divine mirror. To be able to own such a huge business in the most prosperous area of the eastern county city, the power behind the Hidden Moon Pavilion was definitely not simple. The 2 mysterious women in the secret room tried to activate the divine mirror and reproduce the scene in the room that Gu Fei was in. However, they all failed. Don't neglect this person. I'm afraid that his background is not simple. In the end, the 2 mysterious women in the secret room had to give up. The other party's cultivation was far above theirs. He was not as simple as he looked on the surface. Yes. The other woman nodded. The other party had used some kind of magic to isolate the room, as if the room had been cut off from the world. Even the divine mirror could not sense anything in the room. He had never seen or heard of such a technique before. He didn't know which power this person came from in the heaven realm. It must be known that the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction would begin in 10 days. At this time, there would often be some unknown experts appearing. No one could know all the cultivators from all directions. Some old monsters would also jump out at this time to exchange some things they needed at the auction. No one was willing to offend such a person. At this time, Gu Fei had already taken out the 9 Heaven Stars sword and directly slashed at the broken black stone man without any hesitation. Clang! When Gu Fei's sword struck the stone man, he only felt his hand tremble. The 9 Heaven Stars sword was unable to break the stone man. It only left a very shallow mark on the stone man. What, this time, Gu Fei was really shocked. It should be known that this was the 9 Heaven Stars sword, which was refined from the immortal divine metal, which was hard to find in the world. Although it had not been sharpened and refined, there were not many things in the world that could block the sword in Gu Fei's hand. How is this possible? Gu Fei really didn't expect that this broken blackstone man couldn't even cut through the 9 Heaven Stars sword. This truly shocked him. Even a divine sword forged from the immortal divine metal couldn't cut through it. Did he really have to use an extreme path sacred weapon to break through this black stone man? Although Gu Fei's 9 Heavenly Stars sword was forged from immortal divine metal and had the potential to grow into a holy weapon of the extreme path, it was not a holy weapon of the extreme path. He put away the 9 Heavenly Stars sword and took out the purple gold divine sword. The ancient divine sword had a trace of the aura of the great path. This was an extreme path sacred weapon. It contained a sword soul that interweaved with the mark of the great path. Such a sacred weapon could cut through the void and shatter the heavens and earth. It had the power to destroy the world. The purple gold divine sword had not been activated yet, but there were already Dao runes flowing around it. Gu Fei didn't attack directly like before. Instead, he used the purple gold divine sword to gently cut across the black stone man's shoulder. Where the sword light passed, a sword mark immediately appeared on the black stone man's shoulder. Oh! There's hope. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was also secretly shocked. This black stone man was too heaven-defying. Only an extreme path sacred weapon could cut through it. Since the purple gold divine sword could cut through this broken black stone man, Gu Fei didn't hesitate anymore. He used the divine sword and carefully cut off the black stone man bit by bit. Stone fragments flew everywhere as the broken black stone man gradually shrunk. Then, the black stone man's facial features gradually disappeared. Soon, the black stone man became a round stone. The purple gold sword light flashed, and the stone kept shrinking. Gu Fei started to slow down because the purple gold sword light was already near the center of the black stone man. That was where the pulse of life was coming from. The strange aura on the black stone man came from there. Gotcha! All of a sudden, the purple golden sword light cut off a piece of black stone skin. A pure life force came out from the broken stone skin, and a stream of red divine light rushed out. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The black stone man's body was indeed different. Could it be a supreme-grade immortal crystal? He felt an extremely pure fire elemental power. But if it was an immortal crystal, why would it have the pulse of life? Could there be some ancient life sealed inside the black stone man? At this thought, Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious. The black stone man was definitely something extremely ancient, probably even more ancient than the primordial era. If there was really a life sealed inside the black stone man, then this ancient life was definitely on par with the life born from heaven and earth. The aura of the mountain and river cauldron seeped out of Gu Fei's body. An image of an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body, covering Gu Fei inside. Then, Gu Fei used the purple gold sword to open the unknown fist-sized thing that was covered by the black stone skin. The black stone skin kept falling. Finally, a scene that left Gu Fei dumbfounded appeared. After all the black stone skin fell, there was an egg inside. A divine egg. Fire elemental power lingering around. Could it be? Gu Fei thought of a possibility. Because of the obstruction of the black stone skin, Gu Fei could only sense a faint pulse of life. But at this moment, the entire void was filled with a pulse of life. On the divine egg that was the size of a fist, there were patterns of the great Tao. Traces of fire qi lingered around it. Even with the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei still felt a wave of heat rushing towards him. The little divine egg actually had Tao rhymes circulating around it. Moreover, this divine egg wasn't a dead object. It had a strong life force. If there were no accidents, it could hatch. The patterns of the great Tao condensed on the eggshell allowed the divine egg to automatically devour all the spiritual qi in the surroundings. Once it broke out of the seal, it immediately devoured the surrounding spiritual qi. The divine beast that can condense the patterns of the great Tao and give birth to this divine egg is definitely a sage-level existence. This is a divine egg with life. Gu Fei was extremely excited. Chapter 1097. The power of heaven and earth within Gu Fei's body was isolated from the void. No one could spy on what was happening in Gu Fei's room, not even the mysterious experts of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The broken black stone man had actually cut out a holy egg. Gu Fei had never imagined that this would be the result. The life pulse of the black stone man had actually come from a holy egg. When the holy egg was cut out of the black stone man, it immediately devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. In just an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy was completely devoured. The small spirit gathering formation in the room immediately collapsed, and the runes engraved on the ground cracked. The spirit gathering formation in that room has been destroyed. What is that guy doing inside? In a secret room of the Hidden Moon Pavilion, the two mysterious women were paying close attention to any abnormalities in Gu Fei's room. They sensed at the moment the spirit gathering formation collapsed. To be able to break the spirit gathering formation, this person's cultivation should be higher than the demigod realm, one of the mysterious women said, her eyes flickering. I didn't think that I would encounter something fun as soon as I arrived here, the woman muttered to herself. Sister, don't tell me you want to make a move, the other woman said. It must be known that the current situation in the eastern county city was different from usual. Moreover, they had yet to figure out this person's strength and background. If they rashly provoked such a person, they would most likely be in big trouble. I know what I'm doing. The woman sneered. The fact that this person was able to cause the divine mirror to fail made her curious. This young cultivator was too mysterious. In the world of cultivation, appearance did not mean anything. Often, a young man with red lips and white teeth was, in fact, an old antique who had cultivated for countless years. Gu Fei's appearance had not changed much from hundreds of years ago. He was still a young cultivator, and no one knew that he was an invincible martial emperor. If Gu Fei were to advance a step further, he would be able to cultivate to become a mighty martial artist and condense the indestructible martial body. At that time, he would even be able to fight against a semi-sage. At this time, Gu Fei did not know that he was being watched. He was still immersed in shock. He took out more than 10 pieces of fire element immortal crystals, but the huge amount of fire element essence qi contained in the fire element immortal crystals were all devoured by the holy egg in an instant, and the immortal crystals turned into dust. After devouring the fire elemental essence of over a dozen fire element immortal crystals, the scarlet holy egg floating in the air changed slightly. The great Tao patterns on the holy egg became clearer. This holy egg had been sealed for who knew how long. Now that it had broken free, it began to frantically devour the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The life aura coming from the holy egg grew stronger and stronger. Very good. Gu Fei was overjoyed. This holy egg should be the egg of a primordial fire elemental divine beast. If it absorbed enough fire elemental essence, perhaps the life inside the holy egg could come to this world. The descendant of a primordial fire elemental divine beast, and it was the second-generation bloodline. The purity of its bloodline was close to that of its ancestor. As long as it could grow up, it would definitely be the strongest existence in the world. Gu Fei had plenty of fire elemental essence. It should be known that when he was in the ancient world, he had entered the land of the fallen phoenix and lost dragon and obtained a fire phoenix divine pearl and a true dragon divine pearl. The fire phoenix divine pearl contained endless fire elemental essence, and it was the purest fire elemental essence in the world. It was suitable for this holy egg, and he might be able to nurture a fire elemental divine beast. The fire phoenix divine pearl obtained in the ancient world was being kept by Gu Fei in the mountain and river cauldron. Other than an extreme sacred artifact like the mountain and river cauldron, there was nothing else that could store the fire phoenix divine pearl. The fire elemental essence emitted from the fire phoenix divine pearl could burn everything, even immortal divine metal. When Gu Fei thought of this, he did not hesitate and directly stored the fire phoenix divine pearl, which was frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual qi, into the mountain and river cauldron. In a corner of the mountain and river cauldron, there was a raging fire. Inside the extreme sacred artifact, the mountain and river cauldron, was a boundless void. Where the fire phoenix divine pearl was, there was a boundless fire, and the fire caused the void to distort and change shape. The fire phoenix divine pearl also contained the essence of a fire phoenix, and there was a weak aura of life. The pearl seemed to be a living thing. Such a divine fire was one of the most powerful flames in the world. No one could really get close to it, not even Gu Fei. It could directly burn almighty and half-sages to death. Apart from sages, no one could resist such a divine fire. As for the holy egg that Gu Fei had cut out from the blackstone golem, its life pulse became more and more active as it approached the ball of fire. Without any suspense, when the sacred egg entered the divine fire, it began to frantically devour the extremely pure fire elemental essence around it. The scarlet sacred egg was like a bottomless black hole that continuously devoured the fire elemental essence. The endless fire elemental essence became the sacred egg's nourishment. Gu Fei could clearly sense that a life was being nurtured in the sacred egg. Is this the legendary divine beast cultivation plan? Gu Fei was looking forward to it. After the sacred egg devoured enough fire elemental essence, the life inside might be born. Some powerful cultivators kept beasts as pets. Even the primordial Emperor Xian had a 9-headed beast king to pull his carriage. The extravagance was not something an ordinary Emperor Xian could compare to. However, the sacred egg that Gu Fei had obtained was not a beast, but a divine beast. It might even be the egg of the legendary Nine-Sky Phoenix. The life inside the sacred egg was extremely tenacious. Perhaps because it had the bloodline of the Khanate primogenitor, it had not truly died even after being sealed in the Black Stone Man for so many years. It was not difficult to imagine that in the near future, a divine beast might appear in this world. After putting the scarlet sacred egg into the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei withdrew the inner heaven and earth power that enveloped the entire room. The inner heaven and earth power was different from the outer heaven and earth power. The area enveloped by the inner heaven and earth power was equivalent to isolating this void from the rest of the world. After Gu Fei withdrew the inner heaven and earth power, the divine mirror in the secret chamber of the hidden moon pavilion started to display an image. The two women in the secret chamber immediately perked up when they saw the image on the divine mirror. However, what they saw was a pile of black stone chips scattered in front of Gu Fei, as well as a small spirit gathering array pattern that had already collapsed on the ground. This guy, one of the mysterious women, couldn't help but feel annoyed when she saw the scene in Gu Fei's room. It should be known that it was not an easy task to set up such a room that looked like a small cave. It also required a lot of time to engrave a new small spirit gathering array. Even if the hidden moon pavilion had its own array master, it would not be able to repair such a spirit gathering array in a short time. In the heaven realm, many people were proficient in immortal Dao arrays. However, no one could rely on array masters to become an expert. To martial cultivators, array masters were a very useless cultivation method. All the major forces had nurtured many array masters. In the current heaven realm, it was likely that there would not be another array master like He Tian. The ancient array masters in the ancient times were very powerful. They could set up heaven-defying divine arrays. Even the powerful true demons could be killed by the power of array masters. Now, there was probably no such person in the entire heaven realm. Gu Fei saw that the array master in the room had been destroyed, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He had a lot of top-grade immortal crystals and even dragon crystals that contained earth dragon chi. Wherever the fire phoenix divine bead and the true dragon divine bead were, these two things would constantly condense. The top-grade fire attribute immortal crystals were condensed where the fire phoenix divine bead was. In the midst of the monstrous fire, there were countless fire attribute immortal crystals floating. In the vast and mighty dragon chi area, countless dragon crystals were shining like stars. This kind of top-grade immortal crystal was worth God knows how many first-grade immortal crystals it was. If something was damaged, it would have to be compensated. There was nothing much to say. The two mysterious women from the Hidden Moon Pavilion were already thinking about how to make Gu Fei bleed a lot. After obtaining a holy egg, Gu Fei's mood was incomparably good. He was still sitting cross-legged on the purple lotus, closing his eyes to rest. He was looking forward to the auction 10 days later. One had to know that among the things being auctioned, there was an almost intact black stone man. Gu Fei faintly felt that such a black stone man was probably used by some unimaginable peerless figures to seal something during the primordial era. If a broken blackstone golem could produce a holy egg, then what kind of heaven-defying item could the other blackstone golem that was almost in perfect condition produce? Gu Fei did not lack immortal crystals. He was definitely a super-rich person in the immortal world. No one could compare to him. Any item on him was almost priceless. Even the combined divine treasures of the 5 Emperors Xian and the 4 divine emperors in the heaven realm could not compare to the 9 heaven stars sword in Gu Fei's hands that had not been successfully refined. Immortal divine iron was exclusive to the supreme sage. Even a half-sage would find it difficult to find a fist-sized piece. Such an item could only be found by chance. Gu Fei stayed in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The people of the Hidden Moon Pavilion made Gu Fei compensate with a large amount of immortal crystals. Then, they changed a room for Gu Fei. Immortal crystals were nothing to Gu Fei. He had a lot of them. In the next few days, Gu Fei noticed that there were more and more cultivators going in and out of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. There was no lack of experts among them. Gu Fei even saw an emperor entering the 9th floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. A celestial realm emperor could only live in the 9th floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. This really surprised Gu Fei. One had to know that such an emperor could already run amok in the heaven realm. Such a person could only live in the 9th floor. Could the 13th floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion be used to entertain sages? There seemed to be no sages in the heaven realm. Chapter 1098. A few days before the start of the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction, an Emperor Realm cultivator actually appeared at the Hidden Moon Pavilion, which surprised Gu Fei. Although East County City was located at the border between the Middle Earth and the Eastern Earth, it wasn't a very famous city. Normally, even immortals were rare, let alone Emperor Realm cultivators. Gu Fei noticed that the number of cultivators in the city had increased. Needless to say, these people were all here for the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction. The Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction was held once every 6 months and once every 10 years. This time, it was the 10-year event. Some people who hadn't been seen for a long time would also jump out at this time. Many cultivators began to set up stalls on the streets of East County City, selling all kinds of treasures. Some rare spirit medicines and divine materials could even be seen at these stalls. There were only 5 days left until the Hidden Moon Pavilion's decennial auction. Gu Fei found that the people who were watching him were very patient. Gu Fei hadn't stepped out of the Hidden Moon Pavilion in the past few days, but the people outside didn't show any signs of leaving. There were still people spying on him. Who are these people? Gu Fei didn't know that the old Daoist who had sold him the broken Blackstone man had already been killed. Could it be that the people of the primordial Emperor Xian were watching him? Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. If that was the case, he was afraid that he would be in danger. Gu Fei had killed the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, the Purple Emperor, so there was an irreconcilable enmity between him and the Emperor Xian. He had to be careful and even changed his appearance. He knew that even He Tian, Shao Qing, and the others wouldn't be able to recognize him. On a dark and windy night, Gu Fei silently snuck out of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. He wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand. He wanted to figure out who was the one who was targeting him. A tall and thin cultivator with a sallow complexion was pacing back and forth outside the Hidden Moon Pavilion. After nightfall, this cultivator didn't leave. Instead, he walked into a tavern in the distance and found a seat where he could see the entrance of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. This cultivator had completely concealed his aura, making him look no different from a mortal. This tavern was also run by a mortal, so it wasn't big or eye-catching. In East County City, more than 80% of the residents were mortals. Cultivators only made up a small portion of the city's population, so only 10% of the city's population were cultivators. However, it was the Hidden Moon Pavilion's decennial grand meeting. Therefore, cultivators could be seen everywhere in the city. Cultivators from all over the city had almost filled up all the inns in the city. This was a grand meeting, and many people did not want to miss it. People like this middle-aged cultivator were a dime a dozen in East County City, so they weren't eye-catching. There were other cultivators chatting in the tavern about the upcoming auction. Have you heard? Experts from all the major sects in the Central Plains will be participating in this auction. Humph. It's not just the Great Sea of Middle-earth, even South Mountains, Westly, and White Snow Plain have sent people. I heard that there will be a holy relic in this auction. What, holy relic? How many years has it been since something exclusive to a sage appeared? No wonder people from all the big regions are attracted here. I just met a few monks from the northern desert at the city gate. A few cultivators were whispering to each other. Although their voices weren't loud, many cultivators around them pricked up their ears to listen. This kind of news moved many people on the spot. The northern region had a snow plain and a desert. It was the coldest region in the heaven realm. There was a heavenly snow palace there, but there was also a boundless desert. In the depths of the desert, there was a Buddhist land of bliss created by a supreme Buddhist figure. That was the ancestral court of the Buddhist sect in the heaven realm. Legend has it that the true body of Buddha was hidden in the depths of the desert. However, other than the virtuous monks of the Buddhist sect, no outsider had ever entered the depths of the northern desert. Some people said that the ancestral court of the Buddhist sect was guarded by a Buddhist saint. The Buddhist sect in the heaven realm was much more mysterious than the Buddhist sect in the mortal world. The heavenly snow palace was even more mysterious than the Buddhist sect in the northern desert. No one had ever seen such a palace and no one knew who the master of the heavenly snow palace was. However, the disciples of the heavenly snow palace appeared in the heaven realm from time to time. They were all female disciples. The heavenly snow palace was a force made up of female cultivators. No one dared to look down on such a force. There was once a great sect that kidnapped a female disciple of the heavenly snow palace. The people of the heavenly snow palace attacked that sect on the same day. The strong cultivators of the heavenly snow palace made a move and froze everything within 30,000 miles. From the leader of the great sect to the ordinary disciples, no one escaped. This move shocked all the big regions in the heaven realm. From then on, no one dared to provoke the people of the heavenly snow palace. No one dared to have the guts to flirt with the fairies of the heavenly snow palace. A monk from the northern desert? A fairy from the heavenly snow palace? An unprepossessing young cultivator was drinking by himself in a corner of the tavern. He was listening to the conversations of the cultivators in the tavern. This place was full of crooks and honest people. It was the most well-informed place. I wonder what's the difference between the Buddhist sect in the heaven realm and the Buddhist sect in the human realm. This unprepossessing young cultivator was Gu Fei, who had changed his appearance. This time, he changed his appearance so that those who were watching him couldn't recognize him. Then, he swaggered into the tavern and purposely walked past the tall, skinny, middle-aged cultivator who was tailing him. The middle-aged cultivator didn't even spare him a glance. Gu Fei secretly laughed. This small fry dared to watch him. He really didn't know what was good for him. He didn't sense any immortal energy from the branch of the primordial Emperor Xian on this middle-aged cultivator. This person shouldn't be one of the primordial Emperor Xian's people. The path of immortal cultivation was created by the Dao ancestor. This guy was very careful. He was testing to see if there was anyone following him. However, with Gu Fei's cultivation, how could he be discovered by this guy? The person finally walked out of the alley. He seemed to be relieved and didn't make any further attempts to test Yi Shiwen. Instead, he went straight to another street in Eastern County City. Even though it was late at night, there were still people walking on the street. Moreover, most of these people were cultivators. Some of them had even just entered the city. The tall and skinny cultivator walked into a small tavern on the street. 3 void-controlling realm cultivators and a demigod. This is the kind of guy. Gu Fei sensed that after the person entered the tavern, he met up with the 4 cultivators waiting in the room. How is it? Someone in the room whispered. That person still hasn't left the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Someone answered. Big brother, what should we do? If that person doesn't leave the Hidden Moon Pavilion, we won't have a chance to make a move. It seems that the big fish won't be easy to catch. Since the big fish won't come out, we'll wait until the auction is over and the big fish leaves Eastern County City. The demigod realm cultivator said. He had no intention of giving up. That's the only way. The other cultivators nodded. They didn't have the guts to directly attack the Hidden Moon Pavilion. They couldn't afford to offend the power behind the Hidden Moon Pavilion. You won't have the chance. Chapter 1099. Gu Fei arrived at the door of the guest room. The 5 cultivators inside turned pale with fright. The other party had actually arrived at the door without a sound, yet none of them had sensed it. This made them feel fearful. Who is it? The demigod realm cultivator asked in a deep voice. He was not that afraid because fighting was prohibited in the Eastern County City. No one was willing to offend the profound Heaven Holy Land. Even if the person outside had a higher cultivation than them, he would not be able to cause any trouble in the Eastern County City. This was because the one overseeing the Eastern County City was the profound Heaven Holy Land Shen King. Humph. I am the big fish in your mouths. Gu Fei said coldly. Someone actually targeted him. This person was simply courting death. The cultivation of the 5 cultivators in the room was not high. Gu Fei could kill them with a single finger. Moreover, even if he killed these people, no one would know that he was the one who did it. Gu Fei could freely control his body. He could move his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones at will. He had the ability to change his appearance at will, turning into a face that no one had ever seen before. Therefore, even though fighting was prohibited in the Eastern County City, Gu Fei had no qualms about it. What do you want? The voice of the leader in the room was filled with killing intent. The demigod realm cultivator in the room clearly wanted to kill Gu Fei. The current Gu Fei had already retracted the powerful aura of the Heaven Realm Martial Emperor. In the eyes of others, he was just a demigod realm cultivator. I don't want anything. Leave everything on you and scram out of the Eastern County City. Gu Fei said indifferently. Although there was a door between him and the 5 cultivators, Gu Fei's martial Dao Heavenly Eye allowed him to observe every single action of every single person in the room. What? The 5 cultivators in the room revealed angry expressions. This guy was simply courting death. He actually dared to rob them. One must know that they were the ones robbing others. These people specialized in robbing cultivators. You're asking us to kill you. The voice of the demigod in the lead was extremely cold. He no longer concealed his killing intent. Even if the other party's cultivation level was higher than his, he was still just a demigod. 5 people working together couldn't even deal with a demigod? The half-deity in the lead was very confident. The fellow that he viewed as a big fish had actually come to rob his head. This was really too much. Hee, it's hard to say who will kill who. Gu Fei said with a smile. Humph. In the room, the person in the lead snorted coldly, then opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black smoke. The 4 cultivators beside him immediately retreated to the side, as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. They were actually somewhat afraid. The black gas that the demigod realm bandit spat out seemed to have a life of its own. It condensed in the air and didn't disperse. It turned into countless hair-like black lines that silently pierced forward. The black threads formed by the black gas silently passed through the door, leaving countless tiny holes on the door. Black demon threads? Gu Fei's eyesight was very sharp. He could not help but be a little surprised when he recognized the black threads that almost couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The black demon threads that were condensed from the black demon chi of the earth were not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. This was a Taoist technique. In the human world, the once prosperous Taoxian sect had this Taoist technique. Gu Fei was a member of the Taoxian sect, so he naturally knew very well. This Taoist technique was very vicious and sinister. As long as a black demon thread hit a person's body, that person wouldn't die for a while. The black demon chi would corrode the flesh and bones. Those who were hit by the black demon thread would watch as their body slowly melted. In the end, their entire body would turn into a puddle of yellow smelly water. Therefore, when the demigod realm bandit in the room used this Taoist technique, everyone in the room immediately retreated. They were afraid of being contaminated by the black demon chi. Gu Fei was not afraid. He directly stretched out his hand and pressed forward. The countless black demon threads that pierced through the room immediately collapsed in the air and disappeared. With his emperor martial body, even if he was hit by the black demon threads, it would not be able to harm a single hair on his body. However, Gu Fei did not want to be contaminated by these things. The black demon chi of the earth was a filthy gas that sank into the depths of the earth. It could contaminate people's treasures. Even the flying sword of a sword immortal would lose a lot of its spiritual energy if it was entangled by the black demon threads, turning it into a piece of scrap metal. Bang! After breaking through the black demon threads, Gu Fei directly took a step forward. The area in front of him immediately turned into dust with a soft sound and scattered down from the air. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly walked into the room. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei stepped into the room, a divine sword shining with a green light immediately pierced towards the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A cold sword chi was vast and mighty. Ding! Gu Fei stretched out his hand and gently flicked the tip of the green divine sword. The flying sword immediately broke into pieces. Countless fragments, like green cold stars, flew towards the short and fat cultivator who had sent the flying sword. Roar! The cultivator let out a furious roar and a green light surged out from his body. His entire body was immediately enveloped by a green copper bell. There were countless runes looming on the surface of the green copper bell. However, the green divine sword broke into pieces. The cold stars formed by the fragments pierced through the air and directly penetrated the protective copper bell of the cultivator. The cultivator's body immediately splattered with blood. Poof! 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 The copper bell broke into pieces. The body of the short and fat cultivator was pierced into a sieve by the fragments of his own flying sword. His whole body was dripping with blood. One of the fragments even pierced through the cultivator's head, crushing his Naiwan palace. Even his primordial spirit was shattered, causing his soul to scatter. The other cultivators in the room who were about to make a move were stunned by the scene in front of them. This person casually killed a cultivator of the void-controlling realm. It was as easy as blowing off dust. This kind of strength made people's hearts palpitate. You are definitely not a cultivator of the demigod realm. Among the 5 bandits, the leading bandit of the demigod realm was a big man with a ferocious face. Gu Fei coldly glanced at everyone in the room and then said calmly, "I have given you a chance just now. It's just that you didn't cherish it. You can rest in peace." He did not reveal any murderous aura, but in the eyes of the remaining 4 bandits, this harmless young cultivator in front of them was definitely more terrible than a god of death. "Let's go." Almost at the same time, the remaining 4 bandits immediately retreated. They wanted to smash through the wall and rush out. Only by attracting the attention of the cultivators in the city could they have a way out. Fighting was prohibited in Eastern County City. As long as they rushed out of this room, the people of the profound heaven holy land would appear. At that time, even if this person wanted to kill them, it would be like a dream. Humph. It's too late to escape now. Gu Fei didn't move at all, but the 4 cultivators, including the burly man in the demigod realm, felt as though they had collided with an invisible wall and were sent flying back. Bang! The big man in the lead threw out a huge cauldron filled with black qi, trying to break the power that sealed the room. However, it was of no use. The huge cauldron spewed out black qi that corroded the void. It could contaminate flying swords and dharma treasures. When ordinary flying swords came into contact with this black qi, they would immediately lose a lot of their spirituality. The other cultivators also made their moves. No one would hold back at this time. 3 dharma treasures rushed out from the bodies of the 3 bandits. An azura umbrella floated above the tall and thin cultivator's head. Rays of divine light fell down and protected the cultivator. Bang! Gu Fei did not show mercy. He directly punched the azura umbrella, shattering it. The tall and thin cultivator under the umbrella immediately became shorter and his head exploded from Gu Fei's punch. What, even a dharma treasure refined by a void-controlling realm cultivator was shattered with one punch. What kind of person was this? He was a freak. This person's physical body was extremely strong, comparable to a divine weapon. Clang! A metallic clang resounded. A divine saber emitted a resplendent saber light and chopped down at Gu Fei's head. The void seemed to be split in half by this saber. Good saber. Gu Fei stretched out his hand again and caught the divine saber with his bare hand. The endless saber light was completely blocked by his hand. How is this possible? The leading demigod realm burly man was really shocked this time. This divine saber was a divine weapon refined by a paragon realm cultivator after he robbed a disciple of a great sect. To be able to block a divine saber refined by a paragon realm cultivator with his bare hand, could this person be a paragon realm cultivator? The demigod realm was the paragon realm. It was an existence that was only one step away from becoming an immortal. The divine weapon refined by such a person would definitely be extraordinary and powerful. This paragon saint saber had killed countless people in the burly man's hands. Even many demigods of the same realm had died under this divine saber. Swish! Gu Fei waved his hand and a dazzling saber light rushed out from his hand. This saber light was many times stronger than the saber light from the burly man. The void was truly split in half under the saber light. The demigod realm burly man was also split in half. Even his primordial spirit was minced. This was the most thorough way to die. He wouldn't even be able to become a ghost if he wanted to. Great hero, please spare our lives. Seeing that their leader was dead, the remaining 2 cultivators were scared out of their wits. They completely gave up resisting and knelt down in front of Gu Fei, begging with tears and snot. Humph. Gu Fei casually pointed with 2 fingers, directly smashing their Naiwan palace and dispersing their primordial spirits. Such people would only harm others if they were left alive. After killing the 2, Gu Fei then withdrew his inner world that enveloped the entire room. No one knew what happened in the room. Chapter 1100. The murder in the inn did not cause any commotion, not even a ripple. The profound Heaven Holy Lands people did not take any action. The death of a few cultivators in an inconspicuous inn was just a small matter. The profound Heaven Holy Lands people would not make a big fuss over such a matter. After Gu Fei left the inn, he did not return to the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Instead, he walked around the city. There were people coming and going on the streets, and there were actually immortals among them. Of course, the immortals in the city would not expose their identities. They all withdrew their immortal auras. However, who was Gu Fei? He cultivated the martial Dao heavenly eye and could see through these immortals deliberately hiding their identities with one glance. Not only did immortals appear, but Gu Fei also sensed fiend qi. Great fiends with great accomplishments in cultivation had arrived as well. Suddenly, a commotion came from the front of the street. Then, the cultivators on the street quickly walked forward, as if something had happened. Huh! Gu Fei followed the crowd and soon arrived at a stall. The stall was already tightly surrounded by cultivators, but he did not approach it. Some cultivators were pointing at the stall, and some were whispering to each other. This is really heaven-defying. Why would such a divine item appear here? That person's eyes are really good. He could actually see that there is a divine item hidden in this black lump. That person seems to be the successor of a Middle-earth profound Feng Shui clan. The cultivators discussed in low voices. A man and a woman stood in the center. The man was handsome, and the woman was more beautiful than a flower. They looked like a perfect couple. Successor of profound Feng Shui clan? Gu Fei could not help feeling interested. After all, in the mortal realm, there was such a group of mysterious people in the imperial court. They specialized in finding dragons and sealing acupoints for the emperor. This was also a branch of the Daoist sections. They were good at observing the situation of heaven and earth and seeking good fortune and avoiding calamity. However, orthodox cultivators looked down on such geomancy masters, thinking that it was unorthodox. Could it be that those unorthodox geomancy masters actually had a very high status in the heavenly realm? The man was holding a piece of black iron in his left hand and a small silver knife in his right hand. He was carefully cutting off the layer of black iron. The black iron block was half the size of a human head, and the young man had already opened a skylight on it, from which a cyan glow shone out. Inside the black lump, there was actually a powerful wood elemental essence energy. This pure wood elemental essence energy was filled with vitality. This was life energy. At this moment, the stall owner was already so regretful that he wanted to die. He had thought that it was just an ordinary piece of godly metal, but who would have known that there was a godly item hidden within it? The surface of the divine object was merely wrapped in a layer of ordinary black godly iron of varying thickness. The young man was carefully shaving off the outer layer of godly iron. The divine object inside was gradually revealed to everyone. It was a divine crystal the size of an adult's fist. The moment the divine crystal was completely exposed, a wave of wood elemental essence spread out in all directions. Could it be a wood elemental divine crystal produced by a 10,000-year-old divine tree? It's impossible for a 10,000-year-old divine tree to produce such a large crystal core. I'm afraid it's a crystal core produced by a divine tree king. When the divine object wrapped in the black godly iron was completely revealed, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone was amazed. If such a divine object were to be auctioned, it would definitely be sold for a heaven-grade item. This is the first time I, Duan Muhong, have made a move, and I didn't fail. The young man looked at the divine crystal in his hand and revealed a satisfied expression. Senior brother, keep a low profile. The woman beside Duan Muhong quickly whispered in his ear. He was so high profile and even said his name. Could it be that senior brother did it on purpose? As expected, he's the descendant of the Duanmu family. When did such a rising star appear in the Duanmu family? Everyone was discussing. The Middle-earth Feng Shui family was a special existence in the heavenly realm. They had been in the heavenly realm for countless years and had experienced several great eras. Some great sects had completely disappeared in the long river of history, but the Duanmu family had always existed. Not bad. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod. The aura of this man and woman was a bit strange. They were not ordinary cultivators. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such an aura. This man and woman already had the cultivation of the immortal realm, but they didn't have the aura of the immortal Tao or the divine aura of the divine Tao. They were neither devils nor Buddhas. Feng Shui metaphysics seemed to be a different path. It had the shadow of the immortal Tao, but it didn't have the foundation of the immortal Tao. No wonder it was regarded as a heretical path by orthodox cultivators in the mortal realm. This man and woman seemed to be connected with the earth. With every step they took, an extremely weak fluctuation of earth qi would be emitted from under their feet. Gu Fei knew that these two immortal realm Feng Shui masters would be able to draw the earth essence qi at will when fighting with others. If it was combined with a Feng Shui formation, they might be able to change the terrain of the earth and borrow the power of heaven and earth. Such an existence was definitely not weaker than ordinary immortals. The surrounding cultivators were in a heated discussion. Could it be that Duan Muhong could see through the divine metal? Otherwise, how would he know that there was a divine crystal in the divine metal? Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but frown. This Duan Muhong couldn't possibly be able to see through the strangeness of the Blackstone Golem, could he? One had to know that such a feng shui master cultivated the feng shui divine eye and was proficient in qi observation. It would be bad if someone saw through the secret of the Blackstone Golem. Duan Muheng put away the divine crystal in his hand and left with the young woman. Gu Fei stood at the side and watched as Duan Muheng and the young woman disappeared from the street. The crowd was still discussing, and some people were even a little excited. They started to wander around the street to see if they could be so lucky as to obtain a divine item. Duan Muheng had the feng shui divine eye and could see the qi of the heavens. He definitely didn't obtain that divine item by luck. Even Gu Fei didn't have such an ability. If one wanted to pick up a bargain, one must have the strength. Even the Duanmu family from the heaven realm had come. Could it be that there was really a divine item being auctioned in this auction? That was a divine item, not an ordinary divine weapon. It was too difficult to become a saint. Even if one comprehended an incomplete great Tao, it was still incomparably difficult. In the past millions of years, there hadn't been a saint in the heaven realm. It seemed that it was very difficult to produce a saint in this world. That is, suddenly, Gu Fei saw a figure disappear at the corner of the street. His heart trembled because he sensed a familiar aura, and his expression changed greatly. It can't be that person, right? Gu Fei hurried over, but the figure had already disappeared. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't sense that person's aura. This person's cultivation was too terrifying, definitely above his own. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. If such a person really appeared in the eastern county city, there would be a good show to watch. Such a person acted unscrupulously, and probably no one in the world could subdue him. He was just one person. Even if those people came, he had nothing to fear. At most, he could hide in the inner world. If hiding in the inner world didn't work, he could just hide in the Hell Realm. Gu Fei had already refined the Hell Realm bead and could mobilize a part of the Hell Realm's power for his own use. Although it was only a small part, it was enough to kill Almighties. If he planned carefully, the current Gu Fei could trap and kill Almighties. Gu Fei was no longer in the mood to stroll around. He then returned to the Hidden Moon Pavilion and waited for the arrival of the auction. He didn't plan to go out anymore. He returned to his room. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was impossible. How could that person be like that? After all, that was a guy who climbed out of a coffin. When the Sky Tower appeared in the Sky Market in the eastern wasteland of the human realm, the power of the Sky Tower was stimulated by the power of everyone, and the celestial path was accidentally opened. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to open the celestial path, there should be many people who entered the heaven realm that day. Even the evil little monk Fan Shou entered the heaven realm. Who knew how many almighties who were secretly watching from the side entered the heaven realm without anyone knowing? Could it be that after that person entered the heaven realm, he was reborn and returned in defiance of the heavens? Thinking of that person's various performances, Gu Fei's scalp couldn't help but feel numb. That guy was definitely a ruthless character. Even Old Tortoise had some misgivings about him. Gu Fei found it difficult to calm down. He had to be careful. This was the heaven realm, and there were too many people who were stronger than him. He didn't want to die without knowing how he died. There was definitely a terrifying person secretly watching this once-in-a-decade auction. Even if he won the auction, he would most likely get into trouble because of his wealth. Killing people and robbing them was a common occurrence in the cultivation world. Wherever there were cultivators, there would be grudges. Wherever there were cultivators, there would be fights. This was something unavoidable. The cultivation world was incomparably cruel. Over the next few days, people would occasionally make a move outside Eastern County City. The auction had not started yet, but everyone could no longer wait. The profound Heaven Holy Lands people only cared about the inside of the city and did not care about the outside. Even if the sky collapsed outside, the Eastern County City Lord would not make a move, much less care about it. The once-in-a-decade auction of the Hidden Moon Pavilion started on time. It was a night with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. All the distinguished guests staying in the Hidden Moon Pavilion were invited to the Great Hall on the first floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The originally spacious Great Hall was now filled with people. When Gu Fei arrived at the Great Hall, he was arranged to sit in the last row. He was shocked to discover that there was a peak almighty among the people sitting at the very front. That was an emperor-level existence. He was definitely a lord of a region. No one dared to sit near that emperor-level existence. Everyone retreated. There were many empty seats around that emperor-level existence. Chapter 1101. An emperor-level character had appeared at the auction. This made Gu Fei feel uneasy. Such a character was a mighty lord, yet he had personally come. Could it be that the rumors were true? Someone had already spread the word that a sacred object would appear at the Hidden Moon Pavilion's decennial auction. The experts of the heavenly realm could not sit still. Gu Fei had already changed his appearance, so no one could recognize him. When the auction was about to begin, Gu Fei saw the figure of the primordial Emperor Xian. The Eastern County City was located at the border of the Eastern Territory and the Central Territory. The Eastern Territory was the territory of the primordial Emperor Xian. It would be strange if the Emperor Xian did not appear. The arrival of the primordial Emperor Xian caused a commotion. It must be known that the recent actions of the Emperor Xian had shaken the entire heavenly realm. This was the Emperor Xian, who had already stepped into the sage realm. He was a semi-sage. Moreover, he had destroyed the mysterious dark sect of the Eastern Territory. He was in the limelight and was unparalleled in the heavenly realm. Gu Fei saw the primordial Emperor Xian appear, but he still sat quietly at the back. Several hundred people had already gathered in the large hall. Moreover, there were still quite a number of people entering the large hall one after another. The people from the Hidden Moon Pavilion seemed to know that the auction this time around was unprecedentedly grand. Hence, the space in the large hall had been enlarged by several times. This kind of technique that could enlarge or shrink a part of the void was not an amazing technique. Even an immortal realm expert could use it. In the end, the huge hall was filled with thousands of people. Gu Fei sensed the aura of the demon race. A great demon had appeared at the auction. The primordial Emperor Xian and the emperor-level expert sat at the front. No one dared to approach them. The aura of these two was too powerful. Ordinary people would not be able to resist it. A trace of the Emperor's aura was enough to cause thousands of people's expressions to change. Moreover, there was also the primordial Emperor Xian, a semi-sage. The auction had begun. This auction was destined to be extraordinary. There were definitely many people watching from the shadows. The truly ruthless characters had yet to show themselves. The first item to be auctioned was a godly saber, which pulsed with the aura of an emperor. It was an emperor weapon forged by an emperor in the Deva realm. The first item to be auctioned was an emperor blade. This caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. One must know that although there were many emperor weapons in the heaven realm, there were very few that were willing to take them out to be auctioned. The price of an emperor divine weapon was definitely a heaven rank item. The starting price was 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals wasn't a price anyone could afford. One must know that this was already the total output of a small immortal crystal vein. Some small immortal crystal veins could not even reach this output. 5,100,000 gene. After a moment of silence, someone spoke. An emperor divine weapon was definitely worth this price. At any time, there would be no shortage of cultivators with large amounts of immortal crystals. Gu Fei followed the voice and discovered that the person who made the bid was actually the descendant of the Feng Shui family of the Central Earth that he had seen on the streets of the Eastern County City. Beside Duanmu Hong sat his junior sister, who was more beautiful than a flower. The Duanmu family was rich and overbearing. They were Feng Shui masters and cultivated in the art of Feng Shui. Their specialty was to observe the terrain and point out dragon veins. This family had already excavated countless earth veins in the Central Earth. To this family, immortal crystals were just a number. 5,200,000. Someone shouted out a bid. It was a person who had used a spell to conceal his true appearance. His surroundings were hazy, and no one could see him clearly. It was as if he was standing in a fog, faintly discernible. Gu Fei used his martial Dao heavenly eye to look and was also shocked, because even he couldn't see through the layer of mist around that person. This person had a secret treasure on him. 6 million. Then, someone else called out. Emperor divine weapons were very tempting. Many people wanted to own one. Everyone present didn't lack immortal crystals. Some of them were even rich. Humph. Duan Muhong snorted coldly. He looked at that person coldly and stopped bidding. 6 million gene of first-grade immortal crystals had already exceeded his bottom line. Although the Emperor Divine Saber was good, Duan Muhong had his eyes on another item. If he won this Divine Saber, he wouldn't have any immortal crystals left to bid for the other item. 6,100,000. That mysterious person who seemed to be shrouded in mist called out again. His tone was incomparably calm, as if he didn't care about the amount of immortal crystals. It made people feel a strong pressure. No one made another sound. The person who called out 6 million gene of first-grade immortal crystals also fell silent. For a long time, no one made another bid. The Emperor Divine Saber was bought by the mysterious person with 6,100,000 gene of first-grade immortal crystals. The Emperor Divine Saber was the weapon of a celestial being realm emperor. Those above the celestial being realm had no interest in it. Only celestial being realm emperors or those below the celestial being realm would be tempted by the Emperor Divine Saber. 6,100,000 immortal crystals. Not everyone could afford it. Even the descendants of some of the great sects might not be able to afford it. The first item didn't cause any intense bidding. However, when the people from the Hidden Moon Pavilion revealed the second auction item, everyone's expressions changed. No one thought that it would be something like this. Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass. How is that possible? What a pure Fire Phoenix Essence Chi. It seems to be the Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass. There were many knowledgeable people in the crowd. There were also old monsters who had lived for countless years. Someone could see the origin of the second item. Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. On the display stage in front of him, there was a blood-colored strange jade. The strange jade was more than 3 feet tall. Inside it, there was a plant that looked like a flying phoenix. It was a crimson divine grass that was shrouded in a ball of fire essence. Powerful fire essence chi came out of the strange jade, causing the whole strange jade to be surrounded by fire chi. The temperature of the whole hall rose rapidly. Everyone felt a burst of heat. There's no sign of life. Could it be a withered divine grass? What's going on? Very quickly, someone realized that something was wrong. The divine grass that was sealed inside the strange jade did not emit any signs of life. It seemed to be dead. So that's how it is. No wonder they were willing to auction it. It's a withered Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass. What a pity. The most precious thing about the Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass was its life essence. However, this divine grass had lost all of its life essence. The medicinal effect of this Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass was less than 1/10,000th of its original power. Even so, this Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass that was sealed inside the strange jade still had unimaginable medicinal effects. If it was a living Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass, then it would be priceless because it was an immortal divine grass. This immortal divine grass still contained a vast amount of Fire Phoenix Chi. It was as if there was a divine flame burning inside the strange jade. Even though it was sealed inside, it still emitted a strong heat. But for some unknown reason, this stalk of immortal godly herb had already lost its life essence. Perhaps someone had already refined all of its essence. An immortal divine grass that was stained with Fire Phoenix's blood essence when the phoenix was reborn? Ever since Gu Fei refined the soul memory of Li Xuandao, his knowledge had become extraordinary. He thought of the origin of the Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass. The conditions for the formation of such an immortal divine grass were too harsh. The phoenix was an innate divine beast. Someone who could threaten the phoenix's life and force it to use the phoenix's regeneration technique to be reborn could be counted on one's fingers even in the prehistoric era. During the prehistoric era, there was a Fire Phoenix Immortal Grass. Could it be this one? 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. Someone couldn't wait to bid. This fire phoenix immortal grass that had lost its life essence had a starting price of 9 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. It was almost half the price of the Emperor Divine Weapon. 11 million. 13 million. People kept bidding. Although it was just a fire phoenix immortal grass that had lost its life essence, it was still enough to make people jealous. After all, it was an immortal divine grass. It would be great if Yen was here. Gu Fei thought of Yen who was still in seclusion in his inner world. Yen wanted to use the power of the heaven-defying divine pill to break through to the almighty realm. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. There was no sign of her coming out of seclusion. Some big shots couldn't sit still and started bidding. Soon, the price of the Fire Phoenix immortal grass had been raised to 10 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. Even the Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the Great Emperor level expert were bidding 25 million. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian directly raised the price by 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately quietened down. No one dared to compete with the Primordial Era Emperor Xian, except for the other Great Emperor level expert. This was a competition between Great Emperor level experts. The Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction was very unique. All the participants and those who were qualified to enter the auction would gather together in one hall. There was no such thing as a VIP room, 30 million. The Great Emperor level expert also directly raised the price by 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. In the eyes of such a person, immortal crystals were nothing, 40 million. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian seemed to value the Fire Phoenix immortal grass that had lost its life essence very much. He was expressionless as he bid calmly. This time, he directly raised the price by 5 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. Primordial Era, how about we divide this divine grass equally? The Great Emperor level expert said. Humph. I never divide anything equally with others. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian said coldly. He didn't seem to care about the Great Emperor level expert at all and didn't give him any face. Good, good, good. The Great Emperor level expert's face showed a trace of anger, 50 million. Since the other party didn't want face, there was nothing more to say. As soon as the Great Emperor's words came out, there was a sudden uproar. 25 million caddies of first-grade immortal crystals. Wouldn't so many immortal crystals be piled up into a mountain? Chapter 1102. A stalk of immortal fire phoenix grass was sealed in a strange jade. It was surrounded by fire energy like a fire spirit. Although it had lost its most precious life essence, it still contained a vast amount of fire elemental essence. This was a withered stalk of immortal herb. Although it was a withered stalk of immortal herb, it still moved everyone. Even the Primordial Emperor Xian and another emperor were tempted and wanted it. If it was a living stalk of immortal herb, no one would take it out for auction. 50 million. The emperor shouted the price of 25 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals. The entire auction site went silent. One could even hear a needle falling on the ground. 25 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals. What kind of concept was that? Even if they excavated a large vein of immortal crystals, they wouldn't have 25 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals. Such a sky-high price would make some major forces feel heartache. However, the emperor didn't even frown when he shouted the price. 60 million. The Primordial Emperor Xian didn't show any weakness. He added another 10 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals. Only the Primordial Emperor Xian had such wealth. He had the second ancestral vein in the Eastern Earth, so he didn't lack immortal crystals. Damn it. The emperor hesitated. He knew that immortal Emperor Yuangu was rich and imposing. The second ancestral vein of the Eastern lands contained boundless essence energy of the earth. The amount of immortal crystals that could be condensed under the ground would definitely be terrifying. 70 million. The emperor didn't want to give up just like that. He pondered for a while and immediately increased the price. Even if it was a withered stalk of immortal herb, it was still priceless. 80 million. The primordial Emperor Xian didn't even think about it. He increased the price by another 10 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals. He didn't seem to care, but the Emperor felt an invisible pressure. Very well. The Emperor thought about it and didn't say anything in the end. 80 million kilograms of first-grade immortal crystals had already exceeded his bottom line. Although they were unwilling, they had no other choice. No one dared to cause trouble at the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction, and no one dared to rob the auction items. The power behind the Hidden Moon Pavilion was not simple. Even a person like the primordial era Emperor Xian had to follow the rules of this place. He was not willing to offend this power. The sky-high price of 80 million caddies of Grade 1 immortal crystals stunned everyone. No one made another bid. The entire place was silent, no one spoke. Yuangu Emperor Xian's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. This immortal divine herb that was sealed in the mysterious jade was now his. Such a divine herb would be of great use to him. 80 million for a caddy. Right when Emperor Xian thought that he would be able to obtain the undying divine herb, a voice suddenly resounded. Everyone was shocked. At this time, who would dare to step forward and challenge the primordial Emperor Xian? Fighting with primordial Emperor Xian for the immortal divine medicine, was this person tired of living? This was a provocation to the primordial era Emperor Xian. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the voice. They wanted to know who had the guts to provoke the primordial era Emperor Xian, who had been in the limelight recently. After seeing the person, everyone was surprised. It turned out to be an ordinary-looking young cultivator. Judging from the aura of this young cultivator, he was actually a small cultivator in the demigod realm. There were not many small cultivators like this in the auction. Most of the people who participated in this auction were immortals. There were also a lot of celestial realm experts present. Humph. The primordial era Emperor Xian's eyes shot out rays of light as he glanced at the young cultivator. A demigod dared to provoke him. Could it be that someone was behind this? The primordial era Emperor Xian knew that he had a few powerful enemies. These guys would not be willing to see him obtain the undying divine medicine. The essence of the undying divine medicine had been completely drained, so its medicinal efficacy was no longer the same as before. It was no longer useful to an existence at the demigod realm. The reason why the primordial era Emperor Xian wanted this divine medicine was actually for another purpose, 85 million. The primordial era Emperor Xian was determined to get this divine medicine, so he increased the price once again. However, this time, he increased the price by 5 million, unlike the previous increase of 10 million, 85 million and 10 million. The unprepossessing young cultivator also increased the price. Moreover, he only increased the price by 10,000 kilograms. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. This person was slapping the primordial era Emperor Xian in the face. What was the background of this person? He actually dared to openly challenge the primordial era Emperor Xian. The primordial era Emperor Xian's expression suddenly became somewhat unsightly. This small cultivator was clearly going against him. Could it be that someone was really behind this? Otherwise, how could a puny demigod realm cultivator dare to go against him? The primordial era Emperor Xian would never have imagined that the person going against him was actually Gu Fei. Gu Fei had changed his appearance and restrained his aura. Even a character like the primordial era Emperor Xian would find it difficult to see through him. 90 million. The primordial era Emperor Xian's voice resounded once again. He occupied the second ancestral vein of the Eastern Earth and possessed an endless amount of immortal crystals. In the entire heavenly realm, there were definitely not many people who were wealthier than him. Even if those old enemies of his joined forces, they would not be able to compete with him. 9,000, 10,000. Gu Fei did not hesitate to increase the price by another 10,000 kilograms. He had already noticed that the primordial era Emperor Xian was determined to obtain this withered undying fire phoenix grass. Damn it. When the primordial era Emperor Xian saw that Gu Fei only increased the price by 5,000 kilograms each time, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If this was any other place, he would have already killed this small cultivator. However, this was the Hidden Moon Pavilion, and the power behind the Hidden Moon Pavilion was not to be trifled with. It was said that there were experts guarding the place, which made the primordial era Emperor Xian apprehensive. After all, the mysterious dark sect alone had already caused him to lose many of his subordinates. It was not a good time to make another powerful enemy. 95 million. The primordial era Emperor Xian's tone contained a hint of anger. Being provoked by a small cultivator in front of so many people made him feel like he was going to go crazy. 9,500, just as Gu Fei was about to bid again, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful aura suddenly shrouding him. Bam! The chair he was sitting on immediately shattered. His entire body felt like it had been smashed by an ancient sacred mountain, and all the bones in his body felt like they were about to shatter. This guy. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. The primordial era Emperor Xian had made a move against him. The primordial era Emperor Xian had not made a sound, but he had dealt a ruthless blow to Gu Fei. Everyone was naturally aware of this, but no one dared to stand up and say anything. How awe-inspiring. Another emperor said disdainfully. The primordial era Emperor Xian did not seem to have done anything. He was attacking in the dark, but how could the primordial era's attack be hidden from an emperor-level character? Boom! At this time, an emperor's aura surged out from the 12th floor of the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Everyone's heart shook, and even the primordial era Emperor Xian's expression changed. This emperor's aura disappeared as soon as it appeared. No emperor appeared, but it was clear that this was a warning to the primordial era Emperor Xian that there was an emperor-level character guarding the Hidden Moon Pavilion. A half-step saint is indeed terrifying. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground. There was a large empty space around him, and no one dared to stand near him. His face was deathly pale, as he had been seriously injured. However, a strange look appeared in the primordial era Emperor Xian's eyes. This person had not died, which was beyond his expectations. His attack could even kill a peak celestial being realm expert. This person is not simple. The primordial era Emperor Xian had already made a move, so it was impossible for him to make another move. The experts of the Hidden Moon Pavilion had already shown their strength, and if he were to make another move, he would offend them. Normally, the primordial era Emperor Xian wouldn't have any scruples. But now, the mysterious dark sect had already caused him a lot of trouble. However, the primordial era Emperor Xian's goal had been achieved. Gu Fei couldn't speak for a while, and no one else bid. The immortal divine medicine that had been sealed in the strange jade fell into the hands of the primordial era Emperor Xian. The primordial era Emperor Xian left after obtaining the immortal divine medicine. He had given up on the legendary sage item, so he didn't bid anymore. Everyone was surprised that the primordial era Emperor Xian had actually come for this immortal divine medicine. However, this immortal divine medicine had already lost all of its life essence. Although this withered immortal divine medicine was still a priceless item, it couldn't be called an immortal divine medicine anymore. After the primordial era Emperor Xian left, the tense atmosphere immediately eased. Brat, you really have guts. You actually dared to provoke the primordial era Emperor Xian. A dark, skinny old man approached Gu Fei and took out a purple gourd from his waist. He pulled out the stopper of the gourd and poured out a purple gold elixir before handing it over to Gu Fei. A fragrance immediately spread out, making people feel relaxed and happy. This was an immortal elixir that was only the size of a finger. There were veined patterns on it, and a purple gold divine light flowed around it. The mysterious heaven purple gold elixir? An expert from the mysterious heaven Holy Land? Everyone couldn't help but be moved when they saw the elixir in the old man's hand. This was a kind of healing elixir refined by the mysterious heaven Holy Land. Legend had it that it could even heal spirit injuries. Many thanks. Gu Fei took the golden purple gold elixir. This kind of elixir was not something an ordinary person could refine. He naturally knew his stuff. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. Brat, you're not bad. The old man took a deep look at Gu Fei and walked forward. Brother Long, I didn't expect you to come out of seclusion. We haven't seen each other for 1,000 years. The emperor stood up when he saw the old man walking over. "Qi Shan, old ghost, I didn't expect you to climb out of the coffin." Elder Long walked over and chatted with the emperor for a while. Then, he sat down and the auction continued. "Qi Shan Emperor, isn't that Emperor Xian?" Emperor Xian was the only Emperor Xian among the Emperor Xian god emperors in the heaven realm. He didn't have any influence and only had a few disciples. Qi Shan in the heaven realm was where Emperor Xian's palace was located. "Elder Long, I didn't expect it to be Elder Long. That's the junior brother of the mysterious heaven sage to be." Someone also recognized Elder Long's background. "Qi Shan Xian Emperor, Xiantian Long Daoist." When Gu Fei heard the whispers of the people around him, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was really unexpected that these two emperor-level figures had such great origins. Chapter 1103. The auction continued. Apart from the Fire Phoenix immortal grass that was sealed in a piece of wondrous jade, the other auction items were also very good. There was 10,000-year cold iron, 1,000-year young ginseng king, and even a small piece of 9 heavens divine jade. Although it was only the size of half a fist, it was sold for a heaven-grade item. It was no wonder that the decennial auction of the Hidden Moon Pavilion attracted so many people. Even thearchs of the Almighty Realm had jumped out. After Gu Fei consumed the mysterious sky-purple golden elixir that Daoist Long had given him, his physical body had suffered serious injuries, but he had actually recovered rapidly. Such a divine elixir was indeed extraordinary. In just 15 minutes, Gu Fei had completely recovered. "Celestial Blue, I didn't expect someone to auction such a divine item." At this time, there was a commotion. A fairy in white from the Hidden Moon Pavilion took out a stone the size of an adult's fist. It was not an ordinary stone, but a blue stone. The blue stone was densely covered with natural veined patterns. That's a natural Tao pattern formed by the world. There's the aura of the great Tao around it. Is it really a celestial blue? This is a supreme divine material exclusive to sages. After seeing such a stone, everyone couldn't help but be moved. A natural Tao pattern that nurtured broken fragments of the world's great Tao. Could it be that this celestial blue is the sacred item that someone has brought to auction? Some people couldn't help but think of the rumors before the auction. This celestial blue was a peerless divine material that could be compared to a sacred item. Even Daoist Long and the mountain Xian thearch's eyes lit up when they saw this stone. Even thearchs would be moved. Celestial blue? Gu Fei was also shocked. It should be known that this celestial blue was a celestial stone born from the 9 heavens. It contained fragments of the world's great Tao and gave birth to Tao patterns. This was an item exclusive to sages. It was an immortal divine material. During the primordial era, there had been a divine weapon made from celestial blue. Although this celestial blue was only the size of a fist, it contained fragments of the great Tao that could help people comprehend the great Tao. It was enough to make a divine weapon. Immortal materials, Gu Fei couldn't help but be tempted. The celestial bluestone contained the aura of the Tao and was hard to find. Even in the primordial era, it was extremely difficult to find such a fist-sized celestial bluestone. However, with the presence of 2 emperor-level characters, Gu Fei was very clear that he would never be able to obtain this piece of celestial blue stone. The starting price of the celestial blue stone was also very shocking. It was actually 10,000 gene of top-grade immortal crystals. 10,000 gene of top-grade immortal crystals. Even a huge mine would not be able to dig up 500 gene of top-grade immortal crystals. Supreme-grade immortal crystals were very rare. They were immortal items that could only be nurtured by the spiritual energy source of the Earth's spiritual veins. Even if it was a large spiritual vein, the spiritual energy source would not condense many supreme-grade immortal crystals. When a spirit vein was dug to the end, it meant that the spirit vein was completely destroyed. Very few people would dig out the source of a spirit vein. Therefore, the production of supreme-grade immortal crystals was very low. 10,000 gene of supreme-grade immortal crystals, if exchanged for first-grade immortal crystals, would be a number that would make the great sect's hearts ache. It was not something that just anyone could take out. However, many of the people who came to participate in this auction came from the various major powers of the Heaven Realm. Their financial resources were absolutely powerful. 20 million. While everyone was still in shock, someone began to bid and suddenly doubled the price. It could be seen that someone was determined to get this celestial bluestone. 20 million gene of top-grade immortal crystals completely suppressed the majority of the people. The voices in the auction hall suddenly weakened. Some people could already see that this was a competition between the major powers of the Heaven Realm. It would be incomparably intense. An immortal material could definitely make everyone go crazy. 30 million. Someone continued to bid. The voice came from a group of people wearing purple dragon robes. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing a 9-dragon crown and surrounded by dragon aura shouted out such a price. There's no mistake, that's someone from the Jianghu imperial family. In the west of the Heaven Realm was an endless area. There were 9 great imperial families there, known as the 9 imperial families of Shili. Each family was incomparably powerful. They were the masters of the Shili land. Since ancient times, the Shili land had never had a change of master. The 9 imperial families of Shili had always stood tall in the Heaven Realm. Even in the dark times when the world was in turmoil, they still stood tall for thousands of years. Some people said that the 9 imperial families of Shili were the descendants of the 9 supreme gods of ancient times. 40 million. The emperor of the Jianghu imperial family shouted 30 million. His voice was still lingering in the hall when someone immediately called out a price. No one wanted to miss this chance. An immortal material could only be found by chance. Hey! Isn't that Li Wudao from the Li family of the Heaven Realm? Why is he here too? Someone recognized the middle-aged Daoist who called out a price. The Li family of the Heaven Realm was said to be the descendants of the supreme Daoist ancestor. They were the supreme saints of the immortal Dao. Their surname was Li, 50 million. Another person called out a price. Many people from the major powers came. All of them wanted to obtain an immortal material. This was an item exclusive to saints. The price of the celestial bluestone rose rapidly. Very soon, it reached the price of 50 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals. 50 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals was enough to make ordinary cultivators dumbfounded. This kind of Heaven Realm had already exceeded everyone's expectations. However, there were still people bidding. An immortal material could only be found by chance. If one missed it, it would be very difficult to see another one in the future. These are all rich people. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Even though he was used to seeing priceless materials, he was still stunned by these people. An immortal material like this was actually worth so many supreme-grade immortal crystals. This was something Gu Fei had never thought of. Was an immortal material really so rare and precious? All the major powers were fighting for it without caring about the price. However, when the price reached 150 million, people from the major powers of the Heaven Realm began to hesitate. This auction attracted people from all over the Heaven Realm. A few people from the major powers jumped out to participate in the bidding of the immortal material, the celestial bluestone. The divine monk from desolate north bid 160 million. The fairy from snowy heavenly palace, who seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs, bid 180 million. In the end, even Daoist Long and mountain mystic sovereign couldn't sit still. When the price of the celestial blue stone rose to 200 million, only a few major factions were still competing. When the price rose to 250 million, the mountain mystic the Arch didn't say anything anymore. He couldn't afford this kind of supreme-grade immortal crystals anymore. Daoist Long was the junior brother of Mysterious Sky Half-Sage, but he still hesitated when bidding. Mysterious Sky Holy Land controlled a few ancestral veins in Middle-earth, but 200 to 300 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals was equivalent to the entire production of an ancestral vein. A fist-sized celestial bluestone was actually worth an ancestral earth vein, 300 million. After a brief discussion, the Jianghu royal family called out such a price. This was definitely a sky-high price. It was equivalent to using an ancestral earth vein to exchange for this celestial bluestone. The crowd was completely silent. The Jianghu imperial family had bid 150 million kilograms of top-grade immortal crystals. No one wasn't moved. Even Daoist Long didn't make a bid now. The divine monk from Desolate North was also silent. The fairy from Snowy Heavenly Palace didn't say anything. Li Wudao from the Heaven Realms Li clan also backed down. The Jianghu royal family was truly rich. The 9 royal families of Jianghu had stood tall in West Earth for countless years. Their foundation was absolutely terrifying. In the entire Heaven Realm, there really wasn't any power that could win against the Jianghu royal family. Although the Heaven Realms Li clan claimed to be the descendant of the supreme Dao ancestor, they couldn't compete with the wealth of the Jianghu royal family. Exchanging an ancestral vein for a celestial bluestone was undoubtedly a crazy thing to do. 300 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals. Only by excavating an ancestral earth vein could one afford this amount. Truly crazy. Gu Fei was also a little dumbfounded. The value of an ancestral earth vein was unimaginable. An immortal material was actually worth an ancestral earth vein. Gu Fei recalled that he had refined an iron mountain made of 9 heaven star iron. He couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Just casually throwing out a piece of 9 heaven star iron could be exchanged for an ancestral earth vein. Celestial bluestone and 9 heaven star iron were items exclusive to saints. Only saints could refine them. Gu Fei's 9 heaven star sword was an anomaly. He had used the mountain and river cauldron, as well as the fire phoenix divine pearl and the true dragon divine pearl to refine the 9 heaven star sword. He wasn't a saint, but he could refine a divine material exclusive to saints. Gu Fei could be considered unprecedented. No one bid anymore. That fist-sized celestial bluestone had fallen into the hands of the Jianghu imperial family. This was a big matter. Most likely, before long, the entire Heaven Realm would know that the Jianghu imperial family had obtained an immortal divine material. Some people vaguely guessed something. The Ninely royal family was willing to pay any price for the immortal material. Could it be that someone in the Ninely royal family had already proven their Dao? Otherwise, why would the Ninely royal family use the same amount of supreme-grade immortal crystals as an ancestral earth vein to bid for this immortal material? The value of a fist-sized immortal material was definitely not comparable to an ancestral earth vein. If that was really the case, then the entire Heaven Realm would probably be shaken. If a saint were to appear in the Heaven Realm where saints were extinct, it would be a major event that would change the history of the Heaven Realm. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. His only purpose for coming to the auction was to obtain the Black Stone Man. After another dozen or so rare treasures were auctioned off, the black stone golem that Gu Fei had his eyes on finally appeared. It was a stone golem with no allure at all. Other than Gu Fei and a few monarchs, the stone man's appearance disappointed everyone else. The moment Gu Fei saw the stone man, his eyes lit up. Chapter 1104. The Black Stone Man finally appeared. When Gu Fei saw the 1-foot-tall stone man, he immediately perked up. Even immortal materials could not tempt him, but this black stone man made him nervous. The reason why he stayed to participate in this auction was because of the Black Stone Man. The Black Stone Man only appeared halfway through the auction, but it made Gu Fei wait for a long time. Did someone notice something strange about this Black Stone Man? However, when Gu Fei saw the disappointed looks on the faces of the people around him, he was relieved. Most people were not interested in this Black Stone Man. This was an unattractive Black Stone Man. There was not a trace of immortal qi on it. In fact, there was no spiritual qi at all. It was like an ordinary item. What's going on? Why did the Hidden Moon Pavilion bring out such an item to auction? I heard that this is a Black Stone Man dug out from a primordial ruin. When the Black Stone Man was born, something ominous happened and many people died. Something like that actually happened? Everyone whispered to each other. All sorts of information about the Black Stone Man quickly spread among the crowd. Simple and unadorned. Gu Fei felt a little strange. This black stone man, which was almost in perfect condition, did not look strange at all. However, it could be seen that this was an extremely ancient item. Unlike the broken black stone man that Gu Fei had cut out from the fire element holy egg, this black stone man did not emit any strange aura at all. What's going on? Gu Fei thought about it. Could it be that the black stone man's seal is still in perfect condition? Could there be something heaven-defying sealed inside? Daoist Long and the mountain Qi Xian the Arch, who were sitting at the front, frowned. They stared at the black stone man for a long time and finally shook their heads. Even an almighty realm the Arch could not see anything, let alone others. The divine monk from the desert north, the fairy from the snow heavenly palace, Li Wudao from the heavenly realm, the Jiuli royal family, and other experts could not see anything from the black stone man. This can't be a golem, right? The divine monk of Mo Bay stared at the black stone man for a while, then suddenly put his palms together and said, I can't see through it. Li Wudao also shook his head. He opened his immortal divine eye and his eyes flickered with divine light. But even so, he couldn't see through the black stone golem. It looks like an ancient god-demon statue. An old man whose hair and teeth were about to fall off said with a trembling voice. What? The people from the various factions couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard this. The primordial era was an era where innate deities and innate gods and demons roamed freely. That period of time was the beginning of the world, and it was regarded as the early primordial era. If this black stone man was really a primordial demon god, then it would be hard to imagine how long this stone man had existed. Even the emperors at the almighty realm couldn't see through the stone man. That in itself was enough to show how extraordinary it was. Everyone looked at the stone man differently. 10 million. Someone started to bid. The starting price of this blackstone man was 5 million kilograms of top-grade immortal crystals. It was someone from the Jiuli imperial family bidding. They directly doubled the price and wanted to get this blackstone man. Humph. The Jiuli sovereign family's appetite is a bit too big. Daoist Long glanced at the middle-aged men in purple dragon robes and dragon crowns and said coldly. The Jiuli sovereign family had just won the immortal material celestial bluestone, and now they wanted to bid for this mysterious black stone man as well. 15 million. Daoist Long also said. This black stone man was very mysterious, and it might really be something from the early primordial era. He didn't want to miss it and wanted to bid for it. 20 million. Li Wudao glanced at Daoist Long and also bid. The Heavenly World's Li clan was said to be the descendant of the Supreme Dao ancestor. They had an unimaginable foundation. Some people said that the Heavenly World's Li clan had an extreme sacred weapon, and that the Supreme Dao ancestor's weapon was in the Li clan. This was a formless and powerful deterrence. No one dared to provoke a clan that had an extreme sacred weapon. Once the weapon was taken out, nothing could stop it. Even a saint who hadn't cultivated his Dao to the perfect level couldn't block an attack from an extreme sacred weapon. An extreme sacred weapon was a supreme weapon refined by an extreme Dao saint. The weapon had a weapon soul and contained the complete Dao of heaven and earth. If one could completely awaken the extreme sacred weapon and launch an attack, it would be equivalent to an extreme Dao saint attacking with all his strength. It would have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Some people wanted to bid, but after hearing Li Wudao's bid, they all retreated. Li Wudao offered 20 million genes of top-grade immortal crystals. This price caused some people to feel heartache. It was just a black stone statue. Was it really worth 20 million genes of top-grade immortal crystals? The Jiuli sovereign family discussed it and shook their heads. 10 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals to buy something they didn't know had any value. It really wasn't worth it. The Mo Bay divine monk didn't bid, and the fairies from the snowfield heavenly palace were silent. Daoist Long looked at the stone man and shook his head. The Qi Xianxia emperor was even more straightforward. He didn't make a single bid. Even these big shots weren't willing to risk tens of millions of kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals. If they bought something worthless, it would be a huge loss. Li Wudao's 10 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals caused all the major powers to retreat. No one made a bid for a long time, as if the dust had settled. 25 million. Just when everyone thought that the black stone man was already in Li Wudao's bag, a voice suddenly rang out. It was 5 million kilograms more than Li Wudao. Oh. Everyone was startled. Just who was bidding against Li Wudao? When they saw an ordinary-looking young cultivator, they couldn't help feeling surprised. Wasn't this the person who had dared to provoke the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian at the start of the auction? The one who had made the bid was Gu Fei. 25 million? Li Wudao glanced at Gu Fei, who was standing at the back of the crowd. Then, he smiled and fell silent. 25 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals was beyond his bottom line. 25 million to buy a stone of unknown value. Does this person have so many supreme-grade immortal crystals that he has nowhere to spend them? 25 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals. Can a puny demigod like him take out that much? Everyone was whispering to each other, and some were even pointing at Gu Fei. 25 million immortal crystals, this was definitely not a small treasure trove. No one was willing to spend so much money on something of unknown value. The major powers in the heavenly domain were all hesitating. If they were to win a piece of trash, the immortal crystals were a small matter, but their reputation was more important. In the end, Gu Fei got his wish and won the Black Stone Man. After he won the Black Stone Man, he left the auction house and returned to his room. Not long after, the people from the Hidden Moon Pavilion knocked on Gu Fei's door. The service of the Hidden Moon Pavilion was impeccable. The people from the Hidden Moon Pavilion sent the Black Stone Man that Gu Fei won to Gu Fei's room. Of course, when the item was sent over, it was also the time for Gu Fei to spend a lot of money. 25 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals was not a small amount. It was equivalent to a divine treasury. However, this amount of immortal crystals was nothing to Gu Fei. In a corner of the mountain and river cauldron, a huge fire burned the sky. The fire phoenix divine pearl was floating in the fire. Around the pearl, there were countless fire attribute supreme-grade immortal crystals. Let alone 25 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals, even if it was 10 times more, Gu Fei would still be able to take it out. Gu Fei put the 25 million kilograms of immortal crystals into the storage bag brought by the servant girl from the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Then, the servant girl left. After the servant girl left, Gu Fei immediately sealed the entire room. He used the power of heaven and earth to isolate all the auras in the room. In a secret chamber of the Hidden Moon Pavilion, the two mysterious women were dumbfounded again. Gu Fei had disappeared from the divine mirror once again. They could not see what was happening in the room that Gu Fei was in. What kind of technique did this guy use? He actually hoodwinked the heavens twice. Damn it! One of the women said fiercely. This person is not simple. Until now, we still can't figure out the truth about him. I'm afraid he really is a disciple of some great power who came out to gain experience. The other woman said thoughtfully. The great era was coming. The disciples of all the great powers would come out to gain experience. A turbulent but blood-boiling era was coming. All the heroes would rise up and fight in all directions. No one could stay out of it. Who cares which power he is? If he falls into my hands, hee. The sweet and melodious voice of a woman sounded in the secret chamber. At this time, Gu Fei was already carefully playing with the Blackstone Man in his hand. The Blackstone Man was covered with traces of the corrosion of time. However, it was basically in good condition. It was not like the broken stone man that Gu Fei obtained, which was missing an arm or a leg. Clang! Gu Fei took out the 9 Heaven Stars sword and directly slashed at the Blackstone Man. The sword slashed down, but not even a mark could be seen on the Blackstone Man. This, Gu Fei was taken aback. This Blackstone golem that was in perfect condition seemed to be far tougher than the broken Blackstone golem that he had cut apart. The 9 Heaven Stars sword had not grown into an extreme holy weapon, but the power of this sword was not to be underestimated. However, not even a mark was left on the Blackstone Man. It seemed like he still had to use an extreme holy weapon. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He put away the 9 heaven stars sword and took out the purple gold divine sword. Then, he carefully cut up the black stone man. With his previous experience, Gu Fei thought that it would be very smooth this time. However, to his surprise, this intact blackstone man was very difficult to dissect. Even with the purple gold divine sword in hand, it was still a little difficult to dissect this blackstone man. Gu Fei found it extremely taxing. The blackstone man contained lines that seemed to be an ancient divine pattern of the great Tao. There seemed to be something sealed inside the blackstone man. Gu Fei could not help but be surprised and happy. Chapter 1105. The great Tao divine markings within the blackstone man shocked Gu Fei. These great Tao divine markings were layered on top of one another. Even with the divine weapon, the purple gold divine sword, dissecting this blackstone man was extremely taxing. Every divine inscription was like a law of the great Tao. Without the purple gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei would definitely not be able to dissect this blackstone golem. Other than an extreme divine weapon, nothing else could shake this blackstone golem. 6 hours passed, and Gu Fei had only dissected less than half of it. The entire blackstone man had been imprinted with countless great Tao divine markings by someone's supreme power. Just what was sealed inside this nearly complete blackstone man? Gu Fei could not help but feel a little fearful. Something sealed inside such an ancient object might really be something heaven-defying. He had to be careful. A broken blackstone man had dissected a holy egg left behind by a holy beast. Now, this blackstone man's inner seal was intact. It might also contain something heaven-defying. Gu Fei focused and carefully operated the purple gold divine sword. Bit by bit, he slowly dissected the blackstone man, grinding away the great Tao divine markings within it. The great Tao divine markings within the blackstone man were not complete. Against an extreme divine weapon like the purple gold divine sword that contained complete great Tao divine markings, it was immediately clear who was stronger. An incomplete great Tao could not be compared to a flawless great Tao. The blackstone man became smaller and smaller in Gu Fei's hands. He slowly ground away the blackstone man. Another 14 to 16 hours passed, and Gu Fei had already dissected more than half of the blackstone man. At this time, golden great Tao divine markings began to appear on the blackstone man's body. This really surprised Gu Fei. The markings were like thin golden lines that passed through the blackstone man's body. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly used the extreme divine sword to grind away the golden markings. Gradually, a fist-sized golden divine pearl appeared. After the golden great Tao divine markings were broken by Gu Fei, a powerful aura of life spread out from the divine pearl. Even Gu Fei's expression changed. This was a divine pearl that contained endless metal elemental power. Inside the divine pearl, there was a white-bearded old man sitting cross-legged as if he was sleeping soundly. This was a divine pearl that contained endless metal elemental power. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was immediately dumbfounded. A fist-sized metal element divine pearl actually had a little old man sealed inside. Furthermore, this little old man was completely naked, without a single piece of clothing. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty. It was as if Gu Fei was holding a golden sun in his hand, illuminating the entire room with golden light, making it seem like a golden world. Streaks of golden light curled about. It was the extremely pure essence of metal. Someone had gathered an endless amount of metal elemental power and sealed a small old man in the divine bead. Divine markings of the great Tao appeared on the divine pearl. The aura of the great Tao surrounded it. This was definitely a supreme technique that only a sage could use. An obscure aura emanated from the divine pearl. This aura was different from the metal elemental divine power. It originated from the aura of the old man that was sealed in the divine pearl. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This old man was too heaven-defying. After being sealed by a sage, his aura could already pass through the layers of seals. This was really hard to imagine. This old man was most likely a sage. Only the aura of an expert of the same level could have such might to be able to pass through the seals laid down by a sage. It had to be said that the result of dissecting the Blackstone man was really shocking to Gu Fei. He never thought that this would be the result. He actually cut open a divine pearl, and inside the divine pearl, there was an old man sealed. The divine pearl was only the size of an adult's fist, but Gu Fei knew that the inside of the divine pearl was definitely comparable to a small world. The means of a sage was unimaginable. There were countless divine markings of the great Tao imprinted on the divine pearl. The old man just sat cross-legged inside, as if he was meditating. There was still a trace of life coming from him. The old man that was sealed in the divine pearl was still alive. This old man was definitely a super antique. His origin was probably even more ancient than old tortoises. He was probably a character from the beginning of the world. If the seal was broken, the old man inside would most likely escape. Gu Fei did not act rashly. He did not know the origin of the old man sealed in the divine pearl. If the old man sealed in the divine pearl was a primordial god of death, then once he was released, he would be the first to suffer. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help but break out in a cold sweat. The aura emitted from the divine pearl was definitely the aura of a sage. There were no sages in this world. If such a sage were to come out, he would be an invincible existence. No one could subdue such an existence. Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and placed the divine orb into the depths of the mountain and river cauldron. Supreme divine weapons could break the divine markings of the great Tao, but Gu Fei did not plan on doing so to free the old man sealed in the divine pearl. He thought for a long time, but he still did not know what to do with the divine pearl. In the end, he decided to leave Eastern County City immediately. He could not stay here any longer. He believed that someone was already watching him. As the saying went, one should not show one's wealth. At the auction, Gu Fei had spent 25 million kilograms of top-grade immortal crystals. This amount was something that even the great sects would feel pained about. This made many people envious. At this time, it was already the evening of the second day. The auction had already ended. Gu Fei left behind a sum of top-grade immortal crystals before leaving the Hidden Moon Pavilion alone. Gu Fei was very careful. He once again changed his appearance and appeared in Eastern County City with an unfamiliar face and figure. Then, like an ordinary cultivator, he left the city. Following the end of the auction, the countless cultivators gathered in Eastern County City also began to disperse. Many people also left East County City, and Gu Fei was mixed in with these people. His appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing about him that could attract people. The aura he emitted was maintained at the Supreme Saint Realm. This was a mysterious cultivation state that could step into the immortal God realm at any time. Cultivators at this realm had the power of the immortal God realm. It was very terrifying. Ordinary cultivators were not willing to provoke such characters. Their unstable realms also caused their tempers to be very bad. Therefore, no one took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Gu Fei. After leaving Eastern County City, Gu Fei headed in the direction of the Central Plains. He did not soar into the sky or fly. Instead, he took large strides and ran on the ground. Even so, his speed was still very fast. It was not much slower than flying in the sky. It should be known that he cultivated the 8 desolation steps. This mysterious technique was said to be able to traverse the Great Desolation world in 8 steps, hence its name. Gu Fei displayed the cultivation of the Supreme Saint Realm. He did not display his true strength. At this time, he could travel dozens of miles with a single step and soon disappeared into the endless mountain range. The ground under Gu Fei's feet rapidly retreated. Some cultivators along the way were left far behind. Some people saw Gu Fei, but they did not say anything. Void-controlling realm and even demigod realm cultivators did not dare to provoke Gu Fei. However, immortal god realm cultivators would not casually appear. Soon, Gu Fei was far away from Eastern County City. He arrived at a small town a few thousand miles away from the city. He entered the town and came to a small tavern. He sat down and ordered a few dishes before he poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. There were no customers in the small tavern. At this time, the tavern was already lit. The people who went out had also returned from the outside of the town. At night, there was no one walking around outside. In the small town, the doors and windows of every household were tightly shut. There was not a single person on the streets. The small town was not big. There were only a few hundred households. Among them, there was a large family that emitted the unique aura of a cultivator. There was a small cultivator sitting in the family. This small cultivator only had the cultivation of the transcending mortality realm. In the eyes of Gu Fei, this kind of cultivation was no different from an ordinary mortal. A casual blow from him could destroy that person's body and soul. However, in the eyes of ordinary mortals, even a transcending mortality realm cultivator was an existence similar to an earth immortal. Gu Fei did not alarm the cultivator. He was waiting for someone. He knew that he was being watched. He was very curious as to how these people targeted him. Soon, a few figures walked out from the darkness outside the town. These figures were like specters as they silently floated into the town. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. He then picked up the wine cup in front of him and casually threw it. The wine cup directly penetrated the wall of the small tavern and shot out. Pfft. There was a burst of blood in the darkness. A figure fell out from the void and rolled on the ground. There was a wine cup embedded in the center of his eyebrows. This, the people in the dark couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when they saw this scene. This was very troublesome. They had already lost an expert before they even made a move. At this time, the owner of the small tavern still didn't know what had happened. He was serving warm wine. However, when the owner of the tavern raised his head, he was shocked. The young man who was sitting at the table just now had disappeared without a trace. What? What the hell? The owner of the tavern was shocked. With a clang, the wine bottle in his hand fell to the ground, splashing wine everywhere. At this moment, a massacre was taking place in the small town. Gu Fei was like a phantom, silently appearing and disappearing everywhere in the small town. Rays of bloody light appeared and the black-clothed men were slashed out of the void by him. The people who came were obviously a group of well-trained assassins. Even though they were killed by Gu Fei, they didn't make a single sound or scream. These assassins were not weaklings. There were actually immortal-level assassins among them. However, even immortal-level assassins were like clowns in front of Gu Fei. Without any suspense, they were killed by Gu Fei one by one. The small town was still silent. Only the smell of blood lingered in the air. Chapter 1106. Gu Fei was merciless. The assassins hidden in the darkness were killed one by him. No one had the ability to retaliate. They were all killed with a single blow. Although he didn't know how these assassins had targeted him or where they came from, Gu Fei didn't have any scruples. This was a strange scene. There was no one in the silent town. None of the residents sensed that a massacre was taking place. Even the young cultivator in the town didn't sense anything strange. Each of these assassins was at least at the demigod realm. Their stealth techniques were very brilliant. There were even some immortal-level assassins among them. They were silent and traceless. This was the work of an assassin. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't let out a scream. The smell of blood lingered in the sky above the town. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of the Grim Reaper. Every time he appeared, an assassin would be killed. It was as if these assassins weren't here to kill him, but he was hunting them down one by one. He waved his hands casually, causing more and more corpses to appear on the ground. The people in the dark felt that something was wrong. Some of them started to retreat. However, they couldn't escape from Gu Fei even if they wanted to. The assassins in black kept falling one after another. The immortal-level assassins were about to escape. Gu Fei chased them out of the town and killed 2 immortal-level assassins in succession. Then, he took the head of a Slayer King in a valley and ended the massacre. 39 assassins. Who is targeting me? Gu Fei walked out of the valley and muttered to himself. He had killed 39 assassins, including a Slayer King, who was a divine monarch assassin. In a secret chamber of the Hidden Moon Pavilion, there were 39 divine candles. In front of the divine candles was a woman wearing a sinister bronze mask. At this time, the 39 divine candles in front of the woman had already been extinguished. They are all dead. How is this possible? The woman wearing the bronze mask had a very pleasant voice. However, at this time, the mysterious woman's voice was filled with disbelief. Since when were the assassins of the Moon Pavilion so useless? The mysterious woman muttered to herself. After pondering for a while, she turned around and walked out of the secret chamber. At this time, Gu Fei did not return to the small town. He really did not understand how he had been targeted. This made him feel a little uneasy. The cultivators in the heaven realm really have unfathomable methods. Gu Fei thought for a long time, but he had no clue. He felt that he had been very careful, and it seemed that he had not given himself away. He had changed his appearance by shifting his muscles and bones, so no one would be able to see through his disguise. He had also sealed his aura, so how did these assassins still manage to find him? Furthermore, the primordial spirits of these assassins had been sealed by someone, so it was impossible to directly read their memories with a powerful divine will. Gu Fei had no choice but to completely seal off all of his aura, no longer emitting any fluctuations of a cultivator. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just a mortal. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he headed in the direction of the central plains and disappeared under the curtain of night. Not long after Gu Fei left the small town, a graceful woman wearing a sinister bronze mask silently appeared outside the small town. The mysterious woman circled around the small town, but did not alert the residents. That guy really hid his strength. With this kind of method, I'm afraid his cultivation is at least at the mysterious transformation realm. He must be an immortal king or divine king. Outside the small town, the mysterious woman found the corpses of 2 immortal-level assassins. Both of them had a bloody hole between their eyebrows, as if they had been stabbed to death with a finger. Finally, the mysterious woman arrived at the valley where the king of killers had fallen. Even the emperor of the assassins is dead. Behind the bronze mask, 2 cold, lightning-like eyes could be seen. A powerful aura surged out of the mysterious woman's body. It was as if a primordial giant beast was hiding inside the mysterious woman's body. The powerful aura caused the birds and beasts in the surrounding area to roar anxiously. The mysterious woman stood in the valley for a long time before disappearing into the night. The border between the central plains and the eastern plains was extremely vast. There were endless mountain ridges and countless rivers, but there were very few people in this area. There were always immortals in the high mountains and dragons in the deep seas. In the heavenly realm, some experts lived in seclusion in the famous mountains and great rivers. However, most of the creatures in the mountains were ferocious beasts, and there were also many demons that had matured. By daybreak, Gu Fei was already thousands of miles away. After determining the direction, he immediately headed in that direction. This way, he did not have to worry about getting lost in the vast mountains. He had completely sealed his own aura, so no one could sense his presence. Gu Fei passed by many mountains. From time to time, he could sense demonic aura or the ferocious killing intent of ferocious beasts from the top of these towering mountains. He did not provoke these existences, as he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. His only goal now was to head to the dragon domain of the Nanling Mountains and find Old Tortoise. Gu Fei believed that He Tian, Shaoqing, and the others were also heading to the Nanling Mountains. However, at noon, when Gu Fei was passing by a mountain, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him. "Leave everything on you and scram." Without saying anything else, the person looked coldly at Gu Fei with a disdainful expression. He did not put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. Gu Fei also looked coldly at the person in front of him. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He looked very arrogant and his body was surrounded by immortal light. "Who do you think you are? A good dog doesn't block the way. You are the one who should scram." Gu Fei did not show any weakness. Judging from the aura emitted by the person, this person was merely an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm. There was nothing to be afraid of. However, it was no wonder that this guy was so arrogant. An immortal emperor in the celestial being realm was considered an expert in the heavenly realm. He was the target of recruitment by the major powers. What did you say? The person's voice trembled. It was not because he was afraid, but because he was angry. A mere demigod realm cultivator dared to speak to him in such a manner. He must be courting death. I'm very curious, how did you catch up to me? Gu Fei was puzzled. Didn't I completely seal my aura when I left the town? How could this guy still catch up to me? Curious my ass. Those who dare to offend me, the Taishu unfettered Wang Xuani, will definitely not live. Go to hell. The middle-aged man attacked. Bam! He stretched out his hand and his primordial spirit manifested a green hand, grabbing forward. A vast wave of celestial power emanated from the hand, tearing through the void. Gu Fei casually threw a punch forward. Pfft! That seemingly casual punch actually shattered the huge green hand that was grabbing at him, and even smashed into Wang Xuani's outstretched right hand. Wang Xuani's right hand immediately exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Roar! Wang Xuani roared and immediately retreated. The opponent's punch was so powerful that it was unbelievable. It actually blew up his right hand. This shocked and angered Wang Xuani. How could a demigod realm cultivator have such terrifying strength? Wang Xuani felt that something was wrong and wanted to retreat. His opponent's physical body was too strong and rarely seen. It was probably comparable to the legendary Supreme Warriors. The Taishu unfettered Wang Xuani was a loner. He was a famous expert among the Heaven Realm rogue immortals. Many big forces wanted to rope him in but were all rejected by him. This person was very conceited and loner. He did not want to be bound by anything. Gu Fei knew that this Taishu unfettered Wang Xuani must have noticed him during the auction. Otherwise, why would such a person appear in the wilderness? Who are you? Wang Xuani stared at Gu Fei in shock. His right hand, which had been smashed by Gu Fei's punch, quickly grew back flesh and bones. In just an instant, his palm was as good as new. At this stage of cultivation, flesh and blood regeneration was just a small matter. You don't need to know who I am. Gu Fei had the intention to kill. This guy wanted to kill him without saying a word. If he was really a demigod realm cultivator, wouldn't he be in trouble? Humph. Want to kill me? The Taishu unfettered Wang Xuani sneered. He was an immortal emperor in the celestial being realm. No one in the same realm as him could kill him unless it was a powerful expert. Wang Xuani was very confident. Humph. Do I have to pick a day to kill you? Gu Fei took a step forward. Bang! The whole ground trembled as if a giant was taking a step forward. A powerful aura surged out from Gu Fei's body. His qi and blood rushed out from the top of his head like a huge dragon. Gu Fei's qi and blood were as vigorous as a real dragon. The birds and beasts in the surrounding area trembled in fear. Some of the stronger beasts fled directly. What? Wang Xuani was shocked. He quickly turned around and fled. The strength of the other party had exceeded his estimation. If he didn't flee, the other party could really kill him. He felt a great threat from Gu Fei. Trying to leave? Gu Fei sneered. He took a step forward and directly crossed the void, catching up to Wang Xuani. He then blasted out another punch. The powerful force shook the void. Moon reflection. As Wang Xuani shouted, the space around him suddenly rippled like water. Gu Fei punched out, only to feel as if he had punched thin air. Chapter 1107. Taishu unfettered, Wang Xuani cultivated an unfathomable secret art. He actually took a punch from Gu Fei without being killed, which surprised Gu Fei. To be able to move freely in the heavenly realm, Wang Xuani must have some ability. You're an almighty? Wang Xuani spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was covered in spots of blood. Even though he cultivated an esoteric secret art, he was still seriously injured. Humph. Gu Fei sneered, but did not say anything. He directly pressed forward, his qi and blood flourishing like a true dragon, the true yuan in his body surging like the waves of the sea. The yin and yang essence of heaven and earth were attracted by him, the 5 elements turning into yin and yang. Gu Fei's true qi had already turned into yin and yang essence, the power of yin and yang intertwining in his body. This was not immortal force, nor divine force, but the true force of a martial artist. It was a kind of power that originated from the corporeal martial body. It was different from others, and this kind of power had to be used in conjunction with the martial body. The corporeal body of immortal and divine path cultivators was but a lonely boat floating on the sea. The primordial spirit was the passenger on the boat, and the boat carried the primordial spirit to the other shore. This was the immortal Tao. As for martial artists, both the corporeal body and the divine soul reached the other shore together. This was the supreme method of becoming a sage. Since ancient times, only the martial ancestor could create such a method. Flying flowers fill the sky, kill, kill, kill. Wang Xuanyi attacked with all his strength, using his strongest immortal Tao divine art. An extremely powerful wave of immortal force spread out from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into countless colorful flowers. Each flower was blooming, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a sea of flowers. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was instantly trapped by this immortal Tao phenomenon. Each flower was a life-taking divine weapon, flying towards Gu Fei from all directions. This guy actually cultivated an immortal Tao phenomenon. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help being shaken. He felt a powerful force binding him in the void. He couldn't sense the aura of the outside world. This was a terrifying domain power. When an immortal Tao domain reached the grand completion stage, an immortal Tao phenomenon would appear. This Wang Xuanyi was definitely a grand completion immortal emperor. Bam! As Gu Fei's body moved, the divine flowers around him were shattered by a violent force that surged out of his body. Impossible. This time, Wang Xuanyi was completely shocked. The other party was trapped by his immortal Tao phenomenon, yet he still had the strength to fight back. Could this guy really be a great emperor? But it didn't seem like it. If this person was an emperor at the great power level, then he would probably be able to squash him to death with a single finger. Wang Xuanyi was both shocked and angry. He concealed himself in the immortal Tao phenomenon and attacked Gu Fei. This was his final killing move. If this move couldn't kill the other party, then he would be in danger. However, Gu Fei moved freely in the sea of flowers. The power of the immortal Tao domain couldn't suppress him. He threw one punch after another, causing the entire void to tremble. Thousands of divine flowers were destroyed by Gu Fei's fists. Falling moon from the heavens. Wang Xuanyi's voice rang out in the endless sea of flowers. Gu Fei only felt a terrifying wave coming down from above his head. Countless divine flowers were dissipating, and a brilliant divine moon appeared high up in the sky. The bright moon hung in the blue sky, and a destructive aura filled every inch of the void. Rumble, the divine moon in the blue sky was descending, and the blue sky was descending as well. The entire void was filled with killing intent, and the terrifying immortal power shattered everything. The blue sky and the divine moon pressed down together, and Gu Fei felt an immense pressure. It was as if 100,000 ancient divine mountains were pressing down together. Good. Now this is more interesting. Gu Fei looked up, and his eyes flickered with divine light. Yin and yang true force surged in his body, and streams of qi and blood rushed out of Gu Fei's body like dragons. His long hair danced wildly, and he looked like an ancient god of death. Cracks appeared in the void around him like spiderwebs, and the vast power coming from his body almost shattered the void around him. Flawless fist of the 5 elements. Gu Fei didn't retreat. Moreover, he was trapped by Wang Xuanyi's immortal Tao phenomenon, and couldn't retreat. However, he became stronger and stronger, and he punched upwards. Boom! Endless true force of the 5 elements rushed out of Gu Fei's fist. His entire fist seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine sun, and it formed a sharp contrast with the bright moon in the sky. The entire heaven and earth was shaken by Gu Fei's punch. Wang Xuanyi's immortal Tao phenomenon almost collapsed, and the descending blue sky and bright moon were also blocked by Gu Fei. This was an extremely shocking scene. A five-colored fist blocked a divine moon, and the five-colored divine sun clashed with a resplendent divine moon. Gu Fei's true force could freely switch between the five elements and yin and yang, and the flawless fist of the five elements displayed great power that shook the heavens and earth. Rumble, it was as if two heavens and earth were colliding. A part of the blue sky was collapsing, and cracks appeared on a divine moon. Cracks also appeared on Gu Fei's fist, and blood seeped out of it. How is this possible? Wang Shuani roared. He never expected his opponent's physical body to be so strong. Even a sovereign stage immortal Dao phenomenon couldn't kill him. One should know that Great Void Unfettered Wang Xianyi's immortal Dao phenomenon was very famous in the heaven realm. Once his immortal Dao phenomenon appeared, other emperors of the same level would have to suffer a grievance. Unless it was an almighty emperor, no one of the same level could break his immortal Dao phenomenon. Roar. Flawless fist of the five elements, 100% true force. Gu Fei roared. Wang Shuani's immortal Dao phenomenon was truly terrifying. He had no choice but to use his full strength. The divine light on his right fist that had dimmed grew stronger again. A five-color divine sun illuminated the blue sky. The divine moon and the blue sky finally collapsed, turning into a sky full of divine light that dissipated into the void. Bam! There was a huge tremor, as if the heavens and earth had been destroyed. After Gu Fei shattered the bright moon, he punched a hole in the blue sky. All the phenomena disappeared in an instant. The blue sky was gone, and the power of the immortal Dao domain dissipated. Gu Fei immediately sensed the aura of the outside world. He saw Wang Shuani sitting on a boulder not far away. His head drooped in front of his chest, and fresh blood dripped down. There was no longer any vitality in his body. The moment Gu Fei broke his immortal Dao phenomenon, Great Void Unfettered's life force was extinguished at the same time. He could not be any more dead. Chapter 1108. 10,000 fans were online at the same time. Great Void Wanderer Wang Xianyi had fallen, killed by Gu Fei in a nameless mountain range. This was the cruel world of cultivation. If you provoked someone you shouldn't provoke, the only outcome would be death. Gu Fei had bid 25 million kilograms of supreme-grade immortal crystals at the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction house. Thus, many people had their eyes on him and chased after him. This Great Void Unfettered Wang Shuani was one of them. Wang Shuani was no weakling. He wasn't interested in the supreme-grade immortal crystals on Gu Fei, but the black stone man that Gu Fei had won at the auction. Wang Shuani's corpse was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. Scarlet blood seeped out of his body. That was the blood of an emperor, and it had a demonic glow to it. The blood of an immortal god was no longer ordinary blood, let alone the blood of an immortal emperor in the celestial realm. You're quite a character. Gu Fei was very calm. There was nothing much to say in a battle of life and death. Life and death were up to fate. This was the fate of cultivators. Pfft. A breeze blew past. Wang Shuani's corpse let out a soft sound and exploded, turning into a bloody mist that dissipated in the void. Bam! In the instant that Wang Shuani's corpse turned into a mist of blood, the space he was in suddenly collapsed. The space collapsed, and the small world within it was destroyed. Rumble, earth, water, fire, and wind all surged out, turning back into primal chaos and nothingness. A large pile of things fell out from inside. Hualala, mountains of immortal crystals poured out from the collapsing void. Colorful lights lit up the entire area. Spiritual chi soared into the sky, and even the wind and clouds changed color. This guy has also cultivated an inner world? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. This Great Void Unfettered was very impressive. One should know that not everyone could open up their own inner world, even for celestial realm emperors. Divine objects continuously fell out from the collapsing void, and many of them were rare divine materials. This was simply a divine treasury, and it was enough to make everyone's eyes red with envy. The void was shrinking, and in the end, it turned into a point of primal chaos before disappearing from the world. Gu Fei witnessed the destruction of an inner world. The inner world that Wang Shuani had opened up wasn't stable enough. After Wang Shuani died, the inner world that he had opened up also collapsed. All the things stored in the inner world were either shattered by the terrifying power released when the inner world was destroyed, or fell out of the inner world. No wonder some people would become bandits. Killing an emperor at the heaven realm is equivalent to obtaining a divine treasure. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he gazed at the mountain of immortal crystals and various divine materials. The number of supreme-grade immortal crystals before him definitely exceeded 5 million caddies. Furthermore, there were also countless god materials that Wang Shuani had collected. Not only did this offset the 25 million caddies of supreme-grade immortal crystals that he had spent on the Black Rock being, he even made a profit. There were also a lot of first-grade, second-grade, and third-grade immortal crystals, but they had all turned into dust when the inner world collapsed. Only the supreme-grade immortal crystals remained. Although Wang Shuani was a loner in the heaven realm, he was very wealthy. The spiritual qi here soared into the sky, and all kinds of divine objects shone with spiritual light. The spiritual qi fluctuations here could be sensed from afar. Without hesitation, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and stored all the supreme-grade immortal crystals into it. Gu Fei didn't let go of the various god materials that were scattered on the ground either. He also stored them into his inner world. Immortal crystals and god materials were indispensable in the heaven realm. These things still had a certain value to Gu Fei. After all, this was the heaven realm. Huh! Gu Fei suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching quickly. He knew that the spiritual qi here had already alerted others. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Just as Gu Fei left, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He saw the blood stains on the ground and the spiritual qi lingering in the surrounding void. What's going on? The middle-aged man looked suspicious. When he passed by and saw the spiritual qi soaring into the sky, he thought that some spiritual treasure had been born. It seemed that not only was there no spiritual treasure here, but someone had also fought here. The middle-aged man didn't stay for long and left quickly. After the middle-aged man left, a ghost-like figure appeared silently. This person was graceful and wore a ferocious bronze mask. What's going on? Is there someone else who has their eyes on that guy? The woman wearing the bronze mask muttered to herself. Her voice was melodious and she seemed to be young. Behind the mask, a pair of sparkling eyes revealed a sense of spirituality. The mysterious woman also saw the blood stains on the ground. The blood of an immortal god, the blood stains on the ground hadn't solidified. There was still immortal qi lingering in the air, giving off a hazy blood-red light. This was the blood of an immortal god. Swoosh! A beam of divine light flew out of the mysterious woman's hand and shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. This was a kind of communication spell. The mysterious woman sent out the news of this place. She was calling for help. The opponent's strength had exceeded her imagination. The mysterious woman wearing the bronze mask also disappeared. Gu Fei didn't know that there were people following him. It was very difficult to shake them off. These people seemed to have some kind of secret technique that allowed them to track Gu Fei. For 24 hours, Gu Fei didn't stop and continued on his way. After a day and a night of non-stop travel, Gu Fei passed through endless mountain ridges, crossed endless grasslands, and crossed countless rivers. Finally, he left the eastern lands and entered the Middle Lands. The Middle Lands was known as the center of the heavenly realm. It was the most flourishing region of the heavenly realm. This was the world of the human race. Xianxia City was an ancient city in the eastern part of the Middle Earth. This city had already existed since ancient times, and there was even a saint who lived here. However, in the face of the merciless passage of time, even a sage would fall. Although Divine Moon City had a sage, the master of this city was not a descendant of that sage. This was still the territory of the profound Heaven Holy Land. Divine Moon City was once ruled by the descendants of that sage for a very long time. However, the sage's clan eventually declined and was annexed by the Profound Heaven Holy Land. The Profound Heaven Holy Land was a super sect in the Middle Lands. There were unparalleled half-sages in the sect. They dominated the millions of kilometers of territory in the Middle Lands. No one dared to offend them. When Gu Fei arrived at Divine Moon City, he planned to use the transportation formation here to directly teleport to the Southern Mountains range. Not long after Gu Fei entered Divine Moon City, a woman wearing a bronze mask arrived near Divine Moon City and entered. Chapter 1109. Mystic Moon City was extremely ancient. There was an ancient teleportation formation in the city that could allow people to teleport across regions. Gu Fei had only walked around the city once, and he had already inquired about the location of the ancient transfer array in the city. The ancient transfer array in Mystic Moon City did not prohibit cultivators from using it. LZH. Mystic Moon City's ancient transmission formation was open to the public and anyone could use it. However, not many people were willing to use it because the amount of immortal crystals needed to activate the ancient transmission formation was a vast amount. This kind of teleportation array could only be used by those with great power. Ordinary cultivators in the city wouldn't even consider using the ancient teleportation array in the city. The ancient teleportation array was located in the city square. In front of the square was a palace, which was the residence of the Mystic Moon City Lord. It was the Mystic Moon City Lord's residence. Outside the Mystic Moon City Lord mansion, there were black-armored immortal soldiers wearing cold iron armor guarding it. Ordinary cultivators were not allowed to approach that place casually. The Profound Heaven Holy Land nurtured a huge army of immortal soldiers. These immortal soldiers wore black armor forged from 10,000-year frost iron. Thus, they were called Black Armor Immortal Soldiers. Gu Fei did not plan to stay in the Xinyu city. He found out from some of the cultivators in the city that in order to activate the ancient transmission formation on the plaza, he would need about 1,000 kilograms of Tier 1 immortal crystals. 500 kilograms of Tier 1 immortal crystals was a huge sum that ordinary cultivators would find hard to come up with. Gu Fei wandered around the square for nearly an hour. The ancient teleportation array was right in the middle of the square, but he didn't see a single person walk up. There were many shops around the square. Most of these shops were opened by cultivators. They didn't sell ordinary items, but items related to cultivators. There were human-shaped 1,000-year-old ginsengs, 3,000-year-old snow lotuses, and 10,000-year-old cold iron stones mined from the bottom of the Netherworld Sea. All kinds of spirit medicines and divine materials could be found here. However, the price of these things was also frighteningly high. 1,000-year-old humanoid immortal ginseng would cost 250 kilograms of grade 1 immortal crystals. The Nethersea 10,000-year cold iron stone would cost 1,500 kilograms of grade 1 immortal crystals. Some things could even be exchanged with supreme-grade immortal crystals. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't interested in these so-called spirit herbs and divine materials. He wanted as many spirit herbs as he had. He even had an immortal divine herb that had taken root in his inner world. As for divine materials, only immortal divine materials could enter Gu Fei's discerning eyes. It couldn't be helped. The things that Gu Fei had come into contact with were either extreme saint artifacts or eternal divine artifacts. How could he be interested in anything else? Gu Fei wandered around the plaza of Moon God City. Not long after he entered Moon God City, he felt that something was wrong, as if there was a pair of eyes secretly staring at him. He was not in a hurry to leave. It was noon, and there were people coming and going in the square in front of the City Lord Mansion. If he used the ancient teleportation array and activated it, it would definitely alarm all the cultivators in the entire ancient city. Gu Fei decided to leave at night. If he used the ancient teleportation array now, it would be too conspicuous. Gu Fei had always kept a low profile. If he came at night, although it would still alarm all the cultivators in the city, by the time these cultivators sensed the fluctuation of the ancient teleportation array, he would have already been teleported out. However, Gu Fei was a little uneasy. It seemed like someone was really watching him in the dark. Could it be that someone had caught up to him? However, Gu Fei didn't catch any abnormalities, nor could he find the person who was spying on him in the dark. It seemed like no one was spying on him. Could it be that he was too suspicious? Whether it was in the human realm or the heavenly realm, as long as it was in the human world, there would be inns. The human race in the heavenly realm was incomparably prosperous, far more prosperous than the other races. Not all of the human race knew how to cultivate. In the heavenly realm, mortals who didn't know how to cultivate still accounted for the majority. For mortals, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, not a single one was lacking. Gu Fei retracted all of his aura. The current him was just a mortal. He walked into an inn next to the square. This inn didn't seem very conspicuous in the surroundings of the square filled with shops. There weren't many people in the inn's lobby. The innkeeper was a small old man. The small old man was leaning on the counter, tapping on his abacus beads, calculating the accounts. There were a few tables in the lobby where people were drinking and chatting. There weren't many people, it was even a little desolate. There weren't many mortals living near the city lord's mansion. Even if there were mortals, they were the family members of some cultivators. In Mystic Moon City, many people had entered the profound heaven holy land to cultivate the path of immortality. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. If a family or clan had someone who was chosen by the profound heaven holy land and accepted as a disciple, it was an incomparably glorious thing. Clans with disciples that entered the profound heaven holy land had a much higher status than ordinary citizens in Mystic Moon City. Gu Fei found an inconspicuous corner of the inn and sat down. There were no cultivators in the inn's lobby, only mortals. However, from the conversations of these mortals, Xiao Chen learned that these people had relatives or sons or daughters that entered the profound heaven holy land. The innkeeper's son was an outstanding person among the profound heaven holy land's younger generation. Precisely because of this small old man could open a small inn beside the plaza in front of Mystic Moon City Lord's mansion and earn some immortal crystals. Just as Gu Fei sat down, the door darkened, and a person walked in. Huh! The moment this person walked in, Gu Fei felt an extremely weak fluctuation of immortal energy. The person who walked into the inn was a cultivator. Furthermore, it was an immortal. This person wore a sinister bronze mask. Based on her figure, she should be a woman. This mysterious woman was deliberately hiding her identity as a cultivator. This mysterious woman also found a corner and sat down. This person, Gu Fei's pupils constricted slightly. He wanted to use his martial Dao heavenly eye to see through this person, but he discovered that this person was hazy and difficult to see through. This person is not simple. She has a secret treasure. Even the martial Dao heavenly eye couldn't see through this mysterious woman's cultivation. This surprised Gu Fei. The other party couldn't be here for him, right? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Cultivators with secret treasures all had great origins. After all, this kind of secret treasure was a forbidden artifact. Only a great perfection emperor could refine such a forbidden artifact. Otherwise, how could Gu Fei not see through this person's cultivation? The power of a secret forbidden artifact could actually block Gu Fei's martial Dao heavenly eye. This person was probably even more powerful than the great void unfettered Wang Xuani. The mysterious woman didn't look at Gu Fei. It was like she didn't notice him at all. This made Gu Fei feel even more uneasy. If this person is really here for me, then she's too conceited. Being conceited would often cost one's life. The great void unfettered Wang Xuani was a good example. He wanted to kill Gu Fei, but Gu Fei killed him instead. Gu Fei did not stay for long. After drinking a few cups of the inn's self-proclaimed immortal wine, he booked a room in the inn and sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling his qi to nurture his qi. That mysterious woman also asked for a superior room in this inn and stayed there. Time was insignificant to cultivators, and very quickly, night arrived. Gu Fei had adjusted his yin and yang true force to its peak state, and his spirit, energy, and spirit were more vigorous than ever. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Gu Fei, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Two brilliant rays shot out from his eyes, illuminating the entire room. Chapter 11:10. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Gu Fei silently walked out of the inn. The square was completely silent. It was the complete opposite of the bustling scene during the day. There was not a single person in the huge square. In the middle of the square, there was only an ancient array platform. It stood there, exuding an incomparable vicissitude of time. This was an array platform built by the virtuous paragons of ancient times. It could be used to teleport across domains in the heaven realm. A distance of tens of millions of miles could be crossed in an instant. With this ancient teleportation array, cultivators could freely travel between the major domains of the heaven realm. It wasn't hard to imagine that in the ancient times, there must have been countless cultivators who used this ancient formation platform to travel between the various regions of the heaven realm. But now, not many people were willing to pay a large sum of immortal crystals to activate this ancient formation platform. Gu Fei was hidden in a shadow at the side of the square. He was not in a hurry. First, he scanned the surroundings. Except for the two black-armored immortal soldiers in front of the mansion, there wasn't even a ghost in the square. The mysterious woman didn't appear. However, Gu Fei still stood there for a while. Then, he took a step forward and crossed the void in an instant, arriving at the ancient teleportation array platform in the middle of the square. The ground of the array platform was engraved with densely packed runes. These were ancient runes. If He Tian was here, he should be able to recognize these runes. There were 9 holes in the 9 directions around the ancient formation platform. Those were the places for immortal crystals to be placed. Gu Fei carefully looked at the ancient runes on the platform. This kind of teleportation array could be controlled. The runes were intact, so there shouldn't be any accidents. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Gu Fei waved his hand and threw out 9 top-grade immortal crystals. The 9 top-grade immortal crystals were embedded in the 9 holes around the ancient array platform. Boom! A powerful aura immediately spread out from the ancient formation platform. A vast amount of spiritual energy was emitted from the 9 depressions, and the formation patterns seemed to come to life as they lit up. Who is it? How dare you activate the teleportation formation without permission? You deserve to die. The 2 black-armored immortal soldiers guarding the city lord mansion immediately soared into the sky and charged towards the ancient formation platform. One of them even made a move. A black light turned into a black dragon and pounced towards Gu Fei. The power of the immortal Dao was vast. This was an attack of the immortal god level. Although Divine Moon City's ancient transportation formation did not prohibit cultivators from using it, one had to pay a fee to the Profound Heaven Holy Lands people in advance. Only after the Profound Heaven Holy Lands people agreed could one use the transportation formation. After all, this was the Profound Heaven Holy Lands territory. No one was willing to offend the Profound Heaven Holy Land. Hence, the people who wanted to use the formation platforms did not dare to do so. Humph. Gu Fei stood on the platform and sneered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the black dragon in his hand. Read spell arts. Bam! Gu Fei exerted force with his right hand that was grabbing onto the divine spear. The entire divine spear actually shattered. A high-grade immortal artifact was actually shattered by his bare hands. When the 2 black-armored immortal soldiers saw this scene, they immediately turned pale with fright and stopped in the air. Their opponent was too powerful. He could shatter an immortal soldier with his bare hands. Such an existence would only be courting death if they went up. Rumble, at this time, the formation platform under Gu Fei's feet emitted a thunderous sound. After receiving the spiritual chi from the 9 supreme-grade immortal crystals, the entire formation platform lit up. The runes of the formation emitted a dazzling divine light. The void around Gu Fei began to distort as if it had turned into a ripple. The power emitted by the formation platform was about to open a void passage. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly released a powerful divine sense into the ancient transportation formation. 2 ancient words appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Southern Domain. This was the feedback from the ancient teleportation formation. These were 2 ancient divine characters that were commonly used by the deities in ancient times. Although Gu Fei had never seen such ancient divine characters before, He knew the meaning of these two ancient characters. The means of the ancient paragons were truly unfathomable. This ancient transportation formation was too mystical. One only needed to use divine sense to control it. This method of operating the ancient transportation formation was learned by Gu Fei from He Tian. He Tian used this method to set up and operate the formation. This was a common knowledge of the ancient formation Dao. Swoosh! Above the formation platform, rays of divine light rushed out. The void began to distort as the ancient transportation formation began to operate. Gu Fei's figure gradually became blurry as if he was going to pass through the void. Bam! At this time, an unforeseen event occurred. The void above the ancient transportation formation suddenly collapsed. A huge black hand grabbed out from the broken void. A terrifying divine force was in the air. A terrifying expert was secretly making a move. Someone did not want Gu Fei to leave like this. Damn it! Gu Fei felt a powerful pressure. The black hand above his head shrouded the entire heaven and earth, sealing this part of the void. An extremely powerful divine force descended from the hand, causing the void to collapse. Boom! Gu Fei directly punched upwards. A terrifying fist energy spread out from his fist, causing the entire ancient transportation formation to tremble. He struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. The fist energy seemed to attract the power of the 5 elements of the heaven and earth. It also shattered the void and collided with the hand coming down from the sky. The two extremely powerful forces collided head-on, causing a terrifying energy storm to spread out in all directions. The ancient array platform beneath Gu Fei's feet was almost shattered. The formation patterns dimmed under the impact of the vast force. Poof! 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 The spirit energy of the 9 top-grade immortal crystals was sucked dry by the ancient formation platform. They exploded and turned into 9 balls of dust that scattered on the ground. Swoosh! A ray of green light suddenly appeared outside the city. It shot in from outside the city like a meteor. It was a divine arrow wrapped in green divine light. The arrowhead was aimed at Gu Fei's head. At this time, Gu Fei was confronting the person in the dark. The power coming down from the black hand was too strong. It made it difficult for him to move his body. The divine arrow emitted a destructive aura. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Fei. Chapter 11:11. When Gu Fei stepped onto the ancient teleportation formation and activated it, the person in the dark finally made his move. A huge black hand appeared above his head and smashed down towards him. At the same time, outside Mystic Moon City, someone shot a green divine arrow at Gu Fei. The divine arrow pierced through the void and arrived in front of Gu Fei in an instant. It was extremely fast. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He used the perfect 5 elements fist to block the black hand coming down from the sky. It was impossible for him to move his body and avoid the divine arrow. On the divine arrow, there was a soaring murderous aura. This was a terrible arrow that could shoot down immortals and gods. If one was hit by it, his body and soul would be destroyed. Damn it! Gu Fei felt the danger. He stretched out his left hand and blocked the incoming arrow without a trace of fear. Clang! When Gu Fei's palm collided with the arrow, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The clear sound of metal clashing soared into the sky and spread throughout the entire Xianxia city in an instant. What's going on? Someone actually dares to fight in Mystic Moon City? This momentum, it's at least a celestial being realm expert fighting. Crazy, this is crazy. This is Mystic Moon City. All the cultivators in the city were alarmed. Many people rushed out and stopped in the distance. They looked towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. There was a vast immortal power. Someone was making a move. What? A cry of surprise came from outside the city. Gu Fei actually blocked the arrow with his body and came out unscathed. This really shocked the person who was secretly making a move outside the city. Gu Fei used his right fist to block the black hand coming down from the sky and his left palm to block the terrible arrow that could kill immortals and gods. He stood on the formation platform with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was like an ancient god of war with unparalleled strength. The scene that was happening on the formation platform shocked many people. Using a body made of blood to resist a divine weapon. This person's body was actually strong enough to be comparable to a divine weapon? At this time, standing on the ancient formation platform, Gu Fei only felt that his right palm was about to be pierced by the arrow. A sharp pain came from his palm. Bang! At the same time, the black hand in the sky unleashed an endless power, pressuring Gu Fei so much that he almost bent over. He was attacked from two sides and was at an absolute disadvantage. Reverse flow. Reverse flow. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and used the reverse flow secret technique that he got from the Purple Emperor. Once this secret technique was used, the void around Gu Fei immediately rippled like water. Boom! Like a moving ancient divine mountain, the black hand above Gu Fei's head actually moved. Not only did it move, but it also changed its direction and slapped towards the place where the arrow came from outside the city. Terrifying immortal force surged out, and a large area of the void was shattered by the black hand. A few miserable screams were heard, and a few unlucky fellows who were in front of the black hand were directly smashed into a few clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Ah! A cry of surprise came from the void. The person who secretly made a move did not expect that Gu Fei could actually divert his attack. At this time, a blue divine light with a terrible aura of destruction soared into the sky and shot towards the void in the sky. Swish! The divine arrow pierced through the sky. The arrow shot by the person outside the city was also changed by Gu Fei and shot towards the mysterious person hiding in the void. Gu Fei, who had originally been at a complete disadvantage, had actually turned the situation around in an instant. Stones from other mountains could be used to attack others. This was the power of the reverse world secret technique. The mysterious person hiding in the void had no choice but to jump out, but the divine arrow was still chasing after him. This was a divine arrow with a spiritual nature, it would not stop until it hit its target. What kind of technique is this? The mysterious person was shocked. The secret technique Gu Fei used was too abnormal. It could even change the target of the divine arrow. This divine arrow was completely under Gu Fei's control and was out of the control of the person outside the city. Stop for me. The mysterious person dodged a few times, but the blue divine arrow still followed him like a shadow. He had no choice but to take action. He waved his hands in the void in front of him, and immediately, a void crack that was dozens of feet long appeared in the void. This void crack was like a huge mouth that opened up in the void, emitting a powerful force that could devour the heavens and earth, swallowing the divine arrow that shot towards it. The person outside the city also rushed out and used a great technique to shatter the black hand that was slapping towards him. Peak Emperor Realm? When Gu Fei saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The two people who secretly made a move were actually Emperor Realm Celestial being Realm Emperor Realm, and they were Great Completion Emperor Realm experts. Who are these people? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It seemed that there were many people who had their eyes on him, and each one was stronger than the other. These two people were much stronger than Taishu Unfettered and Wang Xianyi. Were these people all here for the Black Stone people? Until now, no one from the profound Heaven Holy Land came out from the City Lord's mansion opposite the square to interfere. Some of the black-armored immortal soldiers had even retreated far away. What's going on? The atmosphere was somewhat strange. It should be known that this was the territory of the profound Heaven Holy Land. Making a move in Mystic Moon City was simply disregarding the existence of the profound Heaven Holy Land. It was said that the City Lord of Mystic Moon City was an expert, but now he was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the people from the profound Heaven Holy Land were planning to watch from the sidelines? In the distant sky, a woman with a ferocious bronze mask was watching the scene. Behind the mask, a pair of spirited eyes flickered with a bright light. I didn't expect these two guys to also have their eyes on this kid. This game is going to be interesting. the mysterious woman muttered to herself. She seemed to know the origin of the two great completion Emperor realm experts who attacked Gu Fei. Who are you scoundrels? Gu Fei did not stand on ceremony. He glanced at the two great completion Emperor realm experts who were rushing towards him and said coldly. These two great completion Emperor realm experts had vast immortal force and divine power. The great completion Emperor realm expert who created the black primordial spirit hand was a great completion immortal emperor. This immortal emperor realm expert was surrounded by a black aura. He seemed to be cultivating an immortal Dao cultivation method called the black evil immortal art. The black aura was the black evil chi. The other great completion emperor realm expert was much more mysterious. His whole body was shrouded in a green divine light, and his appearance could not be seen at all. This was a deity emperor who had reached the great accomplishment realm. He held a green wooden bow in his hand. Green divine light circled around the bow. This was a divine weapon refined from a spirit root. The aura of the immortal emperor and the Shen King was vast in mystic Moon City. It shocked all the cultivators in the city. Such a scene had not appeared in many years. The profound heaven holy land was extremely powerful. It was a super force in the Middle Earth. Who dared to fight in the territory of the profound heaven holy land? No one was willing to provoke the profound heaven holy land. Boy, you have guts. There are not many people who dare to be presumptuous in front of me, the immortal emperor surrounded by black aura said in a deep voice. He stopped and was ready to attack again at any time. Black Fiend Emperor, what do you want? He is mine. The Shen King surrounded by green divine light spoke. This Shen King had already regarded Gu Fei as his prey. He would not allow anyone to snatch him away. Humph. Old Ghost Mu, don't think that I am afraid of you just because you have Azure Emperor's Tue, the Emperor realm expert called Black Fiend Emperor said coldly. These two great completion Emperor realm experts did not seem to care about Gu Fei at all. You dare to look down on me? Gu Fei laughed in his heart. Although these two guys were great completion Emperor realm experts, even if he was not a great completion Emperor realm expert, he could still fight with them. It was hard to say who would win. The Black Fiend Emperor and Azure Emperor's people? The cultivators in the city were all shocked. No wonder the people from the profound heaven holy land did not come out to say anything. It turned out that these two Emperor realm experts had a great background. The Black Fiend Emperor was a famous fierce person in the heaven realm. He was a fierce general under the Black Emperor and was highly valued by the Black Emperor. Even if someone wanted to kill this fierce person, they were afraid of the Black Emperor and did not make a move. The Azure Emperor was also a hero in the heaven realm. He had many experts under him. Some people said that the Azure Emperor had already cut his Dao and stepped on the path of becoming a sage. Even the profound heaven holy land was not willing to provoke such an existence. Do the two of you think that I'm dead? Gu Fei didn't get angry at being ignored. You have guts. If you are willing, you can go back with me and work for the Lord. The Black Fiend Emperor sized up Gu Fei and said. You want to recruit me? Gu Fei could not help but laugh. In the world, in the 3 realms and 6 paths, there was no one who could make him submit. Even the Black Emperor was not qualified. Humph. There is no need to waste your breath. You and I are both here for that thing. In that case, let's rely on our own abilities. Whoever gets it first will get it. After Greenwood Shen King finished speaking, he pulled the Greenwood bow in his hand. Boom! When Greenwood Shen King pulled the divine bow, the spiritual chi in the world immediately gathered and entered the divine bow. A divine arrow condensed on the divine bow and pointed at Gu Fei. All the heaven and earth spirit chi in the area was stirred up. Beams of divine light shot out from all directions, and a powerful divine power surged out from the Greenwood divine bow. Everyone was shocked. The cultivators in the city rushed into the sky and retreated outside the city. If a divine emperor of the first level launched an attack in the city, the whole city would be destroyed if they were not careful. The cultivators who saw that the situation was not right immediately retreated far away. However, none of the ordinary people in the city dared to walk out of their houses. The great momentum of the divine emperor spread in the city and shocked the ordinary people in the city. Everyone was terrified and felt that the end of the world was coming. They hid in their houses in fear and did not dare to take a step out. The ordinary people were like ants. Their lives were extremely fragile in front of the immortal god. Humph. The Black Fiend Emperor took a step forward. Black chi surged all over his body and a terrifying aura came out from his body. A chi movement had already locked on to Gu Fei. His target was Gu Fei. A battle was about to break out. Everyone was extremely nervous. Chapter 11-12. Die. Green Wuxia King bellowed. He pulled the string of the godly bow to its fullest. His entire being seemed to have become one with the godly bow. His entire body emitted an endless amount of green light. All the spiritual chi in the area was sucked up by the godly bow in Green Wuxia King's hands. All the cultivators who were watching the battle were shocked. In an instant, they could no longer feel a trace of spiritual chi. All the spiritual chi in the area had been sucked dry. Whoosh! Green Wuxia King let go of the godly arrow. The godly arrow that was formed from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth transformed into an azure dragon. It soared for thousands of meters and shot towards Gu Fei. Green Wuxia King made his move. His first move was his most powerful attack. In the air, the roar of a dragon reverberated in everyone's ears. This was a godly arrow formed from the spirit chi of wood. It had an immeasurable amount of power. Wherever the azure dragon passed, the void crumbled into nothingness. Gu Fei felt the danger. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward from the ancient array platform and welcomed the godly arrow. Is he crazy? Green Wuxia King's godly bow is a supreme treasure. It's an almighty imperial weapon. He wants to use his body to resist an imperial weapon. All the cultivators who saw this were shocked to the extreme. Even the woman wearing a sinister bronze mask was shocked. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. Gu Fei's fists directly collided with the 1,000-foot-long light arrow that was flying towards him. Boom! After a loud explosion, the entire heaven and earth shook. Gu Fei's fists were unstoppable. They shattered the dragon-like godly arrow and rushed towards Green Wuxia King. Green Wuxia King's heart was pounding. His opponent's speed was too fast. He felt a sense of danger. Such speed was unparalleled in the heavenly realm. Bam! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. There seemed to be 5 worlds circling around him. The 5 elements' essence chi was vast and mighty, and the powerful fist force shook the world. This was completely the power of the flesh. Gu Fei had not even used the true power of a martial artist. Even if it was just the power of the flesh, it was definitely not something an emperor of the celestial being realm could contend with. What? An unimaginably powerful aura came from the front. Gu Fei's fist energy felt like it was going to tear him into pieces. Qing Mu and Shen King's expressions changed drastically. This was not the battle strength of a demigod cultivator. This kid had hidden his strength well. Things were going to be troublesome. That fellow is a monarch as well. The Black Evil Emperor was also extremely shocked. He had never expected that Gu Fei was also a martial emperor. Moreover, he was a martial emperor with the strongest battle prowess. Is this his real strength? The woman with the bronze mask muttered to herself. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. Qing Mu and Shen King were shocked and hurriedly retreated. However, Gu Fei used the desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He chased after them like a shadow. The power that came from Gu Fei's fist almost made Qing Mu and Shen King breathless. All the bones in his body were cracking. Eternal clear sky. Divine Emperor Green would let out a furious roar. A vast wave of Imu divine power emanated from his body, and rays of divine light shot out from his body. A towering divine tree appeared behind Qing Mu and Shen King. Under the blue sky, the divine tree stood between the heaven and the earth, becoming the only thing between the heaven and the earth. The branches of the divine tree swept towards Gu Fei. Each branch was as huge as a giant dragon. A divine Dao phenomenon? Gu Fei was shocked. Qing Mu and Shen Qing had also cultivated a phenomenon. The branches of the divine tree were like giant dragons that surrounded him from all directions and sealed off the void. Swoosh! Qing Mu and Shen Qing's figures suddenly disappeared. Bam! The divine tree shook, and the entire void shook violently. Gu Fei was sent flying as if he had suffered a heavy blow. This was the power of the domain. Under the envelopment of Qing Mu and Shen Qing's divine Dao domain, Gu Fei was suppressed. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The entire clear sky divine tree phenomenon suddenly shook. His body rushed out with a monstrous wave of true power. His qi and blood were vigorous like a real dragon in the ancient times. Qing Mu and Shen Qing's divine Dao phenomenon could not completely suppress Gu Fei. The clear sky divine tree phenomenon shocked everyone, especially the Black Fiend sovereign. He did not expect his opponent to have cultivated a divine Dao phenomenon. The Black the Arch and the Green the Arch were both overlords of a region and had the strength of a supremacy. They had always had grudges and even attacked each other. The Black Fiend sovereign did not want to see Qing Mu and Shen Qing's strength. In the phenomenon, Qing Mu and Green the Arch were omnipotent gods. Swoosh! 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 The divine tree under the clear sky extended its branches and pierced towards Gu Fei. Everywhere it passed, the void was pierced. It wanted to nail him to death in the phenomenon. Bam! Gu Fei threw a punch forward. The powerful fist intent shattered everything in its path. Countless branches that pierced through the tree were reduced to dust and scattered on the ground. A strong physical body was the greatest asset of a martial artist. Even with the strength of his physical body, Gu Fei could fight against cultivators of the same level. This was something that other cultivators could not compare with. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. 5 small worlds appeared around Gu Fei. With just one punch, the entire void was shaken. The flawless 5 elements fist was overbearing and fierce. Gu Fei pressed forward with indomitable will. He punched forward again and again, causing the void to collapse. The violent power seemed to be able to destroy everything. How is this possible? Qing Mu and Shen Qing were horrified. This kid's physical body was too strong. The human martial body was even stronger than the body of a divine beast. This was not an unfounded legend. At this time, not to mention Qing Mu and Shen Qing, even the other cultivators of the older generation could already see that Gu Fei was not a person of the immortal Dao or the divine Dao. The cultivation method that Gu Fei cultivated was the martial Dao that had been lost for countless years. Gu Fei continuously bombarded the same position with more than 10 punches. Each punch shattered the void and created a gap. Then, he rushed out of Qing Mu and Shen Qing's phenomenon. Qing Mu and Shen Qing was seriously injured. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated far away. The divine Dao phenomenon that he cultivated had a gap created by Gu Fei. This caused his vitality to be injured. Just as Gu Fei rushed out of Qing Mu and Shen Qing's phenomenon, a large hand suddenly grabbed Gu Fei from the side. The Black Fiend sovereign seized this rare opportunity and used his primordial spirit to conjure a large hand to capture Gu Fei. Arg! Gu Fei roared. He was caught by the large black hand and was pinched. Endless black fiend Shi surged out of the large hand, trying to refine him. Chapter 11:13. The huge hand that the Black Fiend sovereign conjured with his spirit power possessed unfathomable divine might. He grabbed Gu Fei and squeezed hard, almost crushing all the bones in Gu Fei's body. Roar! Gu Fei bellowed furiously. His qi and blood surged into the sky. Endless yin and yang true force burst out of his body, and the huge spirit power shook violently. Good lad. The Black Fiend sovereign was shocked. The combat prowess of this young cultivator had far exceeded his estimation. This was definitely not a combat prowess that an ordinary celestial being sovereign could possess. No wonder even old geezer Jianghu suffered a great loss at the hands of this lad. The Black Fiend's sovereign did not dare to be careless. He circulated his celestial magic power with all his might. The spirit power was vast and mighty, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. All the essence chi of heaven and earth was drawn over by him. The pitch-black huge spirit power emitted a horrifying destructive aura. The Black Fiend essence chi was vast and mighty, and its murderous aura soared into the sky, causing heaven and earth to pale in comparison. This was the power of one of the Black Emperor's generals. There was no longer a single cultivator in Xianxia city. All the cultivators had retreated far away. The ordinary people in the city were trembling with fear. Under the pressure of the sovereign, everyone felt as if doomsday had arrived. Their minds were on the verge of collapsing. Flawless Five Elements Fist. Gu Fei bellowed furiously. A horrifying Five Elements power surged out of the huge pitch-black hand. Gu Fei had executed this martial arts technique. The Extreme Path sacred technique created by the Extreme Path martial saint possessed unimaginable might. Dao rhymes emerged from the huge pitch-black hand, and the aura of the Great Way surged. Bang! A hole appeared in the huge spirit power fist, and Gu Fei rushed out from it. His whole body emitted endless five-colored divine light, and rays of five-colored divine rainbows circled around him. This was a Qi Gang formed by the five elements' true force, which only cultivators possessed. The five-colored Qi Gang scattered the huge spirit power fist like waterfalls. There seemed to be five worlds revolving around Gu Fei's body. This was a mysterious phenomenon that appeared when the flawless Five Elements fist was fully executed. The Black Demon Emperor's body shook violently, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. After Gu Fei broke free, he immediately soared into the sky and rushed out of the city. With one step, he was already 100 miles away. He was extremely fast. So fast, the Black Fiend Emperor, Jianghu, and Shen King couldn't help but change their expressions. With such speed, if this person wanted to escape, perhaps no one would be able to stop him. Swoosh! A green divine arrow tore through the void and shot towards Gu Fei. Greenwood Shen King made his move again. The divine arrow formed by the Greenwood divine bow shot towards Gu Fei's back in an instant. This almighty divine weapon displayed great power. Even with his 8 steps extreme speed, it was difficult for Gu Fei to shake off the divine arrow shot by this divine bow. However, when the divine arrow was about to hit Gu Fei, it suddenly changed its direction and shot toward the Black Evil Emperor who was chasing after him. The divine arrow shot in front of him in the blink of an eye. The powerful force that emanated from the divine arrow hit the Black Evil Emperor's face so hard that he felt a stinging pain. How is this possible? The one who was the most shocked was none other than Greenwood Shen King. This was the divine arrow shot by him, and it had never missed its target. However, it had been moved away twice today. After such a divine arrow was shot, it would not stop until it was stained with the opponent's blood. This was because Greenwood Shen King had already locked onto the opponent's aura. Even if the opponent fled thousands of miles away, the divine arrow would still be able to chase after him. However, today, it was difficult for him to lock onto the opponent's aura. This was the first time that Greenwood Shen King had encountered such a thing. It was too strange. Damn it! The Black Evil Emperor roared angrily. He directly spat out a mouthful of black divine flame to burn the divine arrow that was shooting towards him. This was the Black Evil Divine Fire. The void was burned until it was distorted. The green divine arrow was engulfed by the Black Evil Divine Fire. Boom! After the Black Evil Divine Fire broke through the divine arrow shot by Greenwood Shen King, it immediately erupted like a volcano, burning towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. The fire burned the sky. A mountain range outside the city silently turned into ashes. Half of the world was enveloped by the Black Evil Divine Fire, and Gu Fei was also engulfed in it. However, just as the Black Evil Divine Fire engulfed Gu Fei, the Black Evil Emperor was alarmed. He suddenly felt that the black evil divine fire, which was connected to his mind, was suddenly pulled away by a great force. Rumble, the whole world was shaking. The black evil divine fire, which had enveloped half of the world, was rapidly retreating. This extremely powerful black evil divine fire was not taken back by the black evil emperor. Instead, it was continuously absorbed into Gu Fei's body. At this moment, Gu Fei's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, forcibly sucking in all the black evil divine fire in the sky and then swallowing it into his body. When the black evil emperor saw this scene, he was truly shocked. The black evil divine fire was the natal true fire that he had cultivated. If it was all devoured, his vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Roar! The black evil emperor roared again and again. He desperately circulated his dermic powers, wanting to take back the black evil divine fire. However, he found that a mighty force that could devour the sky emanated from Gu Fei's body, which had already absorbed the black evil divine fire. No matter how much the black evil emperor tried to mobilize his immortal path divine power, it was already too late. Very soon, the black evil divine fire that filled the sky was completely devoured by Gu Fei. The black evil emperor was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood on the spot. His expression also became weary. His natal true fire had been taken away by someone. It would take a lot of time and effort to cultivate it back again. This almost drove the black evil emperor crazy. When the other cultivators saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. They were all dumbfounded. That was the black evil divine fire, but it was actually destroyed by this young cultivator just like that. No one had expected such an ending. The black evil divine fire that the black evil emperor had breathed had burned countless powerful opponents to death. In the heaven realm, this black evil true fire was very famous. How could his physical body possibly withstand the burning of the black evil divine fire? Could he be a great accomplishment emperor? The black evil divine fire of the black evil emperor is a terrifying divine fire that even the real mighty cultivators would be shocked by. How could it be destroyed just like that? Some powerful cultivators whispered. They were well aware of the power of the black evil divine fire, which was why they were even more shocked. How could someone dare to resist this kind of divine fire with their physical body? While everyone was in disbelief, Gu Fei secretly felt lucky. The black evil divine fire was so overbearing that even his emperor martial body had almost been unable to withstand it. However, he had secretly used the mountain and river cauldron to absorb the black evil divine fire that filled the sky into the mountain and river cauldron. The others did not know the reason, and they thought that Gu Fei had refined this divine fire with his physical body. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Gu Fei made his move. Boom! The void suddenly shook, and pitch-black flames suddenly rushed out of his body, burning towards Qingmu and Shenqing. Wherever the black flames passed, the void collapsed silently. This move again? Chapter 11:14. The 9 secrets of the immortal path had been lost for countless years. Even in the heaven realm, where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest, no one had ever seen such a supreme secret technique of the immortal path. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, chaotic reversal, to reverse the attacks of the Black Fiend Emperor and Qingmu Shenqing, giving them a taste of their own medicine. This secret technique shocked everyone, especially the Black Fiend Emperor and Qingmu Shenqing. The techniques that they had used were all reversed. The monstrous Black Fiend fire surged towards Qingmu Shenqing. The whole world was shrouded by the Black Fiend fire in an instant, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out. The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar had no choice but to retreat further away. The Black Fiend fire was too overbearing, and no one was willing to be touched by this kind of divine fire. Everlasting azure sky tree blooms. Qingmu Shenqing shouted, and endless azure divine light rushed out of his body, illuminating the whole world. His figure disappeared, and a towering divine tree appeared under the azure sky. When the endless Black Fiend fire rushed into the vision that Qingmu Shenqing had conjured, it immediately dissipated in the void. This was a divine Tao phenomenon, a great divine ability that only a deity emperor could use. A divine tree swayed under the blue sky, and an unfathomable power surged. There seemed to be a world evolving here, and the azure sky divine tree became the only thing between heaven and earth. The terrifying black fiend divine fire was actually dissolved just like that. This kind of great divine ability was really shocking. This kind of phenomenon was really too frightening. Among those of the same level, perhaps only Gu Fei could be able to break out after being trapped by such a great magic. Even the Black Fiend Emperor was shocked when he saw this. He felt a strong pressure, and Qingmu Shen King was already a threat to him. The Black Emperor and the Green Emperor were both overlords, and there were many grudges between them. The Black Fiend Emperor and Qingmu Shen King were old rivals for many years. The fact that the other party had cultivated a great mystic ability of the divine Tao gave the Black Fiend Emperor an immense amount of pressure. Swoosh! At this moment, Gu Fei displayed his extreme 8-step speed and rushed into the distance. He did not want to display his true strength in front of everyone, so he could only retreat. He had all kinds of methods to fight against these two Emperor stage experts, but he had some misgivings and didn't want to expose his trump cards. Where are you going? The Black Evil Emperor was the first to chase after him. As for the Green Wuxia King, who had unleashed the ancient clear sky tree blooming divine ability, he also withdrew his divine ability. The clear sky god disappeared as soon as it was erected, and the terrifying pressure also retreated like a receding tide. Swoosh! Green Wuxia King turned into a flash of green light, chasing after Gu Fei. He did not want to let Gu Fei escape just like that. In the dark, many people soared into the sky and chased after him. The mysterious woman who had been watching the battle from afar had disappeared without anyone noticing. Gu Fei strode in the void, traversing hundreds of miles in an instant with a single step. He was even faster than the teleportation of the immortal Tao. His speed was unparalleled in the world. However, Gu Fei deliberately slowed down his pace. He did not intend to shake off the two fellows chasing after him. He wanted to lure them to a place where there was no one around. God knew how many eyes were watching him tonight, so Gu Fei had to be careful. He kept changing his direction, passing over the mountains like a ghost in the dark night. No one knew where he went, and even he himself was lost in the endless mountains. Swoosh! A divine arrow shot past Gu Fei's side. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain in front of Gu Fei was hit by the divine arrow and immediately collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky, and the entire region shook. Green Wuxia King chased after Gu Fei and kept shooting divine arrows. However, none of them could really threaten Gu Fei. Gu Fei used the reverse secret art to divert them away. Alright, let's do it here. Gu Fei stopped in the depths of the mountain. At the instant Gu Fei stopped, Divine Emperor Greenwood shot out another arrow. Gu Fei turned around abruptly and no longer dodged. Instead, he punched out with his fist. Bam! The ferocious power of the fist pierced through the void and directly shattered the divine arrow that was shot at him. The entire void trembled under his fist. Gu Fei could shake the void with his physical strength. His combat strength was unparalleled, and his strength was unparalleled. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he directly faced the two martial emperors who were chasing him. Seeing Gu Fei's action, the Black Evil Emperor and Green Wuxia King could not help but be surprised. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei directly attacked. The flawless 5 elements fist was thrown out. 5 worlds appeared around him, and the terrifying fist energy shattered the void. The Black Evil Emperor and Green Wuxia King were secretly shocked. They quickly dodged, not daring to take the attack head-on. Bam! The Black Evil Emperor, like a black meteor, rushed down from the sky and directly rushed into the ground. Then, the whole earth began to shake. Bang! 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 The earth chi was vast. Streams of earth chi rushed out from the ground like big dragons, emitting endless evil chi, and entangled Gu Fei. The Black Evil Emperor activated the thick earth chi, and borrowed the power of the earth. Boom! Gu Fei only punched out, and the hundreds of big dragons that rushed out from the ground suddenly collapsed. The fist energy came down, and the whole ground shook violently. Shwa, 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 shwa. Greenwood Xianxia shot 19 arrows in a row, and his immortal power was vast. The divine bow in his hand emitted a trace of the emperor's power. Every divine arrow emitted a divine light that was thousands of feet long, and like a divine rainbow, they pierced towards Gu Fei. Heaven-covering hand. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. He pushed his hand forward, and a vast amount of true power condensed into a dazzling golden divine hand. Then, it met the 19 divine arrows that were piercing through the air. The gigantic hand blotted out the sky and sealed off a part of the void. The 19 divine arrows shattered in the void, and even divine Emperor Greenwood was sent flying. How is this possible? Greenwood Xianxia was shocked, and he had a feeling of fear. The combat strength that Yi Futian had displayed was too frightening. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak before? Even the divine arrows shot by the imperial weapons of the great accomplishment Emperor realm could be easily blocked. The strength of Gu Fei made Greenwood Xianxia's heart palpitate. Was this guy pretending to be weak? Rumble, a monstrous true power surged out of Gu Fei's body, and his extremely vigorous qi and blood were surging. The whole world was filled with the 5 elements Yuan qi. The colorful divine light illuminated the whole world. Under the dark night, it seemed that a colorful divine sun had appeared. Chapter 11:15. Gu Fei displayed his invincible might and fought against the black evil emperor and Greenwood Xianxia alone. His fist suppressed the 2 famous experts of the heaven realm. Roar. A dull roar came from under the ground, and the whole land shook violently. Mountains collapsed one after another, and the ground undulated violently. It was as if a terrible ancient demon god had awoken from the ground, and the vast earth essence burst out from the depths of the earth. Endless earth essence rushed out from the depths of the earth, and a huge figure stood up from the ground. It was a Dharma form condensed from the vast earth essence. Dharma form of heaven and earth? Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this. People who could condense Dharma form of heaven and earth must at least have the cultivation and strength of the peak realm. This was definitely not a skill that an emperor of the celestial being realm could use. Black evil old ghost, Greenwood Xianxia was also shocked when he saw this scene. The skill displayed by the black evil emperor was too frightening. It was not something that could be used by those who were not powerful. As soon as the Dharma form of heaven and earth appeared, the weather changed, and the heaven and earth trembled. The huge figure stood between the heaven and earth like an ancient demon god, and above his head, there were flashes of lightning. Roar. The giant raised his head and roared, and the whole sky seemed to collapse. It was as if an invincible ancient demon god had descended between the heaven and earth, and the whole area was shrouded by a terrible aura. Bang! The 10,000-meter-tall giant slammed his palm towards Gu Fei. The huge palm condensed from the essence of the great Earth Empress Earth directly smashed the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, and his expression was extremely serious. Although this Dharma form of heaven and earth was extremely powerful, it was getting stronger and stronger. Gu Fei still blasted out a punch, and endless true power burst out from his fist, and a golden sun seemed to appear between the heaven and earth. This was the great metal movement fist of the flawless 5 elements fist. When Gu Fei punched out, he activated the power of the metal element in the sky. On his fist, there seemed to be a golden world surging. At this time, Gu Fei's physical strength had fused with his martial Dao true energy, and his entire body was surrounded by Dao rhymes. This was the invincible fist technique created by the extreme Dao sage, and it was the ultimate sublimation of the 5 elements fist. This set of fist techniques could be said to be flawless. If an extreme Dao saint were to display this set of fist techniques, perhaps even the entire world would be shattered by a pair of fists. Boom! Gu Fei's right fist collided with the right palm of the heaven and earth law idol, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion that caused the void to collapse in an instant. Damn it! Gu Fei felt an unstoppable force surging from his fist, causing him to fly backwards involuntarily. His entire right arm felt numb. The heaven and earth Dharma form displayed terrifying divine might, and it actually sent Gu Fei flying. This was the first time Gu Fei was truly suppressed by someone since the start of the battle. He was a heaven-being realm martial emperor, and he could be said to be invincible in the same realm. His divine strength was unparalleled, and he even cultivated the #1 martial Dao battle skill in the cultivation world. Yet, he was still suppressed by the heaven and earth Dharma form. One had to admit that an existence that could condense the heaven and earth Dharma form was truly terrifying. The heaven and earth Dharma form could draw in the power of heaven and earth, and there were even Dao rhymes lingering around it. This was a kind of supreme killing technique that could only be executed by a great perfection emperor at the peak of the almighty realm. The Black Fiend's sovereign was merely an immortal emperor in the heaven-being realm. How could he execute such a great technique? Could he be the same as the fallen Violet sovereign? Could he have cultivated some kind of secret technique that could stimulate the heaven and earth Dharma form? At this moment, there wasn't any time for Gu Fei to think too much, because the heaven and earth Dharma form had already chased over. In just a single step, the heaven and earth Dharma form had arrived in front of Gu Fei. Without any words, the heaven and earth Dharma form immediately made a move, shattering the void. It wanted to devour Gu Fei into the shattered void, and use the destructive force when the heaven and earth was shattering to obliterate Gu Fei. By now, Wuxia Xianxia had already retreated far away. Could the Black Fiend old ghost have already become an emperor? Wuxia Xianxia was bewildered. The supreme killing technique that the Black Fiend's sovereign displayed had given him quite a shock. Bang! The heaven and earth Dharma form strode over and stomped down on Gu Fei. The destructive force was vast and mighty. This stomp had even created a giant hole in the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and displayed the 8 extreme steps, rushing out from under the heaven and earth Dharma form's feet. Then, an ancient cauldron appeared in Gu Fei's hand. It was an ancient bronze cauldron. There were flowers, birds, insects, and fish engraved on it. It seemed like everything in the world could be found on this cauldron. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He directly pointed the mouth of the cauldron at the heaven and earth Dharma form, and then patted the bottom of the cauldron. Boom! A great fire immediately rushed out of the cauldron, instantly enveloping the whole world. The sky and the ground turned into a sea of fire, and the heaven and earth Dharma form was also devoured by the sea of fire. Roar! An angry roar came from the sea of fire. It was the voice of the Black Fiend's sovereign. He had merged with the heaven and earth Dharma form, borrowing the power of the thick earth to condense the heaven and earth Dharma form. It could be said that the heaven and earth Dharma form was the Black Fiend's sovereign, and the Black Fiend's sovereign was the heaven and earth Dharma form. The great fire that rushed out of the cauldron in Gu Fei's hand burned half the sky red. The places that were enveloped by the great fire were burned to the point that the void was distorted. I'll burn you to death, you bastard. Gu Fei patted the bottom of the ancient cauldron again, and a rainbow-colored divine flame rushed out from the cauldron. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed and collapsed from the heat. It was extremely terrifying. This was the terrifying divine flame emitted by the fire phoenix divine pearl. It was drawn out by Gu Fei, and a huge fire burned the sky. It was as if a furnace had appeared between heaven and earth, and the heat emitted by the divine flame caused the ground to be scorched. Under the shroud of the divine fire, nothing could be preserved. Everything was refined by the divine fire. Even the monstrous earth essence was burned by the divine fire. Greenwood and Xianxia, who had already retreated far away, felt a wave of hot air blowing toward him. His whole body felt like it was in a furnace, and the divine power in his body seemed to be ignited. What kind of fire is this? It's so terrifying. Greatly alarmed, Divine Emperor Qingmu had no choice but to retreat into the distance once more. The flames had incinerated everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Even the earth was sinking due to the heat. Roar! The shrill roar of the Black Fiend's sovereign came out of the great fire. This kind of divine fire was too overbearing. Even the heaven and earth Dharma form could not withstand it. The Black Fiend's sovereign was in big trouble. This was really unbelievable. It should be known that the divine fire that came from the fire phoenix divine pearl could even refine immortal divine materials. This showed how powerful this kind of divine fire was. Bang! A huge silhouette rushed out of the sea of fire. Even the thick earth essence energy was ignited. The vast earth essence energy was quickly being refined. The figure did not rush out for more than 100 miles before he was burned to death by the divine fire that rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron. An emperor of a generation had fallen just like that. N. Chapter 11:16. The divine fire emitted from the fire phoenix divine bead was definitely one of the most powerful flames in the world. It could smelt the best magical materials and was the exclusive divine fire for supreme saints to refine weapons. Although the Black Evil Emperor had used a secret technique to activate the essence of the earth and condense the universal law Laksana that only peak experts could display, he was still burned to death by Gu Fei's fire. So what if he borrowed the power of heaven and earth? This ultimate divine fire could even burn a hole in the heaven and earth, let alone the universal law Laksana. After burning the Black Demon Emperor to death, the monstrous fire retreated like a tide and entered the mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Seeing this, Jianghu Shen King was scared out of his wits. He cultivated the wood elemental cultivation method and had the wood elemental divine power. If he was ignited by this divine fire, he would end up like the Black Demon Emperor. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Jianghu Shen King turned around and fled. His opponent was too powerful. Even Shen King, who was known to be invincible among his peers in the celestial realm, could not compete with him. Humph. You still want to leave at this time? Gu Fei sneered. When he used the mountain and river cauldron, he had already decided to kill these two guys. Otherwise, once the news of the mountain and river cauldron's appearance spread in the heaven realm, he would have no place to stay in the heaven realm. A terrifyingly domineering saber light rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The saber light turned into a huge dragon and slashed at Divine Emperor Greenwood. Swoosh! The terrifying saber light tore open a 10,000-meter-long hole in the sky. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread across the world. Jianghu Shen King was scared out of his wits. The peerless saber light soared up and the terrifying waves spread in all directions. The whole world seemed to be split in half. Divine Emperor Greenwood felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient, supreme demon. The pores all over his body opened up, and the saber light illuminated the entire world, turning the dark night into day in an instant. What's going on? What is that? Thousands of miles away, there were cultivators who witnessed the peerless blade light. They were all shocked to the extreme. That terrifying aura caused everything in the world to tremble. Everlasting clear sky, one tree blooms. At this critical juncture of life and death, Greenwood Shen King put his life on the line. He immediately used his most powerful life and death technique. When his divine Tao phenomenon appeared, even heaven and earth seemed to change color. Rumble, a towering divine tree rushed out from Greenwood Shen King's body. He had turned into a divine tree, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Boundless azure divine light shone from the divine tree, as if an azure world was evolving. It was a God Tao manifestation that resembled the creation of heaven and earth. A divine tree had carved out a green world, and it was like a world tree. However, there was no suspense. The peerless blade light directly slashed into the green world, splitting the divine tree under the blue sky in half. The domineering blade light crushed the towering divine tree into pieces. The blue sky was collapsing. This was a terrifying tremor. The vast and mighty power of destruction caused this part of the world to turn into nothingness. The earth was sinking and the void was collapsing. It was as if the real world was collapsing. This scene was too frightening. The peerless blade light broke through the void and rushed out from the collapsed world. Swoosh! The peerless blade light flew back and entered Gu Fei's body. He directly used the 8 desolate steps and rushed into the distance. In an instant, he disappeared under the night sky. At this time, some people were alarmed. A few figures soon appeared nearby. At that moment, the world that Divine Emperor Greenwood had conjured had expanded to its limit. Then, it began to shrink inwards. When this part of the world completely collapsed, the collapsed void shrank into a chaotic point of origin. Then, it completely disappeared between the heaven and the earth. This was something that could only happen when a cultivator opened up a void. The void would collapse and shrink, transforming into a primordial point of chaos. After that, even the primordial point of chaos would dissipate into the void. The mysterious woman with the bronze mask on her face appeared silently on top of a mountain in the distance. Even the Black Devil Emperor and Green Wuxia King have fallen? The mysterious woman in black muttered to herself. Behind the bronze mask, a pair of sparkling eyes looked in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared. She did not speak for a long time. Soon, some people knew that the Black Devil Emperor and Green Wuxia King had been killed in this barren mountain. Several powerful cultivators from Xianxia city had also appeared nearby. Some people sensed the aura of the Black Devil Emperor and Green Wuxia King. Some people saw some fragments of divine weapons scattered on the ground. Some people recognized that these fragments of divine weapons belonged to the divine bow in Green Wuxia King's hands. Even the imperial weapons refined by emperors in the mighty realm were destroyed. That person is really terrifying. Who could even destroy an imperial weapon? Could that person be a peak emperor realm expert? Or is he a semi-sage who has already stepped on the road to becoming a sage? Many cultivators from Xianxia city also appeared in this barren mountain. Some people guessed that it was that ordinary-looking cultivator who had killed the two martial emperors in the advanced realm. If that person wanted to open the ancient teleportation formation, he must not be an ordinary cultivator. Some people thought that the two martial emperors in the advanced realm had been ambushed by someone else. People from other forces had lured the two Shin kings here and killed them. All kinds of guesses started to spread in the eastern region of the Middle Earth. The fall of the Black Devil Emperor and Green Wuxia King had shocked the entire cultivation world of the Middle Earth. One had to know that the Black Devil Emperor and Green Wuxia King were fierce generals under the Black Emperor, while the other was a capable war god under the Azure Emperor. The fall of such people in the territory of the Profound Heaven Holy Land was definitely a big matter that would shake the entire Profound Heaven Holy Land. The Black Emperor and the Azure Emperor were both heroes of a region. The Profound Heaven Holy Land had no choice but to send people to investigate this matter. For a moment, the people in the eastern region of the Middle Earth felt that a storm was brewing. And the culprit who caused this situation had already set off again. Gu Fei did not stop at any place. After he identified the direction, he continued to head for the southern mountains. He could not be bothered with anything else. It had to be said that the Middle Earth was really huge. It was the largest of the 5 regions of the heavenly realm. This was the center of the heavenly realm, now the world of the human race. No one knew how many people there were in the Middle Earth. There were more than 10 great sects in the entire Middle Earth. Every great sect controlled at least 5 million kilometers of territory. As for a super sect like the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the territory they controlled was even vaster. The ancestral veins of the Middle Earth were all under the control of a few supersections. The human race was extremely prosperous. Naturally, there were many geniuses. Among the younger generation of cultivators, there were a few incredible people. These people could be called demonic geniuses. The other regions were not the world of the human race. The southern mountains was the world of the fiend race and the demons. The human race did not have any strong forces there. Shili was the territory of the 9 tribes of Shili. Strictly speaking, the 9 tribes of Shili had the bloodline of the ancient innate gods. They were not pure humans. The 9 tribes of Shili were called the Shili divine race. Aside from these 2 regions, the other regions were the world of the human race. The human race occupied 3 of the 5 regions of the heavenly realm. This showed how strong the human race was in the heavenly realm. Along the way, Gu Fei discovered that the Middle Earth was not like the Eastern Earth. There were cities not far from here. Furthermore, these human settlements all had cultivators guarding them. There was no lack of famous mountains and rivers in the Middle Earth, but they all had owners. Gu Fei kept a low profile. He bought a map of the Middle Earth from a traveling merchant. The traveling merchants of the heavenly realm traveled extensively. Naturally, they had prepared maps of the various regions of the heavenly realm. On the map of the Middle-earth, there were 3 mountain ridges that crisscrossed the Middle-earth. Those were the 3 ancestral veins of the Middle-earth. Above the ancestral veins were countless earth veins that passed through the Middle-earth. The origins of the 3 ancestral veins were marked. The ancestral vein in the east was marked with the profound heaven Holy Land. The ancestral vein in the south was marked with the grand clear Holy Land. The ancestral vein in the southwest was marked with the word Li. Gu Fei had been studying this map for the past few days. The profound heaven Holy Land, the grand clear Holy Land, and the Li family. Are these the 3 super factions of the Middle-earth? Gu Fei had been in the heavenly realm for some time now. He had gained a certain understanding of the heavenly realm. This was especially so after he refined the memories of the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit. He already knew the current situation of the heavenly realm. The Violet Emperor was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian. He knew many secrets of the heavenly realm. The factions that could control the ancestral veins were all powerful and never declined. The heavenly realm's Li family was rumored to be the main family of the supreme Dao ancestor. They had existed since the great desolate Aeon. Even today, the Li family still occupied one of the 3 ancestral veins of the Middle-earth. No one could shake the Li family's position in the Middle-earth. There were even rumors that the heavenly realm's Li family had an extreme Dao sacred weapon left behind by the supreme Dao ancestor. The profound heaven Holy Land and the grand clear Holy Land were factions that had produced sages before. They had incredibly deep foundations. There was a reason why these factions could stand tall in the heavenly realm for so many years. After understanding all this, Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. He already had a lot of enemies. The Eastern Earth's primordial Emperor Xian had killed his son. Not long ago, he had killed the subordinates of the Black Emperor and the Azure Emperor. Although no one knew that he was the one who killed the subordinates of the Black Emperor and the Azure Emperor, Gu Fei still had to be careful. After all, the heavenly realm was a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Gu Fei continued on his journey. After half a month, he finally crossed the Middle-earth and arrived at the border between the Middle-earth and the Southern Mountains. The border between the Southern Mountains and the Middle-earth was a scarlet land. This was the famous Scarlet Plains of the heavenly realm. It was a scarlet plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. Some people said that the Scarlet Plains was a battlefield in the ancient era. The reason why the land here was scarlet was because it was dyed red by the blood of the immortals. Chapter 11:17. The Scarlet Plains lay between Middle-earth and Southern Mountains. It was a strange and evil place. An unfathomable force shrouded the entire Scarlet Plains, making it difficult for cultivators to fly. Any cultivator who entered the Scarlet Plains would have their cultivation suppressed. No one knew what was going on. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the suppression. No cultivator was willing to enter the Scarlet Plains. It was a barren land that stretched for thousands of miles. Not even a ghost could be seen. Gu Fei lingered outside the Scarlet Plains for a long time. He tried to fly into the sky after entering the Scarlet Plains, but he found that he couldn't fly at all. There was a force that imprisoned him on the ground. He could only walk. In the Scarlet Plains, the cultivator's cultivation was greatly weakened. Gu Fei even lost the ability to fly. This is really an evil place. Gu Fei felt a trace of uneasiness. The Scarlet Plains evil was not unfamiliar to the cultivators in the heaven realm. During the day, cultivators could freely enter and exit the Scarlet Plains, but once night fell, no one would enter the Scarlet Plains. When night fell, the Scarlet Plains would become an ominous place. Demonic ghosts and devils wandered around. No cultivator who entered the Scarlet Plains at night could come out again. Some people said that it was an evil thing formed by the undying divine sense of a supreme existence in ancient times. Unless the ancient Buddha Lord personally came, no one would be able to transcend this evil thing. Gu Fei looked at the sky and saw that the sun had already set. Night would soon come. He had missed the best opportunity to enter the endless blood-red land. I can only wait until tomorrow. Gu Fei had to retreat first. Entering the Scarlet Plains at this time was tantamount to suicide. When night fell, the Scarlet Plains would become an ominous place. When night fell, even Emperor-level characters wouldn't be willing to enter the Scarlet Plains easily. Gu Fei didn't want to take this risk. He retreated to a mountain peak 100 miles away from the Scarlet Plains. He sat cross-legged on the peak, then closed his eyes to meditate and circulated his qi. After crossing the Scarlet Plains, the opposite side would be the Southern Mountains. The Southern Mountains was the world of the demon race and the demons. The 100,000 Devil Mountains was located in the Southern Mountains, and the Southern Mountains' god emperor, Zhang Shao, was a demon emperor. There were countless legends in the Southern Mountains. It was said that there was a devil's nest in the heaven realm. It was the origin of all evil in the world. There were countless secrets of the world there. Even the ancestral court of the Dragon clan was located in the Southern Mountains. Legend had it that the supreme demonic saint Grand Emperor had once sat cross-legged on a divine mountain in the Southern Mountains for nearly 10,000 years. It was said that the current Dragon realm was a holy land created by the Grand Sovereign with his supreme divine power. It was the holy land of the demon race and had a supreme status among the demon race. The situation in the Southern Mountains was very complicated. The demon race and the demons fought against each other. This was the most turbulent region in the heaven realm. Sometimes, a great war between emperors would even break out. In recent years, the demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains had been restless. The pressure faced by the demon race in the Southern Mountains was unimaginable. The demon race blocked the demons. Otherwise, the demons in the 100,000 Devil Mountains would have killed their way into the Middle Earth long ago. The human race had also sent experts to the Southern Mountains. Every move of the demons was under the human race's surveillance. Once there was any sign of trouble, the major sects of the human race would immediately know about the unusual movements of the demons. Gu Fei had a certain understanding of the current situation in the Southern Mountains. Time passed. The afterglow of the sun completely disappeared under the mountains. The sky was dark and night was coming. In the mountains, there was only silence. On the peak of the mountain, a gentle breeze blew. Gu Fei's mind gradually became ethereal, as if he had fused with the world and entered a very mysterious state. At Gu Fei's level, he could already sense the great Tao of heaven and earth. He could touch the edge of the Tao. One more step and he could cut the Tao and become a mighty figure. That being said, cutting the Tao was still a little too early for Gu Fei. The heavens Tao is merciless, and the grand Tao is indefinite. Everyone's fortuitous encounters are different, and the Tao they comprehend is different as well. It's extremely difficult to sever the Tao of others to complete the Tao of one's own, and countless extraordinary figures have been stuck at this barrier. All cultivators cultivated the Tao, created by their predecessors. Someone else's Tao would always be someone else's. Even if one cultivated it to the highest level, it would still be impossible to defeat the sage who created the Tao. In order to break free from the shackles of the predecessors and become an undefeatable saint, one had to cut the other Tao. Therefore, in the world of cultivation, there was a saying of cutting the Tao. If Gu Fei wanted to surpass the martial progenitor realm, he had to cut the Tao and comprehend his own Tao. Even if it was the same martial, he could comprehend a different martial Tao. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain, seemed to have come into contact with something on a deeper level. However, he was unable to grasp it. It was like a clump of air, shapeless, invisible, and untouchable. Could this be the Tao? It was too profound, Gu Fei couldn't comprehend it at all. His mind was immersed in this wondrous state, and he didn't want to leave this mysterious state. Gu Fei's body was silent, and his aura was completely concealed. He was like a statue, sitting motionlessly on the mountain peak. There were no roars of beasts coming from the nearby mountains. There seemed to be no beasts in the area outside the Scarlet Plain. At midnight, a ghostly howl came from the depths of the Scarlet Plain, as if there were countless wandering ghosts rushing out from the ground and wandering in the depths of the Scarlet Plain. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and an evil and terrifying aura surged out from the depths of the Scarlet Plains, causing him to immediately awaken from that mysterious state. What's going on? This aura made Gu Fei's heart skip a beat. There seemed to be an ancient demon god awakening in the depths of the Scarlet Plain. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak and then soared into the sky. He came to the sky and looked at the Scarlet Plain. He saw that on the boundless Scarlet Plain in front of him, there were traces of blood-colored evil aura surging out from the ground. The Scarlet Plain had been shrouded in a thin layer of blood mist. In the blood mist, there were faint and illusory figures looming. Could it be that a terrible existence has been born in the depths of this Scarlet Plain? The aura that surged out from the depths of the Scarlet Plain was very evil. It didn't seem to be the immortal spirit left behind by a supreme demon or a primordial demon god. This made Gu Fei think of the evil spirit of the saint in the palace of the moon deities. The evil spirit formed by the resentment of the saint was the evilest thing in the world. This kind of thing had jumped out of the 5 elements and was not outside of the 3 realms. A supreme saint of the Great Path died here? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he thought of this. The evil spirit of the saint was extremely evil and terrifying. It could kill humans, gods, immortals, demons, and Buddhas. Anyone who encountered it would only end up with one end, and that was to have their soul destroyed. It was no wonder that no cultivator who broke into the Scarlet Plain at night could come out again. The Scarlet Plain was filled with evil spirit. From time to time, there were blood-colored evil lights rushing out from the depths of the Scarlet Plain. The blood mist was surging, and it was a sea of blood that stretched as far as the eye could see. Day and night were the same Scarlet Plain, but they were 2 completely opposite scenes. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. At this time, the Scarlet Plain had turned into a dangerous place. The evil spirit was vast, and the blood light flickered. In the blood mist that shrouded the blood-colored land, there were faint and illusory figures looming. Those were the remnant thoughts of the cultivators who fell on the blood-colored land. This kind of remnant thoughts was magnified many times by some kind of force, so the remnant thoughts could condense into a human form. There was no doubt that it was a dangerous place. Gu Fei descended from the sky and continued to sit on the top of the mountain. He closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to the blood-colored world in front of him. He wanted to re-enter the mysterious state just now. However, he found that at this time, no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to touch that realm. This made Gu Fei feel a little lost. The strange phenomenon in the Scarlet Plain lasted for a whole night. It gradually calmed down when the next day was about to dawn. The mighty and terrifying aura above the Scarlet Plain also receded and finally disappeared into the depths of the Scarlet Plain. When the eastern sky turned white, the endless blood-colored land finally calmed down completely. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He stood up from the top of the mountain and flew forward. When he arrived in front of the Scarlet Plain, he landed on the ground from the sky. He directly walked into the blood-red land in front of him. As soon as he set foot on the land, an evil power immediately enveloped him. Gu Fei's cultivation suddenly dropped sharply. His cultivation and strength were weakened to the immortal spirit realm before stopping and no longer continuing to decline. He couldn't help but be shocked. Gu Fei had never seen such a place before. It could actually weaken a cultivator's cultivation and strength. What kind of place was this? Although his cultivation was weakened, Gu Fei's physical strength was not affected at all. Although he couldn't fly, he could cross dozens of miles with one step, which was even faster than teleportation. All cultivators who entered the Scarlet Plain would have their cultivation suppressed, but Gu Fei was different. His physical strength was so strong that it was difficult to suppress it even in this evil place. What was suppressed was only the warrior's true force cultivated in Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei had to cross the entire Scarlet Plain before nightfall, reach the other side, enter the Nanling boundary, and then find Old Tortoise and Xiaoqing. Otherwise, once the night came, he would be trapped in the Scarlet Plain and it would be difficult for him to get out. What's going on? Why is the Scarlet Plain so vast? Half an hour later, Gu Fei, who was running wildly on the Scarlet Plain, still couldn't see the other side. He had already run for tens of thousands of miles, but the Scarlet Plain seemed to have no end. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This was too evil. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. He couldn't use all kinds of methods, so he could only run on his feet.